Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, we had a lot going on this weekend. I hope you all have found. I'm gonna get my screen here. Everything's all messed up from this before. Unblur my background. Okay, so we had quite a bit going on this weekend. Let's start with the open houses. Who was able to attend the open houses down in San Marcos? Mohammed, and then Eden. Mohammed, how did those go?
Was awesome. I
Okay,
had I had six people walk in, and the three was interested. One, the price was high, and the other ones they were looking in under 400,000.
okay. So that's exactly what we're looking for, right? Um, some people to come in off the street and come to you so that you can figure out what their needs are and help match them to a property that matches their needs. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Mohammed. I'm glad that was a good weekend.
You
Uh,
welcome.
good morning, Eden.
Good morning. Yeah, so I think it was a really wonderful. I love the community and the house, little cottage of two bedroom, two bath that I was doing the open house was absolutely gorgeous. I totally loved it. Nobody showed up until the last 10 minutes. I actually thought that it was the landlord. So I'm greeting the landlord because Isolde said she is a good friend of hers. I'm greeting her with a big smile, which is actually not the landlord, it's the prospect. Oh my God, I'm so happy you're here and I have the chance to meet you. Yeah, I heard so much about you. And she's looking at me strangely, like, what? Then comes to find out, she's like, I'm not the landlord, I'm actually prospecting. And she knew Isolde, and she told me that she met Isolde the day before. She's being actually represented by another real estate agent. So she looked around and she really liked it. And the next one that showed up was also, I thought it was the landlord again, and again it happened. So nonetheless, she was like very happy to come in. She said that she lives in the community and she's not looking for herself, she's looking for her sister. And I'm like, oh my God, couldn't be any better than that. And I gave her after she did the tour, I gave her some suggestion about that kind of move of the sister over to this place on ideas, how to make it easy for her sister. And she's very, very happy. She exchanged, of course, the numbers and what I thought of doing, it's like possibly recommend. Oh my goodness, the house, the little cottage is so beautiful. Just if the landlord can keep everything inside aside from the personal things, sell the house with the furniture the way it is, easy move. Just come with the luggage, walk in, and move. Perfect. You don't have to do nothing. You don't have to clean even. Nothing. Perfect. I absolutely loved it. So I'm going to do a little homework with her. I'm going to send her some. Oh, and the price definitely is competitive. I mean, it's not, it's the best of all the cottages. I did a little homework. I think or in the community itself, it's very, very good price, a really good price to sell. So whether it's her, I'm going to advertise it, make sure that I did a video. I'm going to advertise it and make sure that I'm going to push it because I understood from the landlord that she's found a house. Isolde probably is helping her, I'm sure. So if she found a house, she really, really wants to sell and rid of it so she can move into the new house. And I'm going to do whatever I can to help her out.
Thank you, Eden. Amazing. Isolette, how did things go from your vantage point?
Really well. It was I had kind of done an open house week. Well, I'd done an open house weekend the weekend before, and then we did this one, and we had good turnout both weekends. Um, a lot of good feedback across the board. I did have some people that came in that said they'd been looking for a while. They had looked at new home construction, and then when I told them I lived in the neighborhood, they were like, "Oh, give me your card. We want to work with somebody that lives in the neighborhood, knows the neighborhood." So that was good. They have a place they need to sell in Cuero, Texas, and they're not ready to buy until that sells, but it was good. Feedback was good. The agents were awesome. They all text me feedback, which is so helpful to because it's for the sellers, really. They want to know. And so, yeah, it was good. The training with Elisa was unbelievably fabulous. She is very good at that. She's a rock star. Um, I honestly haven't ever seen anybody with the extent of information and preparation that Elisa did for that training. That was very impressive. I was blown away. So good job, Jack. If you're the one that trained her to do that, she is really good. And I think the agents that attended that training got a lot out of it. Well, I could tell that they did. And the questions were good. Everybody was involved, and I think doing the training that way is very rewarding for a group of realtors to get together at the actual open house and see it all live and all of that. I mean, it's a great exercise in knowing exactly how to do it and what to expect.
Thank you, Isla. A million percent. I'm glad that there was good traffic. I'm glad that we had lots of agents show up and that was enthusiastic. Elisa St. John has been my mega open house agent for a number of years. And yes, she's gone through and she's a mega graduate and she's taken this course today, which is our buyer and seller presentation. Next Wednesday, or this coming Wednesday rather, is our listing marketing and grand open where we actually go through the open house scripts. So I like to get boots on the ground. I like them to go through Elisa St. John's training, get some feeling for it, start working with some buyers, hopefully get a couple of representation agreements signed, and then get into this week because this is a formidable week. This is a week that there's a lot of detail. Thank you, Islet, and thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work through Mega. We are now starting on the second half of Mega right here on week 3. And this is going to be a powerful week. There's a lot of information that are nuts and bolts real estate stuff that we're going to be talking about today, Wednesday, and Friday. So we've got buyer and seller presentations. This is your buyer boot camp and your listing presentation. Last Friday was our CMA class. So again, we're kind of going in the order, mindset, making your calls, building a referral-based business and collecting the right information when someone does call you, set the appointment. And now we're assuming that the set the appointment was for maybe a listing. So then we do the CMA and then we show up today's class, which is going to be the presentation. And then Friday's class, which is going to be about or rather Wednesday's class, putting all the nuts and bolts in place. We've made all these promises at the listing table that we're going to make today with the seller. And Wednesday is coming through on all those promises that we make to them about how we're going to market their property. If we can make our listing appointment less about us and more about what we're going to do to sell their home, that is the conversation that the seller is very interested in hearing about. What will we do differently to market their home? And we have a very compelling story to tell the seller. And I think the better you can kind of breathe in this story and understand it yourself, the better you'll be able to retell that story. And it is a very powerful one. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to our buyer and seller presentation class. We're going to do our normal review, and then we're going to get to points probably close to 10 o'clock. But we're going to go ahead and do our quick review. Remember, we've got a lot going on here at the company. Tomorrow is our business meeting, so I hope to see all of you there. Getting plugged in, I think one thing that Mega definitely does well is it kind of gives you this awareness of all the different things that are going on and how they all play a little role in the same story. Whether it's our weekly sales meeting or our morning huddle or our afternoon blast lab, all of these things are not just kind of an island sitting there as its own little thing, but it's all part of this huge story, which helps you have a well-rounded business, but accountability in the morning, getting your advertising done in the afternoon, making your calls in between those two. It's all created and crafted to make as a purpose. Wednesday's class, a lot of information. No, Friday's class. I keep getting my days wrong. Friday's class, a lot of information was thrown at you, a lot of videos. I know some of you may have purchased your Hover Air, and from what I understand, on a couple of you, they will be arriving today. The toys are coming in the mail. Christina's got a thumbs up on that, and I know a couple of you as well. I hope that some of you are investing in some of this tech. Hover Air is cool. It's going to help you, but what's going to help you even more is that lapel microphone. The lavalier microphone on your lapel is going to really level up your video because you're going to have expert audio. Really good, crisp, clear audio that has noise canceling, so it gets rid of the wind noise so that people can hear you really well. Studio sound quality is what we're looking for. Now,
What's the brand? I'm sorry to interrupt you. What's the brand again?
so there's a million different brands, but the type is called lavalier. And they sell them in all kinds of different brands. Ulanzi is a brand that I have that plugs directly into the bottom of an iPhone. There's two different kinds, one for iPhone and one for Android. The one that I have has two lapel mics that works at the same time. So you plug them in, put them on two different people, and you can have an interview style. But if you just go to um, Amazon and type in lavalier, you'll see lots of different kinds, styles, colors, and they're all the kind of the same thing. And they should be around 30 bucks. So they're very affordable. I think coming out of Friday, we all are going to start doing video, yes? Okay. How many of you have done a buyer boot camp? How many of you have talked to Andrew Constanzo here about doing a buyer boot camp right here in the office or one of our offices or the title company or the builder? I see a lot of hands going up. That's something that I asked him to implement last year. I want you guys, I thought it would be helpful if every weekend and in the evening we scheduled and did advertising to assist you with the advertising of having it here. But then Andrew also here helping you through it and having a lender come in so you're not the Lone Ranger. When people come in, you'll get a little bit more experience, repetition. And so some of you have done it multiple times. One of the things you walk away from that experience is you know how important it is to advertise these things. Everything's about promotion. And so you have to promote the heck out of these things for people to show up. The video that I'm going to show you now is a video where an agent and a lender came together and they created an absolutely fantastic video regarding a buyer boot camp. And this is exactly the kind of video that you can do that is fun and energetic, that it's going to get your blood pumping and get you all excited about doing a buyer boot camp. You want to watch it? All right, let's do it.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1 million trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper.
Now that we got your attention, we want to formally invite you to our first time homebuyer seminar happening August the 19th.
See you there.
What do you think?
Hilarious.
Definitely want to watch it from the beginning to the end and be
cute.
focused. Very, very nice. It's super cool.
It is
Attention grabbing.
Cool, very cool. Oh my God.
And that's exactly what we're looking for, attention grabbing, right? That's exactly what you want to do. You want to do a big splash, you want to make it fun, you want to make it entertaining, you want to make it educational, you want to get people to stop the scroll. How can you interrupt their day to make them just stop for a moment? And he say, "Oh, now that I have your attention, come to our home buyer seminar." And then they start dancing, which means, come here. It's going to be fun. You're going to learn all the things. So think outside the box when you're doing these buyer boot camps. Getting buyers to come to you is a very powerful strategy. You can do these at an open house. You can do these at a builder office. You can do them at our office. But remember, the most important part about it is promotion, and that means getting video out, talking to the consumer. There are agents now doing these on webinars and Zooms as well. And they'll have an RSVP and they'll do the video, and then everyone shows up to a Zoom. Those are also something that you can consider doing. Both of them have their drawbacks and their strengths, but the agent has to decide what's going to work specifically for their business. But the one thing that's constant between either doing it on Zoom or doing it in person is the promotion aspect of it, getting the video out. What video are you going to do that's going to get everyone to stop the scroll and interrupt them and make them smile and make them want to show up to your buyer boot camp? By now, you can see the points that you are putting into the point tracker is is very purposeful. Everything that is to do with points has to do with one thing, and that is the core learning of Mega. I've given you points on the things that I really want prioritized, like your value proposition and your paragraphs and your code of ethics, and attending the Mega Mini class, because that's such an important part of Mega. And then at the end of the day, hopefully rep agreements and listing agreements as well. So all of this kind of plays a story of doing all the things that's going to really help make this mega journey for you as successful as possible, with the goal of filling your pipelines for 2026, creating a lot of momentum and a big splash early in the year that's going to help get you through the first quarter and continuing into a new rhythm, because it takes 30 days to create a habit. Megas is 30 days. When we get into February, you should now have a habit of waking up, going into the morning huddle, jumping out, making your calls, and filling your day with productive income producing tasks. There's going to be a lot more group breakout sessions, especially today. So please make sure that when you're in the breakout sessions, that your video is on and that you are able to participate. Coming soon. And in fact, we're going to be watching three videos back to back here in a couple of minutes regarding the UVP and kind of this important psychological things behind it about, you respecting yourself, and what UVP really means and what work you've done in your vision statement and your vision board and your unique value proposition and your mission statements, and how all those things are coming together to help you figure out what is uniquely you. There's three videos today we're going to watch again back to back that I think helps tell that story, and it cements it right there for you, I think, in a really good way to explain what this value proposition really is. When you get up in front of the class to tell your story, it's going to be the last Thursday of the month, and it's going to be inside of Mega Mini. You're going to be in a safe place, and I want you to have it memorized so that you're not reading it. You're not trying to figure out what you're going to say. You're going to figure out how you're going to say it. Remember, Vanessa Van Edwards, it's much more important on focusing on your whole being, not just the words. And when you don't have the script down yet, then you are in your head. Remember John, the straight up guy that couldn't move because he was so worried about what he was going to say? He didn't have the ability to tell the story. Hand movements, how you say hello, and other little things. So, but it starts with you having it memorized. And I think the very best way to practice it is to step on a box or step on a crate or on a chair at home and have a different vantage point and tell it. It really helps you get in the right mindset for getting in front of the class and doing your UVP. And I can't wait to see what Mega 17 is going to come up with. Some of your mission statements have been absolutely fantastic. Remember, valedictorian, that is going to be the person who has the most points coming out of Mega 17 and the coaching sessions with Jack and some other things that you're going to receive from the benefit of being Mega valedictorian. Anybody, I saw one person, I only saw one though in Teams this weekend do their contract paragraphs. Um, Friday, I challenged the whole class to do your contract paragraphs in your 17 articles, your code of ethics. I know you're working on them. Continue working on them. We're halfway through, so you've got still plenty of time, but please be memorizing your 17 articles and your 23 contract paragraphs. Very, very, very helpful. Thank you for those of you who have shared so far and how it's impacted you. Amanda and some others shared on how that specifically had impacted them, and that made me smile. Also, last week we had our code of ethics, and we talked a lot about at the beginning of Friday about the code, and that it is the thing that separates us from most trades. That we have a higher we have a code of ethics that is a personal code that we all strive to maintain in our profession. And this is something of public trust. The public trusts us, and we have to be we have to make good on that calling. We have to show up prepared and ethically minded, putting them first in everything that we do, and that's being good stewards of the Realtor brand. And we have to sometimes take it upon ourselves when we see a bad actor out there doing things that they're not supposed to do, to have the guts, to pick up the phone and have a conversation with them. And I know that can be scary and it can be confrontational, and people, especially in today's world, do whatever they can to steer clear of controversy and confrontation. And you know, I can count on one hand how many times I've filed an ethics complaint against an agent. It's always been I call them first if I'm working in a transaction with them, and if I'm not getting anywhere, then I have a conversation with someone at their firm about it. Because we have an obligation to our profession to make sure that everyone is getting it right. And they could just simply have not read the code and they don't know. But I would much rather learn that they haven't read the code and they don't know and they want to do better than they don't care and they're going to continue acting that way, because that's doing harm reputationally to all of us. There was a study done in 2019 where they listed the most trusted professions, and real estate agents fell below used car salespeople. And that is an embarrassment to me personally, because, you know, I personally, I take this all pretty seriously, obviously. And I know that most of you, or thought all of you do as well. There's a video, you might have seen this video. And I think it's a very interesting video, and I think it's exactly on topic, which is why I show it exactly at this point, about that exact thing.
You there, second desk at Blue Jacket. What is your name?
My name is Alexis.
Alexis, please leave my lecture room. I don't want to see you at one of my lectures ever again.
I don't understand.
I am not going to ask a second time. Thank you. Why are there laws? What are laws for? Anyone?
Social order?
To protect the person's personal rights. So that you can rely on the government?
Justice? Thank you. Tell me, was I unfair to your classmate just now? Indeed, I was. So, why didn't any of you protest? Why didn't any of you try and stop me? Why didn't you want to prevent this injustice? You see, what you have just learnt, you wouldn't have understood in 1,000 hours of lectures unless you lived it. You didn't say anything because you weren't affected yourself. And this attitude speaks against you and against life. You think it doesn't concern you, so it's none of your business. Well, I'm here to say, if you don't help bring about justice, then one day you too may experience injustice, and there will be nobody there to stand before you. Truth and justice lives through us all, and we must fight for it. Because in life and work, I mean, we often live next to each other, but not with each other. We console ourselves that the problems of others are nothing to do with us, none of our business. And we go home glad at night that we're spared, but it's about standing up for each other. Every day an injustice happens in business, sport, or on the tram. Relying on someone else to take care of it is not good enough. It is our duty to be there for others, to speak up for others when they cannot. I am here to teach you the power of your voice. I want you to learn critical thinking to empower you to stand up for what is right, even if it means going against what everyone else is doing. Let's begin.
At new member orientation, you raised your right hand and you said, I agree to this duty. I take on this calling. If I see someone out there violating the code, that I will approach them and I'll have a conversation with them. And if I feel like it merits, I will file an ethics complaint against them so that we can raise the bar of professionalism in this profession, so that we can expect that we're all getting it right. And if we're not getting it right, have a conversation. It is your duty to do this. This is making sure that the Realtor brand, which is the 1.5 million real estate agents, the Jack Stapletons, the Christina Robertos, Christina's father, Isolette, Lisa, these people that have been in the profession for decades, that you're getting it right and that you're making sure and that you demand that others are getting it right as well. Now, there's a productive way and a non-productive way of going about it, but what I don't want you to do is hunker down and be docile and be quiet and abdicate your duty to call others out for violating the code of ethics, which is our personal creed. Miriam?
So, and this is pretty recent, we live in a time where more and more real estate agents are advocating joining brokers who aren't a member of the National Association of Realtors so that they don't have to be realtors, which is really sad. But how do we know if someone's a realtor or not? I mean, I guess we can look them up, and then how do you deal with someone who is violating the code of ethics, but it's not a realtor, but the general public doesn't realize the difference most of the time?
So Trek has their own canons of professional ethics and conduct, which is on Trek's website. So if someone has violated the code, they likely have violated the License Act. So you've got multiple venues to take your grievance to. Texas Realtors, the state association, or Texas Real Estate Commission. Personally, I am going to celebrate the day when agents are no longer required to be realtors. I'm going to celebrate that day because forcing everyone to be a realtor means nothing to be one. People should voluntarily decide to go and join the National Association of Realtors, go through a new member orientation. And as far as I'm concerned, I would be happy to spend $99 a month to be a realtor. And actually, it means something to belong. And that means that there's no longer 1.5 million realtors out there, that maybe there's 400,000, 500,000, and they're paying more, which means we can do more with more. Instead of 1.5 million people spending $17 a year that NAR gets, that you're actually really meaningfully belonging. But that's not where we are, but I can tell you that that is exactly where we're headed. And there is a lot of nonsense that goes on in all over the world right now, whether it's politics, whether it's your local city council. Probably you remember last year, the Cedar Park City Council had fisticuffs going on where there's a brawl, actual fight between one of the reps. There's just, there's all kinds of nonsense going on. But we, to, to answer your question, Miriam, um, I don't think everyone should be a realtor, just like I don't think everyone should be a real estate agent. Expert salespeople, they make their clients feel safe. And they feel safe because, and they relinquish control a little bit to the professional. That means that they have a duty that's even higher than it was before, because now you've got public trust. And that trust comes from the consumer having absolutely no questions about the agent's ability, commitment, or ethics. We came out of session 1 talking about that. And this is the root of Mega, that we're we're going to up our game today better than yesterday, tomorrow better than today, better and better. We're going to put that as a creed in our business, and we're going to live that mantra. And that means more designation classes, um, focused intention on creating a business, calling our people, caring about them, and trying to help them thrive. And then we're going to back it up with always doing the right thing. That's why the last element there is always ethics. In your business, there are 4 quadrants that you're going to focus your attention on. This coming Thursday, Kylie from Key Title is going to be visiting you in your Mega Minis. And you're going to be doing your business planning. This is business planning using a Realty Texas Mega business plan for 2026, in making a promise of the actions that you're going to take in 2026. And it's not a promise to me. It's not a promise to Kylie or Lisa. It is a promise to you, and you hold yourself accountable to it. And we have accountability coaching in the morning, which is either one-on-one sessions with Andrew Constancio, or and showing up to your morning huddles. But you have to each day have in your business plan, which we're going to help you with on Thursday, have enough space in there for daily prospecting, pulling new leads into your business. And in those new leads, turning those prospects into appointments so you can go and convert them in person and then close and then follow up and just keep doing that. The number one reason that agents leave this profession is because a lack of income. And when I see a good human being that knows the contract, that knows the business, and they're leaving the business because they are struggling to find the book of business. And then I see other people who are over at Platinum Top 50 with, 800,000 in their year 3, and they have none of that. That pains me. It means that that person over at PT50 is a better salesperson. Doesn't make him a better real estate agent. And I'd rather teach a good real estate agent how to be a better salesperson than vice versa, because ethics is not something that you can really teach. It's something you can encourage, but either you have it or you don't have it. It's those moments, it's those little shadow moments where you can really tell people's ethics when people aren't looking, and that is what really defines you in life. How many of you have done yoga, at least one yoga session during our mega? Christina, Miriam, Janice, Melinda, Denise, Damien, thank you. Eric, Donna, Mia, Dominic, Indu, Melissa. All right. So it looks like most of you have done a yoga session. Has any of you done yoga for the first time inside of Mega? Okay, Tara. And then Donna. Oh, no, okay. Donna. Would you share your yoga experience? What you thought it would be versus maybe what it actually was for you?
I kind of knew what it was going to be like. Um, I was limited a lot with neck movements and stretches because of all the metal that I have in my neck. So it was a little bit of a challenge, but I have problems with the breathing and the shutting everything off so that I can
Yeah.
think about things. That's my biggest. I've got so many things going on in my mind, and I can't slow them down enough to, concentrate on whatever I'm doing. So I'm surprised that I don't suffocate myself.
Well, Donna, that's the beauty of yoga is giving yourself some time to shut out the world and think about nothing and clear your mind and think of literally nothing. And then when something floats in your mind, bring awareness to it and then invite it to leave and just go back to nothing again and just giving your mind a moment of peace. And I mean, 30 seconds of scrolling, you've looked at 30 different things, heard 30 different songs, laughed, cried, decided you're going to cook this amazing thing. Um, I mean, in 30 seconds of scrolling, there's so much that we take in that 30 seconds. And I think that that's kind of the new world is we ingest so much information and it is so healthy for us to turn all of that off. And I want to see more yoga so that we can turn it off, focus on our breathing a little bit and just give us that time for our body to heal. So thank you. It's very meaningful for me to see you guys in yoga. And next, this coming Wednesday, I want to hear more of your yoga stories. I'm hoping that we hear from you a few more. And we're running. Eden, did you have a quick story?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I thought when you were saying like the yoga, the exercising, unfortunately for me right now is difficult, physical, but exercising the mind with the breathing and the healing from inside out. Last week I was in a lot of crucial pain with a pinched nerve, and what I did is that I totally disconnected myself from the entire world and did the yoga by the breathing session of like a biofeedback kind of, and totally helped me out, totally healed me out. So yeah, there's a lot of ways of doing the yoga. It doesn't have to be physical, it could be also mental, definitely.
Thank you very much, Eden. As we got into the middle of Friday, we talked about the Code of Ethics Standards of Practice 1-3. Realtors in attempting to secure listings shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. We're going to be talking more about that today. And also the text that we need to have in at least 12-point font that says that this needs to be printed on your cover page for your CMA, which it's already on there. That says it's not an appraisal. Please, when you're with the seller, don't talk about value because that's not what you're there to do. It's not an appraisal. It's not a value. You are trying to determine the number, the list price, and you're doing a list price analysis. What is the right price to list it at to get them the best sales price is what you are looking to do. And that is a very different thing. Lisa, are you ready to go through our Mega 17 start of the second week points?
I am. And this was as of 10:30 last night. So I did secure photos of some of you at your open houses from Elisa St. John. So I did give you the points for that as well. So I have in the fifth place. Are you ready for me, Jack?
Yep, I'm trying to catch up. All right, so as of last class, in fifth place was Isolette, fourth place was David, third place was Miriam, second place was Indu, and in first place on Friday was Denise. Yep. So who is our number 5 top class mega student for Mega 17?
With 10,500 points is Indu.
Good job, Indu. All right. I like to see that we have already breached the 10,000 mark in the second half of Mega, exactly where we should be. So this is beautiful.
And then in fourth place with 11,700 points is Damien.
Nice. Damien was on our was number 4 on Wednesday of last week, fell off the top 5 last week and found his way back to number 4. So way to get back on the list, Damien.
Yeah, memorizing those 1 to 4 family and all the things really adds up. So, and he also did yoga, by the way, and C2EX and Fairhaven. So there you have it.
Wow.
All right. With third place, 13,400 points and a gazillion things in her life. Pretty awesome is Miriam.
Good job, Miriam. Good job. You do have a lot going on, so this is very impressive.
Yep. And then in second place, only 25 points apart from first place at the moment, with 13,675 points, is Denise.
Good job, Denise. All right, so who is in our leaderboard?
So our new first place at the moment with 13,700 points, not surprising, Isolette.
All right, Isolette. Very nice. You found your way up to the leaderboard. That is
She's almost capped out too with all her contracts and reps. She gets one more contract. So see, there's still hope. So now you're going to have to concentrate on some of the other things.
Yeah. All right. Good job, everyone. I look forward to see how this list is shaken up week after week. As you know, this is a Trek approved class. This is our module 7 buyer and seller presentations. And we're going to start with working with buyers. And the second half is going to be working with sellers. I'm hoping that you are all working on your scripts. We have several scripts that we've talked about before, especially the script on asking for referrals. You've also gotten better at your Ford scripts. I've been hearing from you that you've been putting the Ford scripts into practice. How many of you have, I'd like someone to share about a call that you made where you asked for a referral. Has anyone received a referral from asking while they were in Mega? Melinda.
I had some lease clients. I was leasing their home, and she called me and said, "Oh, somebody from my play group just mentioned that she was going to look for a new house or a new condo or something. So here's her name and number." So I called her right then, which I normally would have maybe text or I would have waited, but so I called her. She's like, "Oh yeah, we are. We're looking in April, and I went and saw him yesterday. So I'm going to help them find a house or a condo."
That's amazing. Exactly what I like to hear. Hopefully, the majority of our business is coming from referrals, and that comes from asking the question. So I've got a few scripts here on the screen, and there are 3 of them. Miriam and Marlene. Miriam, I want you to be the agent, and Marlene, I want you to be the client for this top script.
Marlene is my client.
Yep.
Okay. Hi,
No.
Marlene. Oh,
Yes, Marlene is the client. Yes.
okay. Hi, Marlene. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? Your referrals would mean the world to me.
Of course, I would be happy to.
Thank you so much. Client referrals are my number one source of business. So without them, my business would not be thriving. So really, it does mean the world to me.
Okay. So was that painful? No. I want to get out of this idea that you guys brought into Mega on series one is, oh, I don't deserve it yet. I can't ask them that. When do I ask them this? After I've already closed or when? People really approach this fear-based, as if we don't deserve it. And hopefully by now you realize you do deserve it. Oh my gosh, we absolutely need to be asking. That's the first thing. We need to get the fear and the apprehension for asking completely as far away from us as we can. Marlene, will you read that bottom one?
Hi, Miriam. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please let me know about them. On average, my clients send me 2 referrals a year, and I can't wait to help your friends and family. You are really great to work with, and I bet they would be too.
So you just have to find your own words in all of this. I've given you 100 different variations, but you have to find your variation. Something that feels natural to you, something that makes you excited to ask for referrals and keep using that same one over and over again and have it your go-to script. I'm hoping that more and more of you are doing this. It's part of the foundation of what it means to be a real estate agent, is finding your business. You are a salesperson and you need to connect with your village. Your village is where the business is going to come from, which means we can't be a secret agent. We cannot be a secret agent. We have to be forward about asking for the business. Miriam.
So I have a really difficult lease client that I shared about in the morning huddle today, and they thanked me profusely for staying with them because they know that they're difficult. And I used that as an opening to say, I'm gonna stay with you until we find you a place. In the meantime, do you know anyone else who might be looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? And it was so natural to do that.
I love it. It was so natural to do that. Yes, it is absolutely natural. It's 100% a natural thing to do for a real estate agent to ask their clients if they know anyone that could benefit from their services. Exactly right. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Moving on with our scripts a little bit more because we've got a couple more we're going to go through. When we are trying to collect information from a prospect, their name, these are the 5 things that you need to have on in your mind when you make that first phone call. Hi, Miriam. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com said you were interested in 123 Main Street. That is the script that is the most effective script of all time in real estate. When you're picking up the phone, make an outbound call of someone who inquired on a property. Reference their name first. That way you know their name, and people are going to pause for a moment because like, okay, this person knows me. How do they know me? And then you have to identify yourself, and you have to identify yourself as a real estate agent. That is a requirement by track that you, in first substantive dialogue, identify yourself as a real estate agent and not pose to be something other than a real estate agent. So your name, their name, your name, the brokerage name, and then where you got their information, and then the property that you're inquiring about. Those 5 things should come natural to you. Those 5 things should come really quickly to you when you're having that first conversation so that it sounds very authentic. You're following the cadence and setting the appointment. Isolette.
So I was gonna, this is a little bit relevant, but not, but I just think every time you're doing anything in the capacity as a real estate agent, you always start a call with, this is Isolette Daly with Realty Texas, because I had a really weird thing that happened over the weekend, and it was an agent that called me, but she didn't identify herself as an agent, and she was asking me questions about the amount of money that somebody with a retirement account would need to have to prove that they were capable of leasing a home. So she started with all these questions and never qualified herself as a real estate agent. And so I think that that's really important to do up front in any capacity if it's a real estate related call. I was really annoyed by it when I found out she was a realtor. But yeah.
It is unethical for a real estate agent to call another real estate agent and not identify themselves as a real estate agent immediately. You have to immediately, exactly like Isla said. And by the way, the same thing in text message. You need to identify yourself before. They cannot confuse you thinking that you're a prospect. Yes, Isla,
Code of ethics.
it is code of ethics. So here is the 5 elements covered in 3 topics. This is also found at the end of at the script section at the end of the slides. These are the 5 things and how it fits into the sentence. Hi, Miriam. This is Jack Stapleton of the Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property? That's typically how Zillow likes us to respond to their leads. Ask them, are there any other properties you'd like to see? And then let them know, especially if it's a source Zillow or one of those sources where you think that the lead has been sent to multiple agents. The way I like to try to address this is, Miriam, if someone else from my firm calls you, just let them know Jack's already helped you. The reason I say my firm is because it helps them think, oh, this, they're still trying to help me. Stop. You can make this any way you want, but I don't I know that likely that other agents are going to be calling afterwards and trying to set another appointment with them and confusing them. There is specifically another real estate agent who calls them and confuses them about the appointment they already have and reschedules it for an hour ahead of the meeting so that they meet ahead. It's a very unethical thing that they're doing. And so I just, let them know someone has already helped you. You've already got the appointment set. Miriam.
So I do have a question about that because I did my first ISA shift last week, and I'm reading the notes before I make the call, and there were a couple who had apparently already told us that they have a realtor, and so I was confused about what we're supposed to do when they've told us they have a realtor already.
Okay. So if they've told us that they had a real estate agent, then how we handle that is people hire a real estate agent for a transaction. We have a lot of we have a lot of clients out there that have worked with other real estate agents and then worked with us. And it's perfectly okay for them to work with someone else. Yes, in 2015, they had a real estate agent that helped with the lease. They're no longer under a representation agreement with that real estate agent anymore. And we build relationships with life for life. A story that I always share of Cindy Bell's that she shares freely is Cindy Bell's probably the #1 phone caller that we have that's really consistent about calling her database. And we had a lead come in that was a Zillow lead, and she had a conversation with the guy, and she spoke with him several times. And then at some point he said, yeah, I actually hired someone else. And she said, okay, no problem. Do you know anyone else looking that could benefit from my services? And he said, actually, I do. I've got a friend that's also moving down this area. And he gave Cindy the information, and Cindy asked him, just curious, how come you didn't give this referral to the agent you're working with? And he said, because he didn't ask. And that is something that Cindy took to heart, and that was a big eye opener for her. Just because you're working with someone doesn't mean that you deserve the business. You don't deserve the business if you don't ask for it. And so Cindy did. And that was a big lesson that she learned. And we're not going to try to convert them away from the representation agreement they have. We're going to call them in 6 months and just check in with them. How are things going? Everything going well with you? Excellent. And continue those phone calls. So we've got over 100,000 people in our database, and I'm guessing several of them have chosen other real estate agents. But we're going to keep making those phone calls until they say, please don't call me again. And that doesn't typically ever happen. Christina.
Yeah, I know you're talking about phone calls, but the same thing kind of happens like in an open house, right? You're in an open house, they tell you that they have an agent, and a lot of people shut down at that point. And instead, that's really kind of your opportunity to shine.
Mhm.
So I've had that happen in Sun City at an open house. The folks said, "Oh, no, we have an agent." So, okay, great. And then I just kept talking like I would normally, told them all the things about the house, about the community, and basically, for lack of a better term, vomited knowledge on them.
Mhm.
And 3 days later, they called me and they said, we were working with this agent, but you really know that community and we'd rather work with you. And that's led to 3 subsequent transactions. So, that don't let that stop you. Just continue to give and pour that knowledge on them and it will come back to you in spades, I promise.
It will. And the code of ethics is very clear on this. If we know that someone's represented by a real estate agent, then that doesn't mean we can't continue having conversations with them. If they ask us questions, then we don't represent them because they're already represented. But if they come to us and say they would like to work with us, then all we do is the same thing we always do. We'd be happy to work with you. You're going to need to go to the agent broker and find out if that broker is willing to let you out of the agreement. And as soon as you're out of that agreement, we would be happy to sign a new one. And that's it, 100%.
And
Now,
also being special, I'm sorry.
go ahead, Christina.
Being specialized. So if that person on the phone says they have an agent, but let's say they have an agent for their South Austin house, but they are moving to, Georgetown, and that South Austin agent knows nothing about Georgetown, you can say, well, do you have an agent for your specific need at this moment? And that might change it a little bit too.
Well, we need to see what the buyer
Well,
rep agreement says for
sure,
territory
sure, sure.
because there's market territory. And so it's very, someone say, yeah, I have an agent in Dallas that's helping me. Oh, I'd love to help you here. And then you can ask them about the representation agreement because if the representation agreement says Dallas, then you are free to enter into a new representation agreement, both of those being active at the same time, one assisting them with this market and the other one assisting them with the Dallas market. Exactly right, Christina. So, the idea that, someone says that they have a real estate agent and then we, immediately, oh, I can never speak to you again, is taking it too far. I mean, I get why the pushback because, we want to make sure that we don't, fail the test by giving them any indication that they can terminate that agreement because we can't. We cannot interfere with that. In fact, um, the Okay. 1101-652 of the Real Estate License Act says, and I'm going to read the front of this so you can really see where it starts. A license holder may not, 651, 1101-652. Grounds for suspension or revocation for a license. There's 33 items in here that can land you without a license. Item number 21. Induces or attempts to induce a party to a contract of sale or lease or representation to break the contract for the purposes of submitting a new contract. So you have a tenant, and you have a buyer, let's just say you have a buyer, and that buyer is under a lease agreement, and you say, oh yeah, go to the landlord and just, let them know you want out of your agreement. Giving them that recommendation is grounds for suspension or revocation of a license. And the criminal penalty of violating this section, which is 1101-756, general criminal penalty, a person commits an offense if the person willfully violates or fails to comply with this chapter or commission order. The offense under this section is a Class A misdemeanor. It's a crime. It's a Class A misdemeanor. That's the $5,000 or 6 months in county jail thing. It's real. It's real. But that's not what we're doing. We're not trying to induce them to cancel their agreement with them. And in fact, if they have an issue with their agent, we always tell them the same thing. You need to go speak to the agent's broker. And if you find yourself unrepresented, we'd be happy to help you. But while you're represented, we can't help you. And that is exactly the ethical and the right approach to take there. So good dialogue, good questions. Another script here, the 5 elements. This is the intent to reach. This would be part of the intent to reach pipelines for a buyer who we've made multiple phone calls. And in the morning, we're going to call and let them know, hey, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton. Still trying to reach you regarding 123 Main Street. I know you had questions about the property. Looks like you're busy. No problem. I'll give you a call this afternoon after my appointments. Hi, Tom. Jack Stapleton, 4 o'clock. Just finished up my appointments. Wanted to give you a call like I said I would. No problem. Looks like you're still busy. I'll give you a call in the morning. And we go through our 9 calls that way. Because remember what we learned about phone calls? If we want to have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them, that 8th call is what gets you that 90% chance. So we're going to take them through the intent to reach pipelines. I need 2 volunteers. David, Janice. David, you're first, so you're going to be the agent. Janice, play the buyer.
Okay. Hi, Janice. This is David Ecker with Realty Texas. Christina asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you be available, or when would you like to see this property?
Are you available tomorrow around 2 p.m.?
Absolutely, Janice. I will meet you at 123 Main Street tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Are there any other homes you'd like to see?
Right now, no.
Okay, great. I'm putting you on my calendar tomorrow at 3 at 123 Main Street. If you come across any others that would like to come see, please let me know so that I can add them to the list.
Oh, thank you.
My pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing it. By the way, if someone else calls you from my firm, just let them know that David has already helped you.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. I just sent you a text with my number. If you need anything in the meantime, let me know.
Thank you.
No problem. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. How many of you have practiced the script? How many have not practiced the script? Okay. Everyone has practiced the script. Christina, you've not practiced the script?
Just in class.
Okay, got it. Everyone has practiced this in class. All right, so then as soon as you have set the appointment, what is the very first thing you need to do?
Update notes.
Yes, and you need to put the showing on your calendar. It is so important. It's fresh in your mind. It's still floating around there. You just had a conversation and you promised that you're going to meet someone tomorrow. And the very last thing you want to do is ghost them and say, oh my gosh, I was on the phone. I was making 100 phone calls. And all of a sudden, another phone call came in. I took it and I forgot about those people and I just spaced it completely. We don't want to do that. So the first thing you want to do, or an hour later, you forget what time they said. You're like, oh gosh, what time did they say? And now it's pretty embarrassing for us to call them back and say, I'm so sorry, I forgot what time we're meeting tomorrow. That just doesn't land well. So as soon as you get off the phone, put an item on your calendar with the address of the property, their name, and their phone number and the time. And the reason why is because if you're in the car and you're driving and you get hit with traffic and you're not going to be there on time, it's in your calendar with the date, with their phone number, so that you can call them in an emergency. But you're also going to add them to your contacts in your phone so that you have them. So update the notes, change the pipeline, print out the RPR report for that property. If you want, you can do a bomb video and send them a cool bomb video if you want, and then set them up in the client gateway and put the showing on your calendar. So then what you're going to show up at the property with is your IABS, your buyer rep, the RPR report, an agent one page, a client one page, and a quick CMA. And I show up with all of that in tow and ready to go. I've got 2 hands up. One is Janice, and then Miriam.
Yes, I also send them a text after the phone call to confirm the time and address.
Yes, and in fact, in the role play, we mentioned that. Exactly right, Janice. Miriam.
I would just, so I've been a sales manager in other industries. And one thing I would stress on this slide that you're on right now, do as much of this as possible while you're talking to them. So have your calendar open, have your CXM open. You're a lot more efficient if you do that, and you're going to be more accurate because you're doing it in real time. And I just find it's going to help you be more productive because it saves time rather than if you writing all the notes on a notebook and then you're adding them sometime later, things get lost, and you're not as efficient as you could be.
And remember, all of these calls are recorded, and you know that. So you can go back and try to find the call. But sometimes when you're in a call bank of 100 and you set an appointment, now you're trying to go back and trying to find that particular phone call for that particular person. So again, yes, set up a reminder, put something on your notes so that you don't drop the call and you don't ghost them. Lots of hands here. Eric, Janice, Denise.
Yeah, so on the topic of scripts and to Janice's point about the text, I created a little note in my phone that has scripts for follow-ups. So every time I have a phone conversation, I don't, I have to recreate the wheel with the script follow-up. It's kind of just fill in the blanks with, hey, it was great speaking with you, blah, 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 right? And then at the end, because this is probably my first contact with them, I'll send my V card, information with it in the text message, and then kind of like I have a signature block that has my phone number and social media contacts and stuff. So just that added thing. So I just kind of wanted to add that in there. I don't know if you were going to cover text scripts and stuff like that, but just something that I found very useful, and it's speedy. It's really quick. So just on the go, just copy and paste, change the info.
I love that, Eric. Thank you. Denise and then Christina.
I do two things when I go in for my ISA shift is I dress as if I might have to meet a client the last second and leave my shift early. And number two, I always make sure I have nothing less than my date book so I can write it down on my calendar immediately.
I like it. But hopefully, remember, I'm just going to touch something on what you said. I like what you said. I'm going to alter it a little bit. That you're going to dress for success so that maybe you set an appointment right after your call shift. Okay. Thank you,
Just
Denise.
in case it's a fire drill, I wanted to be ready. So if I had to, I could go right out the door and move on and go meet them. So.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah, no, we definitely want to operate our business with goal integrity, meaning get through our calls and set appointments after our prospecting so that we never allow anything to get in the middle of our gladiator time, which is our prospecting time. So thank you for being consistent about making your calls, Denise. You're doing really good with that. Christina.
Piggybacking on what Eric said, embracing your technology, just real quick, don't know if you guys use them or not, but watch this, 2 seconds. Boom, boom. Oh, it didn't do it right, dang it. But anyway, on my iPhone, on my iPhone, QQ in my iPhone, you're never going to type double Qs, right? That is my link to my Realty Texas V card. You can do the same thing with a canned bomb response. So, if you're in a hurry and you can't do a personalized bomb, you could always have a canned bomb. It's like, hey, it's Christina. I'm so glad we connected. Da, 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 da. Look forward to our call. And it could be tied to a, what do you call those? A keyboard shortcut on your iPhone or I'm sure Android does it too, I would assume.
Yep.
Anyway,
Shortcuts.
huge tool.
It is a huge tool, and it's super helpful having those shortcuts set up. And I have one set up for my V card as well. And you all should have a shortcut for your V card. Yes.
I even have it for feedback on listings when people show. FF is, oh, thank you so much for showing. Blah, blah, blah. Love your feedback.
Okay, excellent. I love all of your sharing of what you are doing in your business while you're making your calls. I appreciate that. I owe you a break. It's 10:07. Let's take our first break. Let's come back at 10:17, and then we're going to continue on with the script as we get into actually watching the buyer rep presentation that I've created for you. I'll see you back at 10:17. Thank you, everyone. Good job.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd back here where we need you? Back here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, welcome back. So we are setting the stage. That is what we're doing this morning. We are going to walk through from the moment we get the first phone call all the way through to meeting with the property, the scripts that we're going to talk to them about in the driveway. You're going to hear a lot from your fellow agents about things that they do to give you more tips and tricks. But that is what we're doing right now. We are trying to set that stage. So I know that we have done scripts in other megas, so we're just bringing those scripts here as a reminder. After call tasks, make sure that you're updating your data, you're not losing the appointment. Send them a text. I love sending a copy of the V card in there, but now with what you're going to bring to the appointment is your IABS, your rep agreement, RPR report for the property, agent one page, client one page. You keep and walk away with the agent one page. You can give them and let them keep the client one page and the quick CMA. So I hope now that you've all found your way to RPR and done at least one property report. So if you haven't, I'm going to have that as part of your homework today is going to RPR and doing a property report on the Mayfield property that you did the MLS grid on. And put that into the Teams chat. And spend a little bit of time on the CMA feature and what pages to include and not include and go through the report and get familiar with it. RPR is what I call expert representation. That is the thing that most likely is going to really set you apart, especially when you find your way into a blue meeting a client that's blue. Handing them the RPR report, they're not ever will have they received a report quite like that before. Zillow doesn't have that data. Realtor.com doesn't have that data. Only you as a real estate agent through your realtor membership having access to RPR. Only realtors have access to RPR, not non-members of the association. It proves, if you look at the RPR report and you look at the data, it has all of this demographic data of these questions that we can't answer. We can give them source data about demographics and it's got it on there, which is very helpful. It's got the walk score on there and the average price in the subdivision, the state, the zip code, all kinds of really good data. So I think that handing the consumer an RPR report is, they're going to want that again. And you're the only one that's put that in their hand. Now, if you're worried about the paper aspect of it, you can email it to them while you're at the property or while they're on the way. Say, I just emailed you a very detailed property report. It's your new email. If you need one of these, I can get you one of these on any property that you're interested in. And again, this is data that they're really going to like. The engineers that I've always sent this report to, they come back to me and they ask me for that report on other properties. So that is knowing how important data is to the Blue personality and that you have access to that from the RPR report. I'm hoping that from now on, you are always going to make sure that you have an RPR report for them 100% of the time. When you arrive at the property, you are going to, I like to go in, walk the property myself, get it all set up, go back to my car, hang out. I don't hang out on the property. I wait for them to arrive, and then I meet them in the driveway and shake their hand. This is sometimes you're meeting them in the driveway. On the agent safety side of things, Forewarn is not a bad tool. I'm having Michael Potter now asking during the representation agreement phase a copy of their driver's license, so we have their address and their name, so we can do a forewarn on them. If you're meeting someone, you got a weird feeling about it, bring someone with you. Don't meet someone after dark or at a strange place. We have got a segment that we're going to go over about realtor safety as part of our new home construction course on Friday. Under normal circumstances, you're going to meet them in the driveway, greet them, and exchange your names. And in this moment, you have formalities. The moment you're standing in front of them in the driveway, you have regulatory formalities, duties to perform. What are they? Met him in the driveway, don't know this person, you've got duties. What are they? Christina.
At a minimum, our IABS, and then if we're just meeting in them, then we have to talk about the rep agreement and get that signed before we can walk into the house.
Okay, so our first duty is to present and explain the IABS, like Christina said. Handing them the IABS is not good enough. The Texas Real Estate Commission says that we have to explain agency. It doesn't actually say that we have to technically give them the form, even though we do, but we have to explain the form. The bigger part of the duty isn't giving them the form. The bigger part of the duty is explaining to them agency and how agency works and what our role is in the process. So explaining the information about brokerage services is the first one. Christina then said, if the rep agreement. The rep agreement, in my mind, is the third duty. The second duty is disclose if we represent the seller. We have a duty per trek to give them the information about brokerage services and let them know in the transaction if we represent anyone. So if we're showing up to our own listing, our own Realty Texas listing, we have a duty to say it to the buyer. And Realty Texas represents this particular seller. So my firm represents the seller. However you want to say it, but you have to say it. You have to tell them. And then there's also a form that you can give them, representation disclosure, letting them know that you represent the seller, even if you're not the point person that was appointed by the broker to provide services for that seller. Now, going back to this whole independent contractor agreement, because it really tells the story correctly about the relationship between the broker, the agent, and the consumer. So, as a sponsored agent at Realty Texas, the listing agreement is in the name of the broker. When you go out and meet a seller and you bind the broker to that seller through the agreement, then the independent contractor agreement says that the broker together with the agent will appoint you to represent that prospect as long as you have the competency to do it. And if you don't, you'll hire a mentor, right? So you get a listing agreement signed, you're automatically appointed by the broker as the point person for that seller. Now that means that you're the main point person, but it also means that anybody at the company also owes that seller the same level of duties, which is the old car duties. So if you are standing in front of the property and another agent, Kim Dale, East another agent in the firm is represent as the point person by the broker for that seller, it's not somebody else is the listing agent of my firm. It's my firm represents the seller. That you need to tell them that. And then it becomes important to remember the regulatory duties, which you're going to hear about tomorrow at our business meeting. The requirement we have now as a TREC requirement that we enter into an agreement before we take the buyer into the property. So there's three things. There is agreements, and there is representation, and there is compensation. If you look at it in these three different ways, it helps alleviate some of the confusion. There are multiple different types of agreements. We may or may not represent them, and compensation is a completely different topic. So these are three unrelated topics that all tell the story of what's happening to you in this moment when you're having a conversation with them. So there's two types of agreements. What are the two types of agreements that TREC allows us to sign in the driveway? Christina.
A showing agreement or a rep agreement.
Okay. And what is the showing agreement? What does that say? What is that's the spirit of that?
That we, I have to go back and look at it, but basically we don't represent them as a buyer, but we have I don't want to say because I'm going to butcher it. Sorry.
Yep. Though we do not represent them in any way. There's absolutely no representation agreement, none at all. We cannot give them advice. If they ask us a question, we cannot answer that question. We do not represent them in any way. We just have an agreement to open the door for them. And if your goal is to create a relationship with these people and move on from that relationship in a productive way, signing a showing agreement to get them inside is not going to go well because the type of relationship you're not going to build trust. It's better to sign a rep agreement specifically for that property. But if they don't want a rep agreement at all, can we show the property? We can if it's our listing. So we're standing in front of the listing. So in that moment, we don't need a rep agreement to show this property. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to have a conversation with them about representation, give them the IABS, let them know that we represent the seller, and then we need to have a conversation about representation. We can't show them any other home except our listings. We can show them all of our listings without getting into a representation agreement, but they may or may not want to sign anything, but we still have to show them the property. Melinda.
So I've been having people that when I do that sign an unrepresented form, I printed it out because it's a new one. Do I not need to do that if I represent the seller?
That's correct.
Okay, didn't know that.
If the firm represents the seller, we do not need to enter into an agreement to show them the property because we already have an agreement with the seller. It is understood that we don't represent the buyer, that we represent the seller, and that we're showing an unrepresented buyer the property. So if you open the door for this particular prospect that's standing in the driveway and they don't want to sign a representation agreement, we 100% represent the seller. We don't represent the buyer in any way, and no advice can be given that would infringe upon the requirements that we have under the law to protect and promote our client's best interest. We have to be honest, all those things, but it's critical that we don't abdicate our fiduciary duty, and we have investigators out right now in the fields that are making appointments and they're seeing who is getting this right and who is not getting it right. I'm blanking on your name and and your Zoom says Zoom user and that's not helping me.
Donna.
Donna, thank you.
Change your name for
I'm doing it now. I just drew a blank. All right, Donna.
I cannot make it stay for the life of me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Anyway, I have a question, and I'm not sure exactly how. I just want everybody's feedback on how you would handle this. Okay, we're at the door. We know that we represent the seller. The buyer comes in, and it's an occupied house. And
Are we showing the property or is this an open house?
we're showing the property.
Okay.
What, I'm always very, I always tell listings folks, hide all your valuables, your medication, your jewelry, anything you don't want broken, go ahead and pack it away. Those types of things so that people can walk through on an unobstructed view of the property. Sometimes do, sometimes they don't. So say you've got a couple of people there. How do you, and you don't know anything about these people, how do y'all handle this?
I mean, we have best practices, and if you are, I'm gonna tell you two stories about something that's happened to me. One, I was in an open house and found a kid sleeping upstairs. Uh, and second, I was showing properties in two different scenarios. One early in my career, there was a kid eating an it was I always say it was an apple, but it wasn't. It was actually an orange. And the other one, the kid had a Sprite. And it was both times it was me that asked, where did that come from? And everyone just paused for a moment and we realized where it had come from. So one thing that I've gotten really good at is watching the kids.
Well, I'm going to.
Because oftentimes, at least I'm going to mute Ormsby. Sometimes we have a scenario where you've got a group of people and they go in and they all scatter. And so there is a right way to do this. When I invite everyone in, I walk inside, I read the MLS sheet, and then I show them the home and I take them through as a group. And I try to keep everyone together. And don't be afraid to say we all need to stay together now. All right, so and then I walk in, I always say the year built, the square footage, and then number of beds and baths and the price. So this home is 1,740 square foot, but 1968. It's a three-bedroom, two-bath, listed at 655. And then I walk them through the property. And if they start scattering, I let them know we all have to stay together. And it's okay for them to stay together. But often what happens is maybe husband goes to the garage, wife goes to the kitchen, everyone's going in different directions. And if it is an occupied home and you do not have a representation agreement with these people, then you keep them together.
Okay. I have a please no food or drink that I post at the door, and that kind of eliminates that sometimes. And they're welcome to leave it at the door.
Yep, completely up to the owner and how they want to handle that too. Also, emergency bathroom breaks. We should not be allowing someone to use the owner's bathroom at all. Sometimes, oh, we need to use the restroom. I'm sorry, I cannot authorize that. This is someone's home, and no one can use their facilities. We're looking at the home. I absolutely cannot authorize that. If this is an emergency, we can take a stop at a gas station or a restaurant somewhere, or I can call the listing agent and get their permission. But we do not have the authority to let someone use the seller's bathroom. Never, not once. So if you're the listing agent and you're doing an open house, you might ask them the question, well, what happens if we have someone who absolutely needs to use the bathroom? Is that going to be okay? And so that at least you have that question pre-authorized. So I was doing an open house. It was probably about 2008. A couple came in. It was vacant, but it was lightly staged. And so they went upstairs, and husband and wife both showed up in different cars. Husband thought wife had the infant, and wife thought the husband had the infant, and they both drove away. And I went upstairs to turn off all the lights, and probably 4-year-old, probably asleep in the bed upstairs, all by himself. And I was like, "Where did you come from?" And so I looked out the window. I'm like, "How is this possible?" Lisa Ormsby's favorite line. So I called Round Rock Police Department, and then the police department arrived, and not less than 2 minutes later, both two cars come barreling down the street and landed in the driveway and come upstairs, and they both had realized what had happened after the fact. So, weird things happen sometimes like that. Another situation I had a husband that wanted to pull down the garage door and go up into the attic during a showing. And I told him, I'm sorry, we can't do that. The only people that can go up there is an inspector. And if there's decking and there's a issue with a major mechanical and you have an inspector, you can go stand on the decking. But if there's no decking, you can't go up there. And I don't even let him pull down the ladder. In any event, I'm having that conversation with him, and the kid opened the refrigerator and grabbed a Sprite, and no one saw him do it. And I had another situation where a kid grabbed an orange. So in both situations, I thought it was theirs, but they didn't open it until they got in the car. I brought back that particular seller a 6-pack of Sprite, and then I bought him a bag of oranges. This happened twice. And talking about thousands of showings where, I've got my eye on everything, watching the kids, watching the parents, keeping everyone randled, and all of that. 3 things slipped by me, and those are the 3 things that slipped by me. So we have to be very cognizant, especially when you have, oh, can my in-laws come? So now you've got kids, in-laws, and the buyers coming in. You've got multiple cars, and it gets very difficult in showing. And in owner-occupied properties, when you have 5 or 6 people that are coming to see the property, when you have a signed representation agreement with them, you know who they are, you have a copy of their driver's license, then things are gonna, they're gonna be able to see the home in a little bit more relaxed way where people are going in different directions. But if we're doing an open house or we're showing a property to someone who we met in the driveway and we're showing it to them and we have no information on them, they have to stay together. We have to keep the groups together. You don't know if this is a crazy ex. You don't know if it's some jealous person or a stalker. You don't know. And so we have to keep them together. So you have to know kind of in that scenario with representation agreement and who these people are of how formal you're going to have to be during that showing. So if we are the listing agent, they do not have to sign an agreement, even though we're going to talk to them about an agreement. And if they don't want to sign one, we're still going to show the property, but we're going to be very formal in how we show that property. If it's another broker's listing, we cannot open the door without one of the two agreements, either a showing agreement, which means we do not represent them, we cannot answer any questions, or we get a representation agreement signed. If they don't want to sign a representation agreement for an extended period of time, you can limit it to a day or you can limit it to that particular property. That way, when you're inside the property, you can offer them advice. If they want to see something else, you can show it to them. And you're trying to build that relationship with them to build the trust for them to hire you. Eden.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about the ID. So the way you take it is taking the ID snapshot? Or
Yep. At the point where they're signing a representation agreement, snapping a copy of their identification and putting it in the rooms. We're making that requirement now. After speaking with our attorney, we need to have an ID with these people along with their representation agreement, and we need their address of where they are. So we need to ask them, is the address on your driver's license the correct address for you?
yeah, so that's exactly the next thing that I wanted to say. Some people are coming and relocating, so they have address of California, but they're actually here in Austin. They didn't yet get the current address, so you know they may tell you the wrong address, and some of them can just say like, "No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you my ID." You know, what do you do then?
Well, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to play that one all the way through. We have a regulatory requirement where we don't know you and we're letting you into a seller's property. We need to have identification of who you are. So if something happens, they can track it down.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, you can't even look in an apartment without showing your ID. So, I mean, it
In
seems like that.
in the apartment, absolutely you cannot. They will not show unless you have the ID. But when they
That's right.
come into a
And
house,
if
yeah.
and if you're at a new home builder and you're not wearing your name badge, the on-site is going to ask you for your identification for them, and then they give you a key as well. So, these people are not unaccustomed to having people ask for their ID. So it's not like, and most people have rented a home at some point. So I would say that, you're not going to get 99% of the time, you're not going to get any pushback at all. And more importantly, when you do have their information, you forewarn them and you have all of that. At some point, when the buyer representation agreement signed, you have their address, and you're also going to be speaking with the lender, and the lender is going to have their address as well.
So with previous clients that you've worked with and now you're showing them again, because this is like, well, maybe the second or third time, again, you're going to ask them for the ID, like, even you have it. It's like, oh, well, I mean, kind of like sometimes you do have it and you kept it. Sometimes you didn't keep it. So
Yeah, it's a good idea to ask them for it. Hey, send me a text message or your ID so I have it on file because I don't have your ID on file. The
okay.
lender is going to ask them for a copy of their ID off the cuff. So, they are going to understand that they're in the process of purchasing a home and they don't get to buy a home with anonymity. They're going to have to let people know who they are, and someone is going to have to represent these people. And I think if more agents were asking them for their identification and representation agreement, more people are going to be starting with the representation boot camp, which is going to meet an agent and hiring them for the job before they get into the showing process. So I think that now that Chuck has made this a formal process of showing homes, that we're going to create a culture moving forward about that very thing, and we're going to have more people hiring their agent before. Sarah.
Okay, I'm having a laptop problem. So I'm on my tablet, if you can hear me. There's an app that is called Safe Showings. I don't know if you heard about that. It keeps real estate agents safe during showing homes. It's an app, and I think the charge is like $5 a month or something like that. I don't know if you heard about it or not.
There is an app that CTX MLS had the Board of Governors review, and it was something to do with that. It was either them or a competitor. I don't remember the exact name of it, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, there are. But when we get into our Fridays class, we're going to drill into realtor safety a little bit more as its own thing. But asking for a driver's license along with the representation agreement and uploading that driver's license into the room is part of the process now. So, okay. Realtor.com, Zillow, Homes.com, they have done extensive research and analysis on this. That when a real estate agent tries to convert a buyer over the phone, it ends up with less than 1% conversion rate. That means out of 100 people that you've spoken with, you're going to convert one of those. It's very, very, very low. You spend money and time and energy generating leads. And so when you're working outside of your database, I mean, obviously when you're working on your database, your sphere, the people who already know, love, and trust you, and vice versa, that this is a completely different situation than dealing with online leads. You get a listing, you get a showing request from an online person from Zillow, you've never met them before, and they want to see the property. Trying to convert them over the phone when they call in to set the appointment has less than 1% conversion rate. A 4% conversion rate happens when you meet them at the property, which means out of every 100, 4 of them result in a transaction, which is the gold standard is 6 out of 100, and that's very difficult to reach. And that's someone who is responding to leads quickly, on their game, has the right scripts, and methodically working with this, with an understanding that the phone call is my opportunity to easily set the appointment and make the consumer understand that it's easy to work with us. Very easy to set the appointment. Then meet them at the appointment, have the right conversation with them in the driveway, and then show them the property. And scripts here really matter, and how you explain this to the consumers really matter. So, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, we had some regulatory changes back in 2022 with our realtor organization, and beginning January 1st, 2026, buyers must enter into an agreement with an agent before touring a property. Would you bear with me to go through some regulatory requirements? And in the video that I'm going to show you coming up, we use that word exactly, that script. Please bear with us as we get through these regulatory requirements, and we talk them through the information brokerage services. All agents are now doing the same thing. So if this buyer hasn't been in the market for a couple years and you're the first agent that they come along with and see, then they're gonna maybe think that you're doing something differently, but you explain to them that the rules around us have changed, and now they go someone else to open up a door. They're gonna start realizing, oh, I have to do this every single time. This is a hassle. I'd rather meet a real estate agent, hire them, and then that person take me around, and we have to do this dance every time we get into a driveway. So the 4% conversion rate is going to require that you set the appointment, meet them, have a good, wholesome conversation about the information about brokerage services, tell them who you represent, and get really good about talking about the showing agreement and the buyer representation agreement. And conversion happens when you meet them at the first time. 90% of there was a study that NAR did about 2019, 2020. It was just right before COVID. And it said that most consumers, after they've set an appointment with a real estate agent, are telling people that they're going to meet their agent at a property when asked. So, in their mind, whoever is opening the door, they're kind of got a blind spot for their agent. They've got an idea of the house, but a blind spot for the agent. So they just need the agent there. It doesn't really matter who in that moment because they're not focusing even 1% of their brain power on who it is that's going to be their agent. They're focused on, the home search, and the agent just kind of inserts themselves into that process through them finding a home, and now boom, there's an agent. So two things we learned from that. One, that we should assume that they're going to hire us because they need an agent and they don't have one yet. Because if they had an agent, why isn't the agent there? And if they tell me they do have an agent, I always ask them their name. Oh, who's their name? Okay, I need their phone number because I need to get authorization from them to allow me to help you and open the store. I always go exactly that route. And sometimes like, okay, well, we don't have an agent. Got it. No, it's okay. I understand. You don't want to hire an agent. This is how that's working now. January 1st, 2026, we have new regulatory requirement that says you have to enter an agreement with me. Or you have to sign an agreement in order for me to open the door. There's two types of agreements. There's a showing agreement and there's a rep agreement. Showing agreement says I can't even answer the basic of questions. This rep agreement says that I can put it for a day or for this property, but then I can answer questions that you may have. And most people are going to gravitate to well, I'm going to have questions. So some agents are going to say, I'm not doing the showing thing. I'm only doing representation. So then they don't give them the option of the showing, and you don't have to. There's no regulatory requirement that says that you have to offer them to open the door using the showing form. You could say we have to enter an agreement to show in the door. This is the one that I use, and if you have an issue, I'd like to be your agent. You're going to hire someone at some point, and so I'd like to be that agent that you guys work with. But if you want to limit it to a day or this property, we can do that as well. And then they'll tell you exactly what they want to do, and then build a relationship on there. Explaining the IABS and the buyer rep clearly, confidently, and positively, that's going to be the mark of a good salesman moving into this new world that we're in right now. So again, here we are with agreements. An agreement is required prior to opening the door, 100%. So we've got this idea of three things: agreement, representation, and compensation, and how those three things are completely unrelated topics. And when we uncommingle compensation, representation, and agreements, things start becoming more clear. Eric.
Yeah, Jack. So I was looking on the previous slide as far as the conversion and stuff, and I mean, I think that that's where a big part of my not converting was trying to do it over the phone. So I see that, doing it in person is great. And your pro tip about meeting at a coffee shop. But with this new requirement, let's just say we meet up at a coffee shop, and I'm doing this for buyers and I'm explaining everything. I think that that kind of takes the elevated kind of anxiety out of it if you're at a coffee shop. So I love that tip. But if they're like, well, I just want to do a showing for one property, but I was going to show multiple properties, we kind of plan that. How does that work out? Do we have to have that signed for multiple addresses, or is it good for the day?
It's not good for the day. So Texas Real Estate Commission said, no, actually not Trek. Lori Levy, the General Counsel of Texas Realtors, in our instructor training, said you need to be teaching them that if they're going to show multiple properties that day, that they have to get a multiple set, one showing agreement signed per property. Representation agreement is good for as long as that agreement is valid, unless you hard coded it to that property. So if you hard coded it to that property, and then you go to the next property, you're going to have to get another representation agreement signed in order for you to enter that property because you don't have one. So better just to make it for that day, show them the three properties, and you're good. But if they didn't sign a rep agreement and they signed a showing agreement, you're right. They have to sign a showing agreement per property address. Yep, good question. Amanda.
Is there a polite way to say I don't work for free in that scenario? Because my only issue is signing a showing agreement, and I understand if it's your listing, but if it's not your listing, then aren't you just working for free? I don't know why I would ever not just get a buyer's rep, but do you have
I
advice
agree.
on
Yeah.
how to say that in a way that doesn't make you sound
Ruth?
Yeah, I think the very best way to go about it is say at some point you're going to need a real estate agent, and I'd really like to be the one that's hired for the job. And just leave it at that. You're going to need a real estate agent, and I'd really like to be the one that you hire. And just keep it that way. And if they say, "Well, I don't want to sign an agreement," then you say, I am so sorry, but I'm not authorized by the Texas Real Estate Commission to open this door for you without an agreement signed. That is the law, and my license is on the line."
Thank you.
So on the agreements side of things, we have two agreements. We have the representation agreement and a showing agreement. The representation agreement means that we're binding a fiduciary agreement with the client. It's full service, not anything other than full service. Now, the showing agreement, it is a buyer non-rep agreement. You're agreeing that you don't represent them. There's no agreement for compensation. There's no agreement for anything, and you can't answer even any question that would be an advice question. If they ask what's the price or something that's on the MLS listing, you can point to the MLS listing and you can verify the square footage. Well, the listing agent has the square footage on this here as 1440. You can answer those questions if it's on the MLS agreement, on the MLS sheet, client one page. If it's on the client one page, you can't answer that question. Indu. I can't hear you, Indu. And you're not on mute, so it looks like maybe you have the wrong microphone. There's a bar at the bottom that says audio and video. If you drop down the little down arrow on the audio, pick the one that says um, same as system. And then do mic check. Okay, put your question in the chat and I will answer it from there. All right, so three topics. We're going to talk about agreements, representation, compensation. Agreements, one of the two. We don't represent them or we do. And then when it comes to representation, then this is where they've signed the buyer representation agreement and now a fiduciary duty that you bound them to the broker and now we owe them duties, a new set of duties based on the rep agreement. And then compensation is what was agreed to in the representation agreement, and the compensation becomes due and payable once they have entered into an agreement to purchase a home. And they close on that home or they breach the agreement. If they breach the buyer rep agreement, then technically they owe monies. The legislative changes that took effect January 1, elimination of subagency. The agreement must have an effective date. So if your buyer representation agreement doesn't have an effective date, it's not a valid agreement. And it also has to have a definitive begin date and a definitive end date. So, and you have to be in between those two dates. What is that very usual question they ask, which sounds very innocent, innocuous, but it is a question you can. Are you currently under a representation agreement with someone else? Is that what you're asking? Indu? Yes, when you are having a conversation with them, are you already bound by an agreement is the question that we ask. Because if you're already bound to an agreement, then I cannot enter into a new agreement with you. Who is your agent? I need to contact your agent. I need to have a conversation with them. Melissa.
So, I have a quick question about the representation agreement. So I have somebody that signed a representation agreement and it's going to be up on the 28th, but we're about to make an offer on a house now. So do I need to, because it takes a while to close and everything, does he have to sign another one or is that one still good for that?
Yeah. So it's a good, was it a one page or was it the longer
one
form?
page. It was
The
one page.
All right. So my recommendation is that you convert the one page to the full agreement and extend the date. Now, I'm going to tell you what Trek says about, no, I'm not going to tell you what Trek says. I'm going to tell you what Texas law says about agreements. If the agreement was was valid at the point the contract was signed, that agreement extends to the end of that contract period, even if that contract gets extended multiple times. Just like the same is true for your independent contractor agreement. If the independent contractor agreement was valid at the time the contract they were bound to the agreement, then the agent still is under some policy to be paid. So that's why we cover that in our policy exactly, and all brokerages do. So when the transaction is put together at the time when the representation agreement was valid, then that representation agreement will be valid for the entire term. So it's not that it has to be valid all the way through. It had to be valid at the point they entered into an agreement, you see. And then that agreement stays. Now, if they go and decide to terminate that property and it's no longer active and they want to move over to a different property and the representation agreement is no longer valid, you can't enter into a new agreement with them until you have extended the rep agreement.
Okay.
Because
Thank
the
you.
rep agreement very clearly says in the new IABS language says that submitting an offer on behalf of a buyer is brokerage services. So you can't submit an offer just like you can't show a property without a representation agreement signed. Good questions. So License Act 111562, a broker may show real property available for sale or lease to a party without representing the party if the broker has not agreed verbally or in writing to represent the party. The broker is not otherwise acting as the party's agent at the time of the showing. You can't say, I'll be your agent, great, not sign an agreement. That doesn't work. The broker does not provide the party with opinions or advice regarding the property or real estate transactions generally. The broker does not perform any other real estate brokerage services for the party. And then B says, before the showing, real property under the section we just read, the broker must, in these two things, if the broker represents the property owner, disclose that representation to the party as required. If the broker does not represent the property owner, provide the party with the written notice required by Section 1101B1, which is the IABS. And then it says, notwithstanding subsections A, 3, and 4, the broker may confirm factual information regarding the size, the price, the terms of the property available for sale. And then it goes on to C, to subsection C, which is here. Subsection C is here. The written agreement required under subsection B must state the services the license holder will provide. So this is your rep agreement. The termination date, whether the agreement is exclusive, and as applicable that the license holder represents the prospective buyer as a buyer's agent or they do not represent them. So this is what has fallen into the law regarding all of this. We've got a couple new regulatory requirements here. And then subsection A of the new 563 says agreements required. And it's for a single family home, a duplex, a triplex, a quadplex, or a condo unit. License holder who performs any active real estate brokerage for a prospective buyer of residential real property must enter into a written agreement. And then it talks about what those agreements can look like. And it says, the license holder enters into a written agreement with the prospective buyer solely for the purpose of showing property under subsection. The license holder must enter in a separate agreement if the buyer then wants brokerage services. So we can sign a showing only a form, show the property, and then later they want to hire us. We would have to sign the representation agreement separately. So this 1101.652 that I read you a little bit earlier, which is grounds for suspension or revocation of a license, where I read the subsection that says if we interfere with a contractual agreement, the same exists now. They've added a new 34th item, which is grounds for suspension or revocation of a license. Item number 34 says that if you fail to enter into a written agreement with the prospective buyer before you show the property, it's grounds for license revocation. So very serious teeth here. Your license is on the line if you open the door for them in any way. So this is what the unrepresented customer showing form looks like. It's from Texas Realtors. This is not a TREC form. TREC does not enter into any type of representation agreements. They don't promulgate listing agreements or buyer rep agreements. Your state association does, and so do brokers. So this is the unrepresented customer showing form. It says Texas Occupations Code, a broker must enter into a written agreement with a prospective buyer before showing residential real property. This form is only to be used when a broker does not represent the prospective buyer or seller, and the only active real estate brokerage being performed is showing real property. You'll see up here that there is a street address, which is why it's bound to a very specific property. Broker will, at broker's reasonable discretion, provide customer with access to the real property described above according to the following. Number one, no representation. Broker does not represent customer as customer's real estate agent. Customer does not currently have a representation agreement with another broker. So people always ask me, well, when do you ask these questions? And then I tell them, well, it's real time, because when you read the form to them, it explains everything real time. And they'll say, oh, actually, I have an agent already. Got it. I am not, who's your agent? What's their phone number? I need to give them a call. And the thing is, and sometimes they'll say, oh, okay, well, I don't really have an agent. I get it. I understand. You don't want to be bound to an agreement, but this is the new world we're in, and explain to them where we are now in 2026. If they really do have a real estate agent, then you cannot open the door for them. You just cannot. You cannot. This agreement says customer does not currently have a representation agreement with another broker. You cannot open the door for them. So this Broker Underground Facebook group, can someone please open the door for my client? No, we can't. Only someone at that firm can, because that firm represents the buyer, because everyone in that firm has a representation agreement with that broker. So anyone in that brokerage can then go and open a door for them, but not outside the brokerage. Your license depends on it. No compensation. Broker will not charge customer any fee for showing property under this agreement. So it is a no compensation agreement as well. No advice or opinions. Broker will not provide customer with any advice or opinions regarding real property or real estate transactions. However, broker may confirm property details such as the size, the price, or other terms concerning the property that is written on the MLS sheet. No other brokerage services. Broker will not provide customer with any other brokerage services under this agreement other than providing access to the property. Broker and customer may agree to additional services and compensation for such services in a separate written agreement, which would be the representation agreement. The term, this agreement is non-exclusive and automatically terminates at the conclusion of the showing of the property described above, and in no event shall later than 14 days. So again, it says it automatically terminates after you've shown the property, and that confuses people. They say, well, wait a minute, I don't understand. Why does it say 14 days? Because 2 weeks later, they call you back and want to see the same property again. And you meet them back over there again. So you already have this showing agreement for that particular property. Do you have to enter into a new one? After 14 days, yes. But if they want to go back and see the same property again, you have this agreement, and it's okay to show them again because it's the same property. So it gets extended. And then limitations of liability. Neither broker or any other broker or their associates is responsible for liable for person's personal injuries or for any loss or damage to any person's property that is not caused by the broker. Customer will hold broker, any other broker, and their associates harmless from any such injuries and losses. I am already hearing that 2 large brokerages are discussing not allowing agents to show the property if they don't have a representation agreement. And so I know CTX MLS right now is having a conversation with their board of governors, speaking on whether or not they're going to change showing service to see, do you have a representation agreement, and force representation agreement for showings and not the showing agreement, because we don't have subagency anymore. And subagency used to say that if the client, the prospect standing in the driveway that this agent just met, if they're not bound to an agreement and that agent shows the property, they're a subagent of the seller. And that subagency then allowed the listing, brokers, E&O, and liability insurance to cover the scenario of that consumer walking in the property. But we don't have that anymore. And so the question now becomes, if that tenant does something to destroy that property, or that not tenant, but that prospective prospect, who's liable? And the question is, nobody knows right now because that's going to have to come, something is going to have to happen. It's going to have to go to court and they're going to have to create case precedents on there. And there's a lot of brokers saying that they don't want to be the one that has to, be fighting their way through court with their E&O insurance saying that, no, we're not going to cover you guys. So this is a lot of liability coming. There's a lot of unknowns here. We're 19 days into this, and so we've already seen, some bumps in the road. Janice.
Hey, so there's a Shoami app, and agents request other agents to show properties for them.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Not in Texas, not anymore. It is another broker. If you work for broker A and broker B has a representation agreement with the client, broker A cannot show the client the property because they can't do anything that would interfere with the representation agreement of broker A unless the brokers sign an agreement. And there is no such agreement in place right now. There is not even an agreement to be signed. So it's just not possible right now. And again, we're going to see a lot of lawsuits coming regarding all of this in the coming year. But Trek and Texas Realtors, who I'm very connected to, are both saying that, and it's why Texas Realtors made it a point to add into this agreement that I can't even open the door for you. If you don't want to sign a representation agreement with me, the only form that you have to get these people in the door is this one, and it says broker does not represent the customer, and then it says broker will not charge a fee, and it says customer does not currently have a rep agreement with another broker. And if that is true, they cannot sign this agreement and move forward. So fundamentally, real estate has changed. Here are our two options for the representation agreement. There's actually a third, but this is the short forms, the one page. You're probably familiar with the buyer tenant rep agreement that we have in our app, which will allow you to sign a rep agreement from the property, from the street using our app. You're going to go through together today. I'm going to put you in groups of two, and you're going to all create a bunch of unnecessary rooms in your room system because you're going to use the app. And we're going to have Gavin come in. He's going to walk you through it. Then I'm going to put you in groups, and everyone is going to do it at least once. So you can see how easy it is to do. All you need is their name, their phone number, and their email address to create the 3-second buyer rep agreement. If you don't have the papers with you in your car, you can do it from the app. But just because you're doing it from the app does not mean that you can't take them through, that abdicates the responsibility to walk them through and explain the IABS and explain the representation agreement. You still have to do it. So hopefully you have it on your iPad, and on your iPad you can walk them through explaining the form that they're about to sign. And there's a video. So maybe on the way to the showing, you can send them this form because there's a video that I created that's less than 4 minutes long that goes along with the rep agreement so that they can read it and they understand now. It's a notice to all the consumers out there that they have to enter into an agreement because of the regulatory changes. And that's in your app. You can send it to the consumer. And so instead of you explaining it to them, they can watch the video and I'm explaining it to them as the broker. So that's there. And we're going to watch that video today as well. Okay, so I owe you a break. I'm cognizant of that. It's 11:09. Let's break for our second break and come back at 11:19. And then we're going to get through some more of this and jump into your first video before lunch. I'll see you back at 11:19.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that they'd out here where we need you? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is 11:23. You got 4 extra minutes on your break. So here are the two one-page representation agreements. We have 3 representation agreements in our arsenal of rep agreements. We have the Realty Texas one-page buyer rep that comes through the app. We have the Texas Realtors one page, and we have the long form agreement. Texas Realtors has 2 buyer tenant rep agreements, the short form, which is a one pager, or the long form. And I recommend that if you do the short form, that you sign the long form rep agreement at the time that they find a property that they're interested in. It's not necessary, but we may, in conversations with our E&O provider and our attorney, we may be asking for the long form at the point where they actually go under contract on a property and leave the short form behind, because there's some things missing in the short form that we likely are going to want to have in place um, in case the client breaches that agreement to protect our agents. Christina.
Thank you, Jack. So if we switch to the long form at the point of contract, what start date do we put on that long form? That date? It doesn't
The
matter. That
original,
doesn't.
the original, it's gonna be the exact same form that is going. Just think about it as converting the one page to the 4 page, so it's going to contain the same information as the previous one, just expanded.
So it basically replaces it.
It replaces it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, so here is the new information about brokerage services, our new IABS. It has type of real estate license holder, broker minimum duties, written agreements are required. We're going to go through this step by step so that you guys have a better read on this, at least a reminder, because you've probably been to multiple of my bulletproof contracts classes where we've already gone through this. I'm going to put you into groups, and I want you guys to, in your group, explain the information about brokerage services. So first, when you're going through the agreement, I'm just going to do it with you here. Hello, Mr. Buyer. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to provide this notice to you and walk you through it. Bear with me as I walk through the form. There are 2 types of licensees in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. A sales agent works for a broker. The 4 things that a broker has is what their minimum duties, things they have to provide you with, is they have to put you first, even ahead of their own duties. That's a fiduciary duty. Inform the client of any material information they've learned about the property, and answer your questions and submit offers and counteroffers to you as soon as reasonably possible. And then, although we are having a fiduciary duty with you, we're still bound to treat everyone else honestly and fairly. Those are the 4 minimum duties that you need to have broken down into a script, and I've given you one that you can practice with. The second one is that written agreements are required in Texas if we're showing another broker's listing. And I explain this to them, and that a written agreement is required and in order for us to open the door. And then I take them directly into the same conversation we had before, missing the sub-agency portion of it. An agent can either represent the buyer or the seller, or they can be represented in the same firm, and the firm represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. So if the buyer, let's start with the seller. If the seller, the seller's agent is the listing agent, by the seller signing a listing agreement with the broker, the buyer signs a buyer representation agreement with the broker, and those brokers owe those clients those minimum duties above. If the same broker is representing both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, we call that intermediary, and one agent will be appointed to each person to look out for their best interest throughout the transactions. Now we have this last one. A license holder can show a property to a buyer tenant without representing the buyer if. So representation is this thing that I want you guys to separate, because this is where you get confused. An agreement. So we've got agreements we have representation, and then over here we have compensation. And so here they're using this same language, agreement, and then representation. So they've separated these two. First, it says an agreement has to be signed, and then down below it says you can show them without representation. Representation meaning that you did a buyer rep agreement. So there's two type of agreements that we can open the door for: a showing agreement or a buyer representation agreement. So it says here on the information about brokerage services that the broker has not agreed with the buyer tenant either orally in writing to represent them. The broker is not otherwise acting as the buyer tenant agent at the time of the showing. The broker does not provide the buyer tenant opinions or advice regarding the property or real estate transactions generally. And the broker does not perform any active real estate brokerage for the buyer tenant. That is the showing report. And then, before showing residential property to an unrepresented prospective buyer, a license holder must enter into a written agreement that contains the information required by the Texas Occupations Code. I suspect that we're going to see a revision of this that's simplified in its language coming in March based on a broker-lawyer agreement meeting that we just saw this last week. Or last week when you were in Mega, the broker lawyer committee met about this twice. And they're going to soften this language a little bit. But now I went ahead and I've put it like this. There are two types of license holders. There are brokers and sales agents. The minimum services is to put the client interests above all else, including the broker. Disclose to the client material information about the property and the transaction. Answer questions or present offers as soon as reasonably possible. Treat all parties honestly and fairly. Agreements required. An agreement is required to represent a buyer. Broker role in a transaction: represent the seller. Through a signed listing agreement, represent a buyer. Through a signed buyer rep agreement or intermediary relationship where agents of the same firm will represent each side. Touring a home. An agreement is required to tour a property. It can be a signed buyer rep agreement or a signed non-rep touring agreement. And then the bottom is the contact information, my information, the firm's information, and my immediate supervisor's information. This information regulatorily is required for you to explain to the buyer. And all you have to do is use the form itself as cues. You can highlight these sections if you want, but you take them through it. And just because there's an option out there doesn't mean that you have to provide that option. Like Amanda said, well, what happens if I don't work for free? Well, we're not supposed to. That's never been a thing. But we do work on contingency. And if we're going to work on contingency, then we need to first be under an agreement, because I think the amount of liability that a real estate agent has for signing a touring agreement is probably more liability than they've probably ever had before. Because just hear me on this. You cannot treat a buyer or show a buyer a property without a buyer representation agreement. So you can't treat them like a client. If you show a property and they ask you questions and you answer those questions, you have effectively toured the property without an agreement, because you didn't have a buyer rep agreement signed and you treated them like a buyer. And so now you have this regulatory requirement where you didn't get a buyer representation agreement signed. You signed a touring agreement, but you breached the touring agreement. When the touring agreement is breached, you didn't have an agreement at all, and now you're touring a property without an agreement, and your license is on the line. Does everyone understand that? So then the question is what questions can I answer for them? And the answer is only in pieces of information that's found on the MLS sheet that you can point to and that they can read with their own eyes. Here is the scripts that I want you guys to use verbatim. I'm going to put you into groups of 2. And is that what I did here? Did I do 4? Groups of 4. Yeah, I'm going to put you in groups of 4. And then I want everyone to act as the agent once and everyone to act as the prospect once. And this is all of these 6 scripts in line go through the IABS, and they're all from the uh, agent perspective. So the buyer side isn't really going to have a script or role to play, but they've got to talk to someone here. So someone be the buyer, hi, my name is Jack Stapleton. It's really good to meet you. Excited to show you this property, but before we do, there's a couple of regulatory requirements that I am duty bound to provide you with these documents. The first one is the information about brokerage services. It comes from the Texas Real Estate Commission, and it states, and then take them through this list. All right. You should have your breakout sessions. I am putting you into your groups now. You should have the breakout room link open now. You'll have 12 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Was everyone able to do this at least once, twice, 3 times a lady? All right. So, are you feeling comfortable? Christina. We can't see you anymore, Christina, though. You and
That was
Darko.
what I know. That was what I was going to let you know. Something's going on. Nothing's working. I'm here though.
Okay, understood. So, anybody want to share about their experience?
Well, my buyer said, why didn't you tell me about this agreement before we showed up at the property?
Well, that is a really good question. You asked me to show you the property, and these are the requirements in order for me to show it to you. Simple as that.
Yeah, but I think what Janice is trying to say is like it did happen to me. It's like, why didn't you talk about it while we were on the phone that this is what we have to do before
Well,
we actually
you showed up dressed today, right? You didn't ask me if you needed to wear clothes.
I like it.
Melinda.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm really terrible at this, so it was really good for me to go over it and have to do it. And yeah, I'd like to just email it and not talk about it. So, but now we have to talk about it. So I'm gonna learn it. But it was a great experience to do it. Thanks.
Good. Indu.
Is it okay for us to say, I will certainly be there at the time that you require to see that property, but I will have to let you know that there are some duty-bound documents that I must show you or talk to you before I open that door. Can we do that?
So how badly do you want a 4% conversion rate, Indu?
Big.
Okay, that is the answer to the question.
Okay.
Right? You're going to talk yourself out of being the agent because now they've given a reason. All of a sudden now it's difficult to work with you. They've got all this stuff. They're just be like, you know what? Just no, this is too much. I can't wrap my head around all this. I want to see the property. When you get to the property, when you make an appointment to see a doctor, does the doctor say, I'm sorry, but there's going to be 19 pages that you have to fill out before I'm able to see you? Does the doctor say that before you show up? No. But can you see the doctor without signing the 19 pages? No, you can't. There is literally no difference at all. The expectation is that the consumer should expect that we have their ID and their paperwork signed. Charles.
Yeah, so in our group, Miriam did the presentation, and you can tell she's been doing this a minute because she did a very effective one. And Tara was the client, and she threw a couple of objections her way, and we talked about it afterwards. But much like what Indu is referring to, hey, you didn't, we got to try to, prevent them feeling like they've been bait and switch. So it was agreed that, trying to have this done ahead of time over the phone is best practice.
Absolutely incorrect. Not the best practice. 100% no.
I stand corrected.
Yes. If you want to have a decent conversion rate, they want to see the property. There are things that has to happen in order for you to open the door regulatorily, but they asked you to show them the property. So you're showing up to show them the property. As requirement for you to show the property, they have to enter into an agreement. There is no reason to explain all of this stuff to them. Meet them at the property. They sign the documents, and then you move forward. 99% of people are going to sign whatever they have to sign, and they're not going to hold an objection at all. We're going to show up thinking a lot of objections ahead of time. We're going to show up thinking a whole lot of objections. And when we get there, they don't really say anything. Just like how many buyers, when you presented them with a buyer rep agreement, they just signed it. How many sellers, when you presented a listing agreement, they just signed it. In the back of your head, you showed up to the listing appointment. Oh my gosh, they're going to beat me up about my commission. They're going to beat me up about the price. They're going to beat me up about everything. And then they sign the whole thing, and you're just like, oh my God, they signed it. And it's like you brought all of these objections to their kitchen table that they didn't even have, which is what I call paying a tax on an objection that wasn't even raised, where you spent all that time worrying about it. People just understand that there are things that are need to sign. The idea that you're going to unlock the door just for some person and let them in the house without getting any information with them at all is kind of mind-boggling. So, in today's world, the doctor does not send all of the disclosures to the patient from their home and have them fill it all out and answer all those questions before they get there. They just know. And the doctor, so I'm just going to tell you guys that from a pro tip, from someone who's been doing this for 21 years, when you try to convert them over the phone, and that's what ends up happening is you try to get hired over the phone, it's not going to go well. Set the appointment and then convert them in the real world. That is your interview. You're scheduling an interview. You're not scheduling a showing. In a moment that that light bulb goes on, you're like, oh, I see. I scheduled an interview for myself to be hired. Yes, you did. So go out there and get hired. If they don't want to hire you, then you've just learned a very big, important piece of information. The interview didn't go well and they didn't hire you. But that is what is happening when a buyer calls an agent and asks them to meet him at 123 Main Street. Eric, Isabel, and then Islet.
So, I mean, I'm so glad we're doing this, Jack, because I believe 100% that that's exactly what happened to me my first year was trying to do the conversion over the phone. It sets a very uncomfortable tone because you don't get to read that interaction. I think really what I need to work on, because I understand like what Charlie was saying and what the group is saying is kind of feeling like that bait and switch, but having that mindset of we're a professional and going in there confident. So practicing this like your UVP, knowing the information, kind of having the responses to those similar objections, I think will be key because 100%. I felt the awkwardness. I was ghosted at a couple of appointments because I tried to do that ahead of time, and it just felt weird. And I was trying to figure out like what is going on. Why am I not able to get past this initial step? And I believe it 100%. So this is really, really good information. Definitely something for me to tighten up on my second year.
And let's use the word bait and switch correctly because this is not bait and switch. They asked you to meet them at 123 Main Street and you showed up at 123 Main Street. They have to sign the document to get in. That's not bait and switch. What would be bait and switch is you meet them at 123 Main Street and say, now I'm so sorry that this one is under contract, but I have the one across the street that I'm going to show you instead. That is a bait and switch. Isabel and then Isolette.
Yeah, I just have a comment and a question. So the comment, I wish there was a section in the IABS where it says that the customers are required to let us see their ID and take a copy of it. That way we can explain it with the IABS. But the question I had was, where can we print these forms? Do we print them from our .me?
Which form?
Just the IABS
The
and
IABS?
and the buyer rep and all of that. Because I like to take papers with me. I know you say we can show them in our iPads, but I like paper, and so I
Well,
want
the
to
thing
bring the
is that
form.
what happens is when you're out there and you're going to see this in a moment, is that it's going to create a room. It's going to automatically assign the parties to the room. It's going to let them e-sign it digitally from their phone. And so it's easier for them to e-sign things. But I'm a paper person too. So you can also do it by paper. Get with Miguel. Miguel will walk you through. Technically, Katie is the person to go to. So I'm going to send you the right person. Go to Katie at our help desk. She will show you how to using our form system to print as many blank forms as you want of the IABS filled out as well as the buyer rep agreement. But you're probably going to take the RPR report out there with you as well and hand them that RPR report. So Gavin is 20 now. He just turned 20. He's very much this new generation, no paper. No one likes paper in his generation, and everything is done online. And he is doing a lot of leasing right now. Probably going to show up on our top 40 list as doing a lot of leasing because he likes in the evenings and weekends to be doing leasing. And he's also sold quite a few properties. And he is our number one user for our app. And he goes out there, explains it to him exactly how he's supposed to explain it to him, belly to belly, eye to eye, tells them what they're signing, and then they sign it. And so far, he's not have a single objection. And by the way, neither have I. Okay, Isolette and then Christina.
Okay, so forgive me if I'm old hat or if this is just ingrained for me from a million years ago. But I thought that the information about brokerage services was required at the first face-to-face.
It is.
Okay, so when someone says, "Why didn't you give this to me before?" Maybe something you could say would be something like, "Well, I find that my experience has been my clients seem to be a little more comfortable when I'm explaining to them in person, and it is required at our first face-to-face that I share it with you. That's why I waited till now," or something like that. But okay, I just didn't know because I was like, okay, well,
it's not face-to-face though.
It's not. Okay.
It's not. It's substantive dialogue about a property.
Okay, then that's where I'm old hat. Okay, thanks for correcting me.
Yep. Christina.
Okay, as someone who did a lot of Zillow stuff in the past, but because there was so much of it at the time, I did pre-qualify them for having an agent or not. And I understand it's better not to. That's great. So yes, we run the risk getting there and then they already have someone. But to me, my light bulb moment at this time is that it puts the onus back on the buyer. In other words, if we'll retrain them to understand that they can't just, I don't want to say cheat on their agent, but essentially kind of, if we retrain them that, look, we cannot do this without this agreement. So if we're at that door and they like, I like how you say, "Oh, well, let's call the agent and let's call them," and then they have to either fess up or you get to call that person. While it may be painful for a little while, it's going to retrain the general public, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is going to hold them accountable for the agreements that they've signed.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to hire a broker, and then that broker owes them duties by law. And so now every agent is going to be letting them know, have you already signed one of these? I mean, if they sign multiple buyer rep agreements, the first one that's signed is the one that's valid because everybody who signed it subsequently is void because the agreement says I'm not already a party to one of these.
Mm-hmm. Can I tack on one little question? And if I need to hold it, it's fine. When you tell them, okay, let's call that agent and ask them if it's okay, if they authorize me to show this property to you, that's where I'm a little fuzzy. So if agent A works for Realty Texas and I'm having to call agent B who's at Keller Williams and ask them if I can show their client, I'm a little confused on that one.
Yeah, because I don't know if they're hired by a Realty Texas agent. If there are other agents, Realty Texas agent, you can show it, and if it's not, you can't. So then you can call them, and say, "Hey, I'm here at 123 Main Street. I'm another firm. I'm at another firm's brokerage. I'm not able to show this property to your clients. I need you to come over here and show it to them." It's because they very well can come back and say, "Oh yeah, I'm working with Kim Dale. Got it. All right. Well, let me give Kim Dale a call. She works at her brokerage, and I'd be happy to show you the property."
Okay, so that's a stop though. If they work for someone other, that's where I was confused. Okay, because I'm
And
trying
then
to
I
figure
need
out
to
how
ask
that
him,
would work.
are these guys did they sign a rep agreement with you? Because if not, I cannot open this door. And they have to be honest and tell you, yes or no, I sent it out, but they haven't signed it yet. Or no, I only gave them an IABS. Or no, I sent them an unrep form. I didn't sign a buyer rep agreement because it's very likely that they're confused on what they signed anyway, because who knows what actually happened.
But that's if you're calling that outside agent.
That's if I'm calling the outside agent, I'm going to find out, did you actually sign a rep agreement with them? Because, they called me and asked me to show them this property, and I found out that they have an agent. And as you know, starting January 1st, we have to have a rep agreement with them to be able to show the property. And the unrep agreement says that they're not already a party to one. So you can't sign a rep agreement because they already have one. You can't sign the non-rep form because you can't let them in. So you're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're going to verify before you just drive away if they really do have a rep agreement or not.
Okay, thank you.
And that's going to be 0.0001% of the time. Isolette.
Sorry. So I really had this happen over the weekend, and I'd like your professional opinion on how you would handle if an agent calls you and says, "Will you go show my client your listing?" And they don't come. They don't want to come. So they just want their buyer to come view
Yeah.
your listing. Because personally, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable to do that if the agent's not going to be present. I don't mind being there if the agent's present, but if they just want to send their buyer over for me to open the door, so I want your opinion and direction on that.
Well, remember in California, we used to present our offers directly to the seller at their kitchen table with no agents present. So it's no different. You represent the seller. Your job is to market the seller, just like if you are busy and you call a builder and say, "Hey, I'm sending a buyer over there. I can't come. I need you to do a great job. Sign this, card, guest card," and they sign it, and like, "Okay, I'll take good care of them." Obviously, we want to be there, but sometimes we can't. So when I'm a listing agent and someone wants to send a buyer and show it over to me, I'm 100% happy because I want to sell their property. I owe this duty to the seller, and I'm like, you know what? Fine, send them over. And I'm going to get there. I'm going to give them, that they're already not represented, so you don't need to give them anything because one of the prohibitions on giving the information about brokerage services is if you know that they're already represented by someone else, but you still have an obligation to let them know that you represent the seller. So I would give them the IABS anyway and give them the representation form saying that I represent the seller so there's no confusion here. And then I would show them the property. And now I get to ask them all kinds of questions. And that agent really shouldn't have done that because I'm saying, are you pre-qualified? Because I'm going to learn as much as I can about these people so I can share all that information with my seller. And those are all fair questions. And the agent should have been there to protect his client.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. I owe you lunch. It's 12:02. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay. Welcome back from lunch. I'm not exactly sure how all that happened so quickly.
Went by way too quick.
Way too quickly. It's way too quickly. All right. So what I'm trying to impress upon you guys with the first part of this class today is the importance that we bring to our business the idea of this referral-based business, and that when we're prospecting, we are trying to set an appointment, and then we go out and we meet the appointment in the real world to get hired, and it has to happen that way. And this is the time where that conversation is so important. This is not a mandatory thing. This is how you have to do business. This is the way you do business if you want to be a top producing agent. You've got to set the appointment, go out there, meet with them, and if they already have an agent, do anybody else is looking, ask for a referral right there on the spot. Be super friendly, be very respectful, but we have to work within the framework of what Trek tells us to do and the code of ethics and work under that. And so that's what we're teaching today. That's what we're digging into is when we get that sign, when we get a call, which is rare. How many times over your career have you gotten a call that's, someone just randomly called you? Most of the time it's, when we're outbound calling them. But we're going to get calls on our listings all the time. And that's a whole different feel. Most of us have gotten tons of lease listing referrals and buyer referrals from our own listings. And that's a much easier conversation. Meet at the property, have a conversation with them about IABS, let them know you represent the seller, talk to them about the buyer rep agreement, which you can't enter into with them a buyer rep agreement anyway, because that would be dual agency. You show them the property, see if they want an agent. If they want an agent, we can get someone with them within the firm that can help them. You refer them inside to the agent, and then the agent goes, has a appointment with them who gets the rep agreement signed and hires them. It's only when we're going to meet the client at a listing where either it's our firm, but we're not the listing agent. The listing agent called and said, "Hey, I have a signed call. Can you go meet them?" And then we're having a conversation with them, same thing, show them the property, but then we can sign a rep agreement with them and bind the firm to you as the point person. And technically, the listing agent could sign a rep agreement with them right there because I'm going to go ahead and get the representation agreement signed so you have it. And this is what it says. And I'm going to refer you to one of our agents internally to help you. And, you know, that blows agents' minds to think that way. Meeting a buyer at your own listing and have them sign a representation agreement and then refer it to another agent internally with the buyer representation agreement already in place. Have you ever done that, Isolette? You signed the buyer rep
Yes,
agreement
sir.
with so you've signed the buyer rep agreement, bound them to the firm, and then called the agent, said, we already got a buyer rep agreement. You just need to go and do amazing things. Okay. That is exactly the way to do it because then it's a much better referral because it's they're already signed. They're already repped. So okay. Miriam.
I just have one question about that. I think it's a great idea. So my question is that you're the one who's signing it at the bottom, not the person you're referring it to, or are you saying already have somebody in mind and put their name on it?
So the representation agreement is between the firm and the client. So the agent is signing on behalf of Jack Stapleton with limited power of
Okay.
attorney.
That answers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So new prospect at the property. We put you into groups. You guys talked this script through, and we had lots of questions come out from it. And I think that that's productive. So we've already done it a couple of times. Now, here is the script about the representation agreement, which is different than the information about brokerage services, isn't it? Talking to him about the rep agreement is a whole other thing. So, the rep agreement script. This agreement allows me to open the door, answer your questions, give you professional advice and opinions, put your needs first, and keep everything confidential. This is what allows me to actually represent you. We can sign this just for the property, we can do it for a day, or you can sign my normal agreement, whatever you're comfortable with. My broker's fee is 3%. There's no upfront fees and no obligation to buy a home. That fee can be covered in one of three ways: by the seller's broker, by the seller themselves, by the buyer, or a combination of the two. It's rare for a buyer not to be reimbursed for that fee. That said, it's my job to tell you what's being offered on every property we look at so we can factor that into the offer. If they're not offering anything up front, it means they're expecting us to negotiate it in the offer. This is the gist of what I have a conversation with them about. 99.999% of the time, the listing broker is reimbursing the buyer for their rep agreement, even today. Agreed? Agreed. So it's rare for a buyer not to be reimbursed for the fee. Is that a true statement? It absolutely is. Okay, someone take a screenshot of this because I'm going to put you right back into groups and I want you guys to have this dialogue. This is one of those scripts where you read it 10 times and all of a sudden it starts sinking in, and now you can maybe not have it verbatim, but close enough where it feels natural. And that's all you need is just to get the information across where it feels natural to have this conversation. So we had a script regarding the IABS. Now you're going to turn the tables and say, now let me show you the representation agreement. And that's the first script. That line on top is the first sentence. All right, breakout rooms. I'm going to give you more this time. So we have a smaller number of people in the room. Okay, nothing but smiles coming out from this breakout session.
Yes.
All right, how did it go?
I think it went really, really well.
Melinda, you want to share? I saw you give the thumbs up. So.
I did. Yeah, I did. It was an easy script. It's a great script.
I wish I would have had this script a while ago. Everybody did it. I thought we had three of us. We had Damien and Mike, and it went smoothly. And I felt like everyone was real comfortable with it. We all really liked the script.
Good. Very conversational, very friendly, easygoing, no drama, no scary things to say here. So, same thing with the IABS. So, part of the homework is going to be read this enough times where you ingest it a little bit so then you can find your own words as regards to this, but in a way that is, I installed a new Mac update and someone was calling me on FaceTime and it took over my computer and wouldn't let me cancel it. Okay, Islet, I see your hand up. What up?
I appreciate your patience with me, Jack, because I kind of consider myself an old dog trying to learn new tricks. So, one of the things
You're so
that
funny.
Sarah and I were talking about, or I mentioned to her, is that I said, I know Jack knows what he's doing, and there's a reason why he does what he does, but I'm going to ask why it specifically say the broker's fee, and there's really no reference to a commission in this script, and so I wanted you to teach me something about that.
So, fees are paid by brokers brokers are paid commissions, agents are paid splits. So when we're talking to the consumer, I like to use fee. It's softer than commission. Agents really shouldn't be talking about commissions anyway. So we just say my broker's fee. It punts it to the broker. It starts, realize that's my broker's fee, and it makes it about a third person where it's not my fee. Because if you internalize that and say it's my fee, it's not your fee. It's the broker's fee, and it also opens up for a conversation that you probably don't want to have with them anyway.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So that is the rationale behind it. Okay. So we just went through this one. All right. I'm going to put you back into the same groups that you were before. Somebody who can share your screen inside your group. Or maybe not. Maybe everyone in your group plays this video on their own. And then after they've played it and heard it, then you talk about it. But this video, I want you to watch this. It's 4 minutes and 34 seconds. So I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes. That's going to give you 4 minutes to watch it and 6 minutes to talk about it. This is an avatar version of explaining all of this from us to the consumer. So instead of being you can send this to them via SMS inside our system and say there's an important video I need you to watch. So prior megas really liked this, and a lot of agents in the company use this. This video is a month old and it already has 73 views from our agents. The other video had about 2,700 views, but I had to change it last month because the regulatory change in January means I had to go back and change all of our videos because the language changed, because the IABS changed. Okay, I'm putting you back in for 10 minutes. Actually, 12. Yeah, 12 minutes is better. Okay, welcome back to main session. So you heard from the avatar all of the exact right words from beginning to end. It is put together in such a way that it explains all the way through the long version, the broker version of all of the detail from beginning to end. So I know with perfect clarity that it will take less than 4 minutes from beginning to end to go through it paragraph by paragraph without missing anything. Now, when you condense it and you find your own words, like the script that I just sent you into your breakout rooms, that script is about 45 seconds long. So, all right, let's talk about the content in the avatar presentation, other than the jazz hands.
That's a good one.
Okay. Let's talk about content. Amanda, Christina, Miriam.
I really enjoyed it. I actually have a question for you though. Would it be okay for us to film our own version of it where we repeat exactly what she's saying, but still keep your side where the arrows are pointing so we're going through the contract to send out to potential or to leads that we're meeting up with?
The system was literally built for that exact thing.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Awesome. That's my question.
Insert you there. You're the protagonist. You're the star of the show. You should absolutely create your own. And the scripts are already there. And it's ready to go.
I enjoyed
Christina.
it. I loved how she spoke. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, 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 please. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But I really enjoyed the content. I like how she knew when to pause, her emphasis on, certain words to make sure that it was really clear. And I liked how it explained every single part. I thought it was a lot better. I mean, I love the script as well, but I like the idea of sending this so that there's zero confusion.
And later on, if there's ever an issue, you can go back and they can watch this, and you're going to be so protected that it's just, I mean, it's unheard of. Nothing like this exists. Christina.
Well, Amanda asked a great question, and so now I'm even more excited because it can be me. Um, but we talked a lot in our group about whether or not we can send this in advance and when that's the appropriate time or not. But I just think it's great because I think you're able on the phone to set the proper expectations that, hey, we're going to need a couple minutes before we go on. And here's a quick video that you can watch ahead of time that'll have a little bit more clarity around what we're going to talk about. And I think that that can clear up a lot of questions before we even get there, personally.
100%. And it lets them digest it. They get through the whole presentation and it's all one-on-one outside of your conversation with them. It actually solves a lot of problems. Miriam and then Jeanette and then Denise.
Yeah, so I think the content is great, and I think it's a good pace. The discussion that came up in our group was like whether people, if you send it in advance, whether people are even going to watch it or if it's going to even scare them away. We had one agent share that the client didn't even like meet them after she sent this ahead of time. And then talked about playing it while we're face to face versus us physically going over everything. And I thought that I would have never thought of playing it for my clients if I'm standing in front of them. Then I would just do the presentation. But the point was that it offers some protection because if you do it by like through the app, then it'll be recorded that you presented that.
Exactly right. It's all done for you, and none of the regulatory requirements are missed because if you're doing it out in the field and you have a legal requirement to provide these disclosures with them, then this ensures that nothing is ever missed. And all you do is click play. Jeanette.
I like how she emphasizes it's the broker, and then there's dual management. Because sometimes consumers think that you're your own boss. And when you present this, the IBS, they say, oh, so you're not your boss. And I'm like, well, the broker is representing, I have my license with the broker. So I like how it specifically explains that so the consumer can know that it's the broker's fees. Everything goes through the broker and they don't try to just pay you on the side and say, well, just, do this for me and I'll, because everything goes through the broker.
Mm-hmm. Denise, thank you, Jeanette. Exactly. Denise.
Oh, I got to use your video this weekend 3 times, and this one seemed to be more clear, and I had very few questions versus the other one. So maybe that the IABS seemed more straightforward after the changes and no more sub-agency, that it removed a chunk of questions. there, and they
Yeah.
seem to like it, but I like doing it while my potential clients are there, because then I witness them watching it. They're already in front of me, and I'm available immediately for questions.
I think it's not a bad business practice to either show this video exactly like it is on an iPad. You can download it so that it's a file on your iPad so you don't have to worry about having internet connection, or creating your own account with Synthesia and do exactly what I did and recreate it exactly using yourself as an avatar. What's very cool is that Synthesia and AI has gotten to the point where it's going to ask you to train for about 3 minutes, and it's going to mimic your voice, and it's going to take a video of you and it's going to turn you into a 3D avatar. And then you can control exactly you just give it a script and it'll read the script in exactly your own voice. It's very, very cool. It's the #1 avatar creating
Which
company in
one
the
is it?
world.
I'm sorry. Which one is it, Jack?
I put it in the chat for you, Eden. So just click the
Okay.
chat and there's a
Thank
link
you.
right to it.
Thank you.
And the company is called Synthesia. Now, this is not cheap. I'd have to ask Miguel off the cuff. I don't remember what it is, but it's about $600 or $700 for the year. So, but you get a 12-month, and you can, of course, um, I purchased the everything included plan, but you may not want to do that. But I know the everything included plan is about $600 a year. And I use these videos nonstop, continually, for all kinds of different things. Melinda and then Christina.
Yeah, so if we get the software and we go in, is it something Deandra can help us do? Or it's all very self-explanatory?
It's all 100% self-explanatory. It's very, very easy, and they have explainer videos on how to do it. And once you start playing with this and you start seeing all that's there, you start realizing that you can be doing reels and all kinds of other things doing this as well. So this is sort of like endless opportunity here to get content out, especially if you want to do video blogs. If you're doing video blogging on a specific topic, then, instead of worrying about, kind of putting yourself in the presentation, you can pick what clothes you're going to wear in the avatar and change your outfit and change the background and all the things. It's super fun. Christina.
Well, you pretty much just answered my question, because I was going to ask, can we use this in our FAQ section on our YouTube channel, et cetera, but you just said it all.
Yep. Highly recommend it. Works really super great, easy to use, and a great way to get content. But the other great way is just memorizing it and looking them straight in the eyes and telling them the content. So both are acceptable. Okay, we have a very special guest. In fact, we have two very special guests. The first one is Mr. Gavin Walker. Mr. Gavin Walker comes to us from our ISA department. He is our customer service manager, and he's going to share the screen and he's going to walk you through using the Realty Texas app in creating the 3-second buyer rep. He's going to show you in the app how to send this video via SMS by clicking one button, and easily creating a room and sending out this entire packet. So you could go into your app and send them the video, and then also SMS them the link via text to sign the representation agreement. So then they have a link to open the video in their SMS, and then a link to open up their e-sign and sign directly from their SMS. And of course, Mr. Walker uses this on a regular basis as an agent himself, so he can even kind of give you his perspective on how it goes when he's in front of his client. Mr. Gavin, I'm going to give you the screen share.
Thank you. Just sent the request.
Okay. You should have it.
Okay, let me share my screen. All right. So yeah, I am the customer service manager here at Realty Texas. My name is Gavin. Thank you for the introduction, Jack. So I'm going to be going over the quick rep. So the quick rep is very useful. So the quick rep includes the information about brokerage services, the buyer/tenant rep, and also information from other sources disclosure or notice. So if you go to your Realty Texas app and you click the bottom right 3 lines, it's going to take you to your tools and settings page. So from here, just click Quick Rep. And you can do either buy or lease. You can change, it's all filled out for you already, so you can't really mess it up. So you can change the date here. It's automatically set for 1 year. You can change the percentages here. Remember, these are the minimums. You can set a bonus or retainer and an intermediary yes or no. So most of the time you can just leave it how it is. Maybe change the end date. Click next, or make sure you do buy or lease. Make sure you do the correct one. Next. If you already have a room open with them, then select the room. If you do not have a room with them, then you can skip this and it will automatically create a room for them. So let's skip for now. Let's add a client. Let's see. Let's add Jack. I can add Jack. And now Jack is added, and I'm going to be able to click send. And it's going to send them a text and an email with the quick wrap. So now it takes you to this page, which you can see if they've acknowledged it, signed it, and then you'll need to sign your section. So click sign. And this is what it will look like on their side as well. Accept terms and conditions. Here it is, all filled out already. How long did that take us? Maybe 20, 30 seconds. Sign here. And then, whoops. I'm not sure if I can sign down there. My buttons are in the way. But you sign down there, and then you can get they'll get it, and they'll sign it as well. And what I normally do is I'll send it to them, and I'll be explaining it to them at the same time I'm sending it to them. That way they can look over it once they open it while you're explaining it to them. And then also on that video, the video is useful to use as well. It kind of gives you a good guide on how to explain it. So I normally explain it pretty much how the video explains it, but the video is useful to send as well. I find it useful for clients out of state or who are going to be doing a virtual showing. So if I refresh here, if Jack signed or not, I would be able to see, and it would show me down here. You can resend it, and they automatically created the room. But that's how you would send the quick wrap.
Take them to the contact and show them how to send the video.
So to send a video, it's really easy. You just go to your messages, and let's go to Jack. And you're going to click this paper clip, which you can also send your V card this way. But let's send the IABS intro. And there it is. The video you just watched. Share. Send. That easy. All right. Any questions on how to do that, or anyone that wanted me to show it them again?
So I got one from Astrid and from Isolette, so they were both successful. I didn't sign them though. I guess I could sign them for them. I guess that would be better. Astrid, I just signed yours.
I actually sent one to a client.
Nice.
Because he hasn't signed yet. So I thought, well, maybe he'll get it this way.
Well,
yeah,
there you
that way
go.
they get it through text messages as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool with SMS.
I see Melinda has a question.
Well, one thing that I had a problem with is first time I went to use it, I wasn't logged into my app. And so then that took me a minute to get logged in. So I learned the hard way and then they were sitting there and it took me a minute. anyway, so now I'm smarter and I log into my app before I get to the appointment and I get it all ready. So anyway, that just might be helpful for other people.
Well, and I want to use that as an example too, Melinda, because I think all of us learned something with the new e-key apps, right? I think we learned that before we leave our house to go show a property, that we update our key so then we never get stuck in front of the house with a key that's expired. That's exactly the same thing. So for me, what I do is when I am going in a showing, I click the update on my e-key before I leave the office and I open up the app to make sure I'm logged in as well. I do those two things at the same time. Yeah, very smart, Melinda. Thank you.
All right. Charles.
Hey, is there one version of that video? I guess that covers the IABS and the rep, right? There's just one version of that video.
Yeah, that's the only new version that I know of.
Gotcha. Okay.
There was an older version that was 2024 before Trek changed the information about brokerage services on January 1st. So this video that you're seeing is one that I created New Year's Eve night. Isolette and then Miriam.
This is just fabulous. I love how fast you can actually send this. I had actually on the last breakout, I was given some, tips on the dashboard, how you could get to the quick IABS link from the dashboard at the top right if you needed to click and print. But this this is way quicker than that. And oh, by the way, Gavin, I think you can go into like voiceover profession. You've got like a real good, like deep voice for that stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's a great feature that I use all the time. It's a very good feature, and it's so quick and easy, and you don't have to worry about anything. Just make sure you're ready to go and logged in beforehand.
And one of the cool things is that, you have an idea to make it better, then you just let us know. And poof, next thing you know, it's added into the app. So if you have ideas, you want to make it better, don't be shy in sharing your ideas. Gavin is bringing us ideas all the time because he's a heavy app user. So I think he's probably our number one bringer of ideas at the moment, which is appreciated. Okay, Miriam, and then Marlene.
I'm also a bringer of ideas. And this is one. So I know that I'm hoping that maybe there's going to be some Android improvements coming that where you don't have to change your settings to use the text feature, because I know that that's what I have to do right now. But my problem is like that home and back and open apps controls, it covers the text controls in the Realty Texas app. And I don't like to use my phone without those. So I'm having to go to settings, change it just to use the text, and then go change it back. And I'm hoping that there might be an update coming that would
Miriam,
prevent that.
for stuff like that, just bring it directly to Gavin, not into class, because I really want you just to take that stuff directly to Gavin because we
Well, I
don't.
mean, some other people have Android probably that might be having the
Gavin
same
is an
problem.
Android user. Gavin isn't, but I heard you loud and clear. I'm just for the sake of time. Marlene.
So if we're doing a virtual showing, is the paperwork the same as far as requirements of getting them to sign
Yes.
those? Okay.
That's a very good question, Marlene. And yes, a virtual showing is exactly the same thing. We cannot open the door and virtually show a property unless we have a representation agreement. Exactly right. Okay, next video. This is the demo about the app that Gavin just did. So I'm going to skip over that because instead of showing the video, Gavin showed it live. But we do have a video that walks you through doing the quick rep in this slide. And so that's available to you as well. And the next video is actually a role play of a buyer and a seller meeting at the property and then you watching their interaction all the way through. then once we're done with that, we're going to go through a few slides, and then we're going to have Katie at the end of this session walk us through creating a client search in CXM, because that's likely going to be your next step. So we've really just done this as a progression. We keep building on it and on it. But this particular role play is two people together role playing. I'm going to put you back in your same groups, and I want to see you guys in there. This video is also.
Hi there, Jane.
This one is also 5 minutes. This is simply a role play, so you can watch the whole thing happen.
We're not seeing your screen, Jack.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to find, there it is. Breakout rooms. All right, I'm gonna put you in the same breakout rooms you did before. So as you watched the last video, watch this one. Okay, welcome back. Did you all have an opportunity to watch the video? See the script?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's kind of how you pull the whole thing together with the buyer and the agent kind of having that conversation. What's good is that you can copy the script, you can copy the video, and you can have that on your own time outside of Mega a week from now, a month from now. Rewatch that and have it um, as a template for you. Maybe a month from now, when you're meeting a client, you want to refresh yourself, you can watch that video again and put yourself right back in that same mindset again. Okay, so 3 things I want to bring to your attention. When you use the quick rep, what it's going to do first is create a room. So if you go into your room system, you'll see the room that it created there. The client's already assigned. The representation agreement is already assigned. The packet is already assigned. And the room is already in rep agreement. It already moved the pipeline to the correct pipeline for you. And the client and you will have gotten an email. I'm sharing my email now so you can see it. The one that Isolette sent me, that was the email that I received from the original quick rep agreement. And then I received this email, which is, the actual completed e-sign rep agreement. And then I have the 3 different attachments. The attachments are the notice of information from other sources, which has the MLS tax records, survey, square footage, and all of that we know is a big issue is already signed, so that those disclosures have been made, and you have your IABS signed and the one-page rep already signed. So that's all there. They also get one other email, which I think is cool, which is, let me find it here. This one. Which is a introductory email. Says, this is from Isolette to me. Dear client, thank you for placing your trust in Realty Texas and in Isolette Daily to guide you through your real estate journey. We're genuinely excited to assist you and want you to know that your goals are our top priority. At Realty Texas, we take pride in delivering exceptional service, clear communication. And so this is an email that goes to them. They can click the button here. They have access to the IABS. They have access to their supervisor is in an email that comes out from the firm the moment that the representation agreement is in force. So that rep agreement takes just a couple of seconds to create, and it's doing a lot of things in the background. It's creating the envelope, creating the room, adding the documents, sending it to them via SMS to sign. And so a whole lot of that's happening, and it's just in the background, and you don't necessarily have to worry about any of it. The only thing you need is their name, phone number, and email address. And if they're already in the system from before and you already added them to CXM, then it's even easier. You just type their name and click send. A couple of questions here, Indu and then Charles.
Yes, Jack. I was just out here showing the property to the customer, and he signed my buyer's rep and IABS. But he had a question before signing. He said, "Is your broker going to negotiate this commission because I'm an investor and I want to buy many properties in the future?" So I did not know what will be the right answer to tell him about this.
Well, what we like to tell them is that we work on contingency. And so as long as we're on contingency, we don't reduce our fee. But if he's willing to write a check and have us not on contingency, then we're willing to reduce our fee.
I think I understand that. I will have to just chew on it. Thank you, Jack.
I recommend you sitting down with your sales manager who will
I
role play
will.
that with you at length. So
Okay.
Andrew would be happy to talk to you about that. That's my script.
Thank you.
You know, look, I work on a contingency basis. If you want to take me on, so my fee, the broker's fee is 3%. If you take us off contingency, make it fee based, then, you know, come into the office, speak to the sales manager, write a check, and then you will no longer be on a contingency basis. Charles.
Thank you.
So, I guess this is a bit of a review, but doing the quick rep, that covers the IABS as well. Is that what I saw?
Three things. Yes, the disclosure form about information from other sources, the IABS, and the representation agreement, all of it in one thing.
Super. Okay.
Yep. So, Charles, what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to take the completed envelope that I signed from eSelect and I'm going to email it to you right now so you can see exactly what is there in the documents. Okay, any questions up to this point? Okay, good. So again, here are the breakdown. IABS, go over each one of the six sections in the IABS and in the buyer rep agreement. Define start and end date, market area, and compensation. We all are
I don't see
familiar.
the screen. She
Eden,
just
there's
left.
some tabs across the top. Look for the tab that's for the class. um, the information about brokerage services, which I think you've gotten all pretty good about. It's just that video is very helpful in presenting the IABS. It's all, if you're going to do this in paper form, it's okay. You can do that as well. It's just bring the IABS with you, bring all of the paperwork with you out there, and be prepared to take them through the video by internalizing and know exactly what you're going to say out there in the real world. Okay. One thing that I like to do is when I'm actually at the appointment, and let's say there are 3 homes that we're going to show that day, or maybe even just one. Engaging the client's interest, there are things that you can look for, and that we're assuming that they signed the agreement. Now you unlock the door and you're showing the property, and the agreement that they signed is a rep agreement, and now you're assisting them with their home search and showing them the property. Asking them an open-ended question is not the best way to get good feedback from them when you're doing a showing. That's different from an open house where I ask you to ask open-ended questions. Because when you're at the open house, there's no relationship yet built. We're asking open-ended questions because we want to get them talking, and we're going to learn a lot about them and what they're looking for so we can develop that relationship. But when you're trying to gauge whether or not they like the house, if you ask them an open-ended question, like Christina Roberto said, they're going to word vomit all over you, and it's not going to help them either. They're going to talk themselves into a circle, and they're going to talk about the things they like, they don't like, and start arguing with themselves, and it's going to get them in what I call information paralysis. It's difficult for a lot of people to explain why they like it, where it's coming from, and they end up over explaining and they have a really hard time with it. So, especially your reds, I like it. Okay. They're the ones that, reds and the blues. So, I like to ask them if you had to grade this property in A, B, or C, and A minus is an A plus's work as well, how would you grade the property? And they immediately give it a grade. I mean, within seconds, I'll give it a C. And it helps bring clarity in their own mind. And if I have a couple that I'm with, I ask them both the same thing. I draw a plus on the top right corner of my MLS sheet. And underneath that, I put the initials of one and the initials of the other, and I put their grade on top. And one like, oh, I'd give it a C. Really? You give it a C? I think I'd give this one like a B plus, maybe an A minus. And they have that conversation. And it's interesting how quickly they come up with a grade. I had to figure out when I was showing properties to my clients because I knew what I wanted to do. I'm going to go out and show them 8 homes today. And I wanted them to limit it to the ones that they just get rid of the ones they don't like. Just weed them out. I don't, if it's a C, we're never going to come back. But if it's an A or B, I'm really interested in that. So if we're going to go show 8 homes, if they have to word vomit over every single one, sometimes that doesn't tell me which one they like more. And so if I have them give a grade to each one, whatever are A's, then we go back at the end and we see those again so that they've pulled the weeds and then they show the ones that they really like and we go back at the end and see them against each other, which means I got to call and text really quick. We're coming back. They narrowed it down. We'd like to see it again. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I mean, I've never had someone say, no, don't come back. So it's very helpful. That's something that I'm just going to give you a pro tip from Jack. Graded A, B, or C, and then C is they don't like it. D is not even a thing. I sometimes they're like, no, it's just not even a contender. Then we'll just put an X. It's not even gradable. That will help you a lot. If you're meeting someone in the driveway and you show them the property and maybe they're just on the fence, they don't really love it, they like it, but they don't love it, and you don't think this is the one. They've signed a representation agreement with you, then there's some information that you need to walk away with. Probably an appointment to meet with them on Zoom or in your office would be good, but you should walk away from the appointment with these questions. What is their time frame and what is their reason for the move, and do they have a home to sell? Have they seen any other homes that they like? What area specifically are they looking in? That's going to help you put together a client gateway. Beds, baths, square footage, number of stories, and see if you can get those answered. Do you have a preference if the primary bedroom is up or down? Does the age of the home really matter to you? What is the max price? Because I don't want to hide anything from you in the home search. Will you be paying cash or obtaining a loan? Cash, proof of funds. If it's financing, schedule an appointment with a lender. And then I need their phone, their physical address, their emails, which you should have already collected from doing the rep agreement in the first place, and then set an appointment to show them everything. So you see, this list is what a lot of you are asking them before you even show them the house. And if you're asking them these questions before you're their agent, then that usually will mean that you're not going to ever get to be their agent. But meeting them in the real world, getting the representation agreement signed, and walking away from that conversation with these questions answered, that's a pro tip. That's how you increase your conversion rate, get hired more often. It just means that the same person, it could be the exact same person that you tried pre-qualifying over the phone, didn't call you back, but you didn't pre-qual him over the phone. You set the appointment. You met him in the real world, showed the property, asked the same set of questions, and now you're getting the answers. So you have to go in the right order. They're not in the market to hire a real estate agent. They're in the market to buy a home. And when they find a home they like, now they're looking for a real estate agent. But trying to flip-flop that when they see a home that they like online, and now all of a sudden we make it about hiring the real estate agent over the phone, it doesn't work in their brain. And they can't connect those two things. And it's sort of like, no. Let me give you an example. How many of you have ever been to a car lot and you wanted to test drive the car? And the salesperson says, "No, let's go ahead and go into the office and let's get your driver's license and let's pre-qualify you and let's do all of this. We're not going to test drive the car until we do all of that." What are you going to do? Most of you are going to leave, which means they know that you're there to drive the car, fall in love with the car. Now you really like it. Now you want to go do the second thing. But you try to put those two things out of order and it doesn't work. Now, I can guarantee that the salesperson would much rather you come inside and get pre-qualified before the test drive. They would love that all day long, just like the real estate agent would love you, the client, to come in and sit down and get a rep agreement signed before you go and meet at the home. But the consumer's not interested in hiring the person until they find the product that they want to buy, usually. And so this is just helping you with the sales side of things from a pro tip of the reality. You're being taught the reality, not what most instructors are going to teach you in classes, which lands real estate agents with a really low conversion rate because they themselves are teaching something that sounds good, but in practice, it just doesn't actually work. Okay, ears up. I know we're getting kind of going all over the place here, but ears up. Many of you have talked about showing feedback. Isolette, this is going to be a video that you're going to really appreciate. There is huge liability and risk, and there's best practices now all over the profession regarding showing feedback. And here is a story from a real estate agent, and then we're going to go through the 4 bullet points.
Did you hear about the realtor that got sued for providing their buyers feedback after a home showing? Well, sellers often get frustrated when the agents don't share feedback on their home, but this may explain why. The buyer initially said the house was overpriced and in poor condition, so the agent shared this feedback with the seller's agent. A few days later, the buyer changed their mind and made an offer below the list price. The seller countered at full price and the buyer accepted, but during the inspection period, the buyer requested repairs and the seller refused. They said, take it or leave it. And at closing, the seller explained they were difficult because of the negative feedback. The buyer then sued their agent for violating their fiduciary duty and won.
So if you are providing feedback, the feedback that the client is giving you is confidential. So here's a pro tip. Oh, yep, no, Mr. Listing Agent, I did show the property yesterday. Yep, you like feedback. Got it. Would you send me an email? I will forward that email on to my clients, have them fill it out, and then I'll forward it back to you. Great, thanks. So I asked the listing agent, send me an email requesting feedback. I get the email, I send it to my clients, and I say, the seller is requesting feedback. Anything you'd like to share with them. They send it back to me and I forward it to the listing agent, which means the feedback came from them at their discretion, and it's no longer all the arrows are pointing at me. That is the way you must do it to save yourself from the perils of a buyer feeling harmed in a situation like this. So it could, without permission from the client, it's misrepresentation. It could violate fair housing laws. It's a breach of confidentiality and could risk real legal consequences. Christina.
And do you stay completely out of that, or do you, if you see them say something in that feedback that you think could be detrimental to their negotiations, would you let them know?
I think that I've got a lot of clients that don't have much of a filter, and I let them know. Um, I would, I would, I would tell them, this is feedback that's going to make it back to the seller, and that's as far as I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can put in whatever practice that you would like. So best practices for handling feedback. If you can say, I would stay away from most of it, and I wouldn't. I would use written feedback only, and I would send it to my client and ask my client to respond back to me. Now, we only got 3 more slides, and then we're going to move our conversation over to the listing side. And so we took a little bit extra time on the buy side, and that's okay. I think the thing that most agents struggle with most is the driveway conversation and how important it is we get that right. But we have another very, very special guest with us today. Her name is Katie. Katie works at our help desk. She teaches the Ready, Set, Sell version of our monthly ISA training, and she teaches the client MLS search. We've created an MLS for you. That MLS is built into your system. The client is already there. You can add your client to a Realty Texas portal search, and you have access to a deeper level of integration between you and the customer than you would have from the MLSs. And of course, when you set up a portal in one MLS, it's not all of the MLSs, it's just that one. So if HAR and CTX MLS, if you're creating a portal an actress, it's not getting the CTX listings. It's just an actress. And are you really going to create a portal for them in actress and CTX MLS and Sabor and HAR, because there's different inventory in all of them, and they're getting lazier now because some of them share data and they think it's just going to get shared anyway. I don't have to worry about it. And I'm going to tell you something very interesting. When the HAR listings come in, some of the property types don't match. And when you click a specific property type, it doesn't even show up, it's hidden. So that's going on in both directions right now. So what's great about our system is that it's all of the MLSs in one place. So one portal, and it's all of the data guaranteed. So I'm going to make you a co-host, Katie,
Okay.
so that you can share. There you are. And I'm going to reduce my share, and I'll let you take it from here.
Alrighty, appreciate it. Thanks, Jack. Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Wright, and I am your Realty Texas Help Desk. I'm also an agent, so I love sharing these tools that we have because I also help you visualize how you can really use it in your day-to-day business. And I love the MLS Plus. So right now, I'm going to share an overview of it and the really good basics of it and what you can expect to see. But as Jack said, I do a deeper dive into the MLS Plus and Gateway during Ready, Set, Sell classes. So it's always once a month. And then, of course, if you need a one-on-one, just reach out and we'll get that done, okay? All right, let me share my .me. Okay, here we go. So for the MLS Plus, you would start on the .me. You would make sure you're signed in, and you're going to click MLS Plus at the top. It is between tasks and CXM. So it's going to open what you have currently pinned. You may not have anything on this first page, and that's okay. It just means that the clients that I've sent gateways to in the past, if they have given a heart or a note or reacted in some way, it's going to show up first, and we see that under pinned. You will see this list also on your dashboard. You will get immediate app notifications when your client is hearting properties, and I can attest to this. I've been sitting at my desk and my app is going ding, ding, ding because I know a client is looking through a gateway. You're like, okay, okay, good. We have houses to look at. Good, good, good. So that will pop up under pinned. But for you, you are going to begin by going to the criteria tab. This tab is going to look very similar to the criteria tab that you may be looking in your MLS subscription specifically. We do have all the same fields that are mapped to your MLS subscription. And you're just going to really use this at your best discretion of what you're filling out. My personal opinion is to really not fill out every single criteria field space you see here. It's not going to pull up as many results as you may think. So let me just give you a quick overview. We'll do something very basic and I'll show you the gateway after that. I'm going to look for properties for purchase, but if you were looking for lease or any other type, you would select this property type box in this upper left-hand corner. So I'm going to keep it residential. You do have the option to change the property type. Maybe you're looking at a townhouse or duplex or manufactured home specifically. You can change this. So you're going to see all kinds of options here. You can also look for a specific address in this second line, but do keep in mind that you'll want to also change the status range, because what if that specific property is not currently active, maybe it's pending, maybe it's closed, or maybe it's withdrawn and won't come up. So make sure you keep in mind of the status. You're also going to see area location on this third row. If you are planning on sending out this property search to your client, make sure that you have at least one of these three options selected. So It will not send a property gateway to someone if there's no county, city, or zip code entered in. So for this example, I'm going to just do Georgetown and Hutto, and let's throw in Round Rock as well. And you can see that you can just keep selecting as many cities as you want. You can also narrow this down by subdivision, or maybe you were going to start off a little bit more broader, select a zip code, then select the city. You can do that as well too. I'm going to keep this pretty vague, so I'll leave it like that, and I'm going to scroll down. You can see your statuses if the property is going to be active. Maybe you're looking at closed properties only, maybe to help you with the CMA. You can select close, but you will have to select that time frame of when properties close, the from and the to. I have used MLS Plus to only send specific listings by just coming in here, putting in the county or city, and then putting in listing ID numbers, and you can enter them in, put a comma, do another listing ID, put a comma, do another listing ID, put a comma. Basically because I wanted that client to keep getting MLS Plus gateways only and not the one from my Unlock MLS, because they like this user face better. So you get to see this user face when I'm done with it. It's a little bit more user friendly. So then you'll also see property details. This is where you can get a little bit more fine-tuned with your search criteria. We do have minimums and maximum ranges already shown here, so that's what you'll enter in. I'm just gonna, just for the sake of not looking through over 2,000 searches, you can see in that bottom left, it'll be like your MLS subscription. You can see the number of matches, results that come up as you're putting in criteria. So that's always very helpful. So let's fine tune it. Let's narrow that down. Let's maybe just look at houses, let's see, 350,000, 1, 2, 3, and we'll look to just 400. You do have to put in all your zeros here. I'll just say that. Maybe one day, Jack, we don't have to put in all the zeros. I get spoiled from the other one. Okay, and then so now you can see I'm down to 446 matches. Okay, looking good. My client only wants to look at one-story properties. So on levels, I'm gonna put one at the max, so that way I don't see two-level properties here. That's how you can use that. And then let's also be open to 3 to 4 bedrooms. Okay, that's looking good. So there's also that primary bed on main. If you were to do like 2 stories, you could do primary bed on main option. Baths, full baths, half baths, fireplace, and so on down below. Like I said, go ahead and put in what you need, but maybe not every single line, because you want to see a broader range of criteria first before you narrow it down. You do have more options as far as more filters, like there's advanced filters. I usually go in more depth of that in our training classes, but just know that it's there. Sometimes that's more helpful for leases as well, when you're also trying to, make sure pets are allowed, yes or no, dog's okay, cat's okay. It's down there. Now we have 199 matches. Let's go ahead and click results down at the bottom, and what you get is a list view of results. You get some options up here at the top. You get the list view here. For your search, you're going to see that the MLS category here, column here, I see properties listed in Actress and Central Texas and NTR. This is that perk of using MLS Plus, just in case maybe 709 Carroll Drive was only listed in CTX, and say I didn't have CTX. If it is listed in both, we do see it come up twice. but I will say you're going to be using this list. You're going to be looking through it. You do have options to the left of just viewing the photos. So you can click the photos icon and just review the photos here, left and right, and click X to get out of it. And then this button here with the little page is going to pull up the whole listing page in a brand new tab. It's allowing you to look at the listing, look at all the photos included, and then you'll see all this information here. All this information is syndicated from the MLS. You'll see remarks about the property and so on. So this is going to be great for you to see more details about it. And then I'll just click the Agent Hub link tab to go back to this page. And you even have the showing time button here. This has come in handy when before I had Central Texas, there was a showing. There's a property that I needed to schedule a showing for, but I didn't have Central Texas. I can still utilize showing time. So if that property does have showing time active on their listing and they want you to use it, you still have that option here. It will come up. To the right, you'll see the information involving each listing as far as bedrooms and year bill, acreage, square feet. You can use the arrows up here to go from ascending or descending, just to try to narrow it down a little bit. So you might get this list. The difference between this point here in MLS Plus and when you're in your MLS subscription, I can't discard any listings at this point. This is it. This is like what comes up in the criteria. And the reason is so that we send like this catalog of properties to our clients and then we get immediate feedback on what it is they're looking for or not. You're able to create another gateway that's a little bit more fine-tuned. You're able to update this gateway and take out properties that were built, in an older time frame. Maybe they want to look at newer. So the update option is available for you when you need it, or if you need to create a new one for the same client, you can. I will show you the map button is to the left of results. The map button is going to show all the listings. They're going to be in the little blue dots. You do have features like to create a shape. You can narrow it down. You could just say, okay, you know what? Let's just look in Georgetown for these clients, and you can update the portal this way. You can use all these shapes, so like free pen or rectangle and so on. And then of course, you can clear it. I'm going to go back to results so I can wrap up this step. Say this was exactly it. This is what my clients want to see, and I want to send them this search portal. It's going to go to their email, and the gist is they're going to get these results to their email automatically at a certain time of the day, every single day, if new listings are coming up. Let me go ahead and save it. And keep in mind, if you want to save this search for somebody, they need to already be a saved client in your CXM. As you can see at this point, there's no spot to like add in a client right here, like type them out, type out their emails. So just know, add them to your CXM first, and then go through the list and select here. Go find my name, Katie Wright. And then your name will come up here as an agent name. And then here are these boxes here. We'll go ahead and make it active. I want them to get this so that way so this activates that gateway. You can always come back and load a gateway and deselect this button and turn it off. So this is the on and off button, if you will. I'm going to name this gateway Round Rock, Georgetown, Hutto. You could do 350 to 400, however you search this. I get very specific, and then I see agents come in here and do their gateway name like homes for you, first search. I'm like, oh, that's better than than what I do. So I love getting more ideas from everyone during training. I'm like, that's, however you need to send it. That's the name. That's that subject name that comes up in their email. They're like, okay, got it. I know what I'm looking at. What you'll see last is that schedule. I want them to get any new listings that meet this criteria daily. That way they all come at once in one email. We typically see this email reach our client's inbox between 6 p.m. So if that has changed, I can definitely find out, but that's when I've typically seen it. You do get copied on it as well. So you'll know when it goes out. ASAP is definitely ask your clients if they want to get a brand new listing that comes to the MLS that meets all this criteria, like as soon as it comes up. This was really helpful in 2021, 2022, when, they needed to see the house ASAP. And so definitely, yeah, ask them if they want, how many emails they want to get. I recommend doing daily, and then you'll hit save. The gateway was saved to Katie Wright. Now, say I'm on the phone with Katie Wright, my client, and I'm like, hey, I'm working on putting together some property results. I'm going to send them over to you soon. Well, then I do all this, and I'm like, I don't really want to wait until at some point today for them to get it. Let me just send it to them directly. And I like to utilize this button right here. After you save the gateway, this button, the eyeball link, is now activated. I like to hit the eyeball link. Come on. And this is what they're going to see. This is this is what will open when they see their emails, that they got a notification that you have properties in your portal, and they will come here. Your client will hit this purple accept button, not you. So what I would do is just copy this link and email it to them. You could text it to them. We have other ways to get this out. But I know that some of our agents like to copy this link, put it in a quick email, send it to both, spouses or roommates or whatever the situation is. So everyone gets it and can look at it. That's been really helpful. After they hit accept, and I'll do this because it's an example. After they hit accept, you're going to get an email notification like, hey, Katie client, right? View their portal for the first time. And then this is what they see. This is that user-friendly mode that I can see why our agents like to utilize it maybe more than their MLS subscription. So it's up to you, but you're going to get more results here this way. There's a heart button. They can heart a property, and then they can also maybe make a sticky note like, would be interested in this one, and they can post it. So you can see their feedback directly on the portal that you sent out. And I'm getting notifications about my client who's on the portal. And then I can see, this is the portal. Your client can then, maybe they make their own portal. That's a possibility too. So that is the overview of MLS Plus and Gateway. We start off here in MLS Plus. We go into the criteria. We can look at map. We can save a gateway. We can see what it looks like on the other side. I can always go back in here and load a gateway and change it up. So that is what I will. Oh, I'll also leave you with, if you open up the app and you go to tools and settings, it's that last tab on the right. It's the burger symbol, whatever you want to call it, the 3 lines. There is MLS Plus there. You can see how many, hearts you have, that reaction from your clients, the number there. But if you click MLS Plus with the arrow, I would highly recommend using the map feature if you are in a new area. You click MLS Plus, then you click map, then you click your location on. It's the little blue button with the white arrow. If you click that, it asks you, this would like to use your current location. Do you allow? Click allow, and wherever you are, you're going to see these like blue dots pop up around you, and that could help you see active listings in your area, no matter what MLS subscription is on here in Texas. Alrighty. Okay, so I'll open up to any questions you may have, and then if we run out of time, just know you can reach out to me, and I'll be happy to help you directly. Alrighty, Melinda, hi.
Hi. So the eyeball, it doesn't actually, it just creates a link for you. It doesn't send anything. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's correct. It just copies it to your copy buffer.
Okay.
Yes, we got it. Miriam, hi there.
Hey, okay, so I have a couple of questions. I was trying to keep up, and I did the map while you were showing, which is really handy because I used that this weekend when I was showing houses. She asked if there was any other houses. It's like, oh, let's see. So it is handy.
Yes.
On the search feature, I guess you can't use the MLS area because it's multiple MLSs.
MLS area doesn't exist as that's
Yeah.
something that Actress has as a custom
Right.
field in
Okay.
their MLS, and it's not syndicated out, so we don't have access to
Okay.
that piece of
That's what I
information.
figured. What about school district? Because I do search by school district a
That's
bit,
in
but I
there.
guess that's another one that.
Schools are in there.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't have any of these set up yet, so I can't see them in my system. But once you have some set up, like if you're in the CXM and you go to your client's record, can you see in your client's record that you have a search or a gateway? The search and gateway is the same thing, right?
100%. Search and gateway is the same
Okay.
terminology here. And then, yes, if you go to your CXM, you open up a client, there will be that tab of gateways. You can see what you have active or inactive for them,
For that
for that
client.
person
Okay.
specific. Yes.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
something I really want to show you guys, which I think you'll find very handy, um, thank you very much, Katie. Everyone give Katie a huge round of applause.
Oh,
Thank
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. She
Happy to
teaches a
be
longer,
here.
expanded version of this in their Ready Set Sell training, which we have both in videos. So if you want to take this again, which I suspect you will, take that class from her. And I also, as she does as well, recommend that you create your own gateway so that you can pretend to be the client and see what's actually being presented. Okay. Katie mentioned that when you open your app, I'm sharing my screen so you should be able to see it. You click the hamburger, which takes you to the Tools and Settings tab. And this bar here is the MLS tab. So you can see I have 19 hearts, favorites that my clients favorited, 3 possibilities, and 4 notes that my clients have put in the system. I click here. I can access that information if I want to see exactly what properties they did like and they did favorite. And we can change this view, but what I want to show you is something different. I want you to see, you click on the map. So let's say you're in a subdivision 123 Main Street and you're driving down a street and a client says, oh, wait, this house right here. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Can we see it? And you have no idea the price, you have no idea any information. You just grab your map, pull over and stop, grab your app, click on the hamburger, click on the map, and then click on this locations button right here. And it's going to ask you to allow you to share your location. But here I am here at the office at I-35. It took me exactly to my location, and there's absolutely, there's no homes for sale exactly here, but you can zoom out of the map and you can see more territory. But that house would have a blue map on it right here, a blue dot on it. You click it and it'll bring it up and you can see the information about that property. I find that very helpful and very useful, and it's part of the thing that we created in the app that you may or may not know that
Say
is
it one
out.
more time. Can you do it one more time?
Yep. So you click the hamburger, the MLS button right here. This is the MLS Plus search bar. So you click here and it's going to open up MLS Plus. And then you're going to click the map, which is a button at the very top of the screen. And once, because these are my client's favorites. These are all favorites well, Miguel did that one. It looks like Miguel's having fun with the app. But these are favorites in the app. You click the map button, and here are all of and by the way, it defaults to your own metro. And your metro is kind of sucked right into the center of that metro. So if you're in Houston, it'll show Houston. In any event, you just click the location button here, and it will zoom into your location wherever you are exactly in that moment. Very, very simple. Okay, so to round off this conversation, we had the conversation about building the client, building the referral-based business, prospecting, get lots of phone time in to be setting appointments. Yesterday was about CMA and then go into the listing presentation, or Monday was CMA and going into the listing presentation. This is about meeting the buyer at the property, going through the IABS, going through the rep agreement, having a conversation with them in the driveway. So you've got those scripts down, showing the property. Now we've shown them the property. Maybe they like it, maybe they don't. And now you're going to walk away from that appointment with hopefully getting these questions answered so that we have in our crystallization worksheet that you walk away from it with enough information to create a portal, a client gateway. And learning the client gateway, hopefully all of you have already taken the MLS Plus class, but hopefully you guys have also taken the Ready, Set, Sell, which we offer monthly here, and then drill in and start learning those tools really well. We have Tech Tuesday, which you can pop in and we also asking questions regarding tech. And also we have just one-on-one classes. You can always sit down with Katie and get better and better at the tools that we have, because if you're using them, you'll find out that they're actually pretty helpful and it's all integrated into one platform. So then you create you create the client gateway. You're going to start getting notifications on your app, the hearts, the favorites, the possibilities, the notes, all the things. You start communicating with them and hopefully walking away from that with a signed rep agreement. So again, consumers are not in the market to hire a real estate agent. They are in the market to buy a home. Prospecting is setting the appointment. Converting is getting hired. Those are two separate independent processes, and do not commingle those. We have two different test questions at the end of today regarding that very subject. First, set the appointment. Prospecting is appointment setting. Second, meet at the property to get hired and doing exactly what we talked about today. I allow you guys to operate your independent contractor side the way that you want, but I'm teaching you the way that top producers are putting their businesses together to make sure that they have the highest conversion rate possible so that you can make the $1 million a year that you're asking for. On Thursday, I'm going to share with you guys the Realty Texas business plan, which is going to take all of the actions and turn it into a dollar amount. And then you'll see the dollar amount that you've chosen, and you may have to add more prospecting to the business plan, because it's going to automatically fill that out for you based on how many open houses you're going to do, how many ISA sessions you're going to do, etc. So the most important thing that we can do in our business is when we're talking about prospecting is in our head, separate those things Eric has been talking about, because Eric said, I struggled last year. I struggled a lot. I had a lot of conversations, but in those conversations, he was commingling the two conversations about prospecting and converting. And when you put those together in the same conversation, you're going to have a nosedive in the number of your conversions. So you want to increase your conversion rate. You have to separate those two things and remember that prospecting is appointment setting. And then you go meet the client or the prospect at the property or at a coffee shop or somewhere, and then get hired in person because you have a much higher propensity to get hired in person than you do by trying to get hired over the phone. But more importantly, once you set the appointment and you make it easy for them, if someone asks that particular person, "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm going to meet my agent." They may not even remember your name, but psychologically, in a study that NAR did, that 90% of consumers are picking the first agent, and on the way out the door to go meet them, and they haven't signed anything yet, they're saying, "I'm going to go meet my agent," which is really interesting because they've got a blind spot for us, but not for the house. So they start with the home search, and then we just kind of insert ourselves away as part of that process. So in my mind, then if they're already thinking about us as their agent, then at that point, all we can do is fire ourselves or get ourselves fired, which we obviously do not want to do. So if they ask on the phone, "Hey, is the property pending?" Um, or if you're on the phone with them and you find out that the property is pending when you're having a conversation, we're not going to do the bait and switch and go meet them at the property and the property be pending and show them something else. We're not going to do that. But if they call and we find out on the phone that the property is pending, we are going to set the appointment with them. And then we're going to get off the phone with them. We're going to call the listing agent. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to find other properties that we think would be suitable and then call them back and say, "Hey, I know we had this appointment for tomorrow at 1 o'clock, but it looks like that property has already gone pending. I spoke to the listing agent and they are taking backups. So that's something that they may entertain. But I also found a property in the same subdivision that's also single story that's 1,850 square feet. And this one that you liked was 1,800 square foot. So it's just slightly bigger and it's $3,000 more. And I just sent you an email with that property. Maybe you'd like to see that one. But don't tell them it's pending over the phone because you want an opportunity to call the listing agent, find out if it's falling apart, if they're accepting backup offers, and enough time for you to find an alternative and then call them back and then have that conversation. "I only want to speak to the listing agent" is a huge one that we're getting, and it's coming mostly from Zillow because Zillow says under the property, contact agent. People think that they're reaching out to the listing agent. And one of the best quotes and scripts for that is, "What questions do you have for the listing agent? I'm able to call over to their office and speak to them directly. Likely I can get a faster reply." And so use yourself as an intermediary in that conversation and then just keep that conversation flow going on. I think that's a really good approach than anything else. So, you're telling them, "No, I'm not." But, what questions do you have for the listing agent? Because I can call over there and I can ask those questions and likely get a faster response than you. "Is it for rent?" A lot of questions about that. The owner very well may be open to that. Would you like to see it? And then meet them at the property. If you're not doing rentals or tenants, that's not part of your business, then you can have a conversation with another agent in the office. Likely they're not gonna be interested in for rent, but if it's been on the market for 200 days, maybe they're already thinking about that anyway. And if someone says, "Hey, we'd like to bring you an application," they may just go for that. And I didn't know you would call because no problem. Was there a property you wanted to see? Sometimes people register on the website and we call them like, "Oh, I didn't know anyone was going to call me." No problem. Was there a property you wanted to see, or did you have any questions while I have you on the line? And just, turn it back on to the real estate focus. Objections are not rejections. They're just information. And any question, we're going to learn, listen, be intuitive, and try to be helpful. Okay, so now we're going to take our break. It's 3:06. And when we come back, we're going to flip the script. And now it's going to all be about the sellers. We've got our own set of videos for that, own set of conversations to have at the listing table. See you back at 3:17. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. Mic check. Can you hear me? Okay, good. For some reason, my little music is not playing. So I'm not sure what is going on that, but all right. So second half of today is going to be focused on working with sellers. A lot of content we covered on the buyer side, wasn't it?
Yes.
Remember, this entire mega is recorded. All of this will be up on YouTube for you guys to watch. And I suspect that you're going to have a lot to unpack during your Mega Mini tomorrow. Okay, this is what we're going to go over listings from A to Z. Secure a listing appointment, set the appointment, ensure all parties will be present. So we're going to step through each one of these 11 things over the next couple of hours. Drive the community and preview the competition and the amenity center. Deliver a pre-listing packet to the subject property, leaving the RPR report at the door. Print the subject property's tax data, prior MLS listing, and MLS history. Call the listing agent for the pendings to inquire the number of offers and if any of them sold at over asking or what they were willing to share with you on those properties that went pending. Ascertain the most probable list price versus negotiated sales price for your property. So when you're doing your CMA, you're putting that together so that you come out there. That is something you're going to share with them only during the listing presentation, not in your pre-listing packet. Print the CMA, sales price, the trend graph. Everybody remember the graph? Definitely something you want to take with you, very important. From the time they purchased it all the way through until now, so they can see how the property has changed hands over time. And I always bring, and most of the time, they have purchased a resale home. So there's an MLS listing, and even sometimes new construction has that MLS listing and when they purchased it that shows their purchase price. So I start my entire presentation actually with that. So you purchased the home back in 2021, you purchased it, and I go through that and explain, remind them what they purchased it for, whether or not the seller paid for closing costs, and the information that is in the MLS. Then I prepare the IABS, the listing agreement, the addenda, and the disclosures, all filled out and ready to go and ready for signature. But I do not include the commission amount, and I don't include well, I do include the commission amount. It's just in a different way than you think. And then I also don't include the purchase price. And I let them handwrite the list price. So this is a work group. I've not yet seen the property. I'm not going to even guess at what the price is going to be until I see it. But I know my mid and average, my average and high. I've already reverse engineered their net based on what I think their closing costs are going to be and how much I think they owe. And so I'm going to bring out there all the information I need along with my comps. And I'm going to use their kitchen table and work with them to come up with the number in real time. It only takes a few minutes to do it. So when they are involved in that process, it helps them get them on board. And now they believe in that price as well. And again, I always bring the list of everyone that's sold in the subdivision in the last 6 months, sometimes even the last year. And I never leave that, but it's in case they are hyper fixated on a property that I didn't include in my comps because it's way outside an outlier, a different number of stories, 500 square foot larger, whatever the reason, but they think that their home is somehow comparable to that one, and that one sold at a price that they have themselves focused on, and I need to get them away from that because that's an anchor, and they've anchored themselves on a property that's not relevant to them at all, and I need to be able to put that away quickly. And if I have to pull out my laptop and start researching that property, there's going to be enough gap where it's just going to feel awkward when I can just grab my list and I can find it quickly and answer that question because it's an objection that happens a lot. And then get a good night's sleep. Do yoga the night before, dress to impress, and arrive on time. When we're going to talk about what on time actually means as well. Meeting the seller at the property. Then you get to the front door. We're going to do the 10 things in 10 seconds as I walk from my car to the front door, looking at everything in front of the property, knocking on the door, introducing myself, looking at their name on my file folder, being invited inside, having them walk me through the entire property, sitting down at the table. Then we're going to go through the listing presentation and getting my listing agreement signed on the spot. We're going to go through all 11 of these things one after another because it all builds on each other. So first, secure your next listing appointment. Where is the next listing going to come from? So part of your homework in Mega is to go find one. I want you to go try to find a listing, whether it's going to be knocking on doors or whatever. But where do you think your next listing is going to come from? And if you can't answer that question, then you don't have systems in place. That is a very famous quote from Tom Ferry, one of his most favorite quotes. He's got that going out all over the place right now, and it's gone viral. You don't know where your next transaction is coming from you don't have systems. You should already know where it's coming from. Coming from my farm, coming from my sphere, somewhere. You should know. So advertising to get listings, social networking, videos that you're putting out, postcards to neighborhoods, wherever you're doing your open houses, knocking on neighbors, inviting them to the open houses, farming expireds, doing geographic farming we got a farming fanatics group here that I think you should plug into. Past buyers who may be interested in selling because it's been a few years and keeping up with those spheres, and referrals from all the sources anywhere, and your sphere of influence. Where is that going to come from? Now, oftentimes you're driving down the street and you get a phone call, and it works out something like this. I need 2 volunteers. I need a customer and an agent. If you'd raise your hand. David and Marlene. You two beat the group. David, customer, and Marlene, agent. Marlene, you got a quick hand.
Perfect. All right.
So I'm the consumer.
Yep.
So I'm going to say Marlene. Hello, this is Marlene.
Yes, this is Marlene. Who am I speaking with?
My name's David Ecker. I'm interested in listing my home. I saw your amazing video posted online, and your value statement resonated with me. Are you available to come out and meet with me?
It would be my pleasure. I'm available after 4 p.m. today or tomorrow at 10, 2, or 6.
I can do tomorrow at 10.
Excellent. What is the property address?
4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend in Georgetown.
Got it. Is this a number you're calling me from ending in 1120, your cell?
Yep.
Perfect. I'm going to do a drive-by this afternoon, tour whatever your competition looks like, and I may leave something at your door for you to look at ahead of our meeting tomorrow. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Great. I have you down for 10 a.m. tomorrow at 4305 Chestnut Meadow in Georgetown. Call my cell if you need anything in the meantime, and I'll see you soon.
Okay. See you soon. Goodbye.
Boom. Easy as that. Don't overthink it. Don't ask a whole lot of questions. I try to ask as few questions and show up with as much information as I can, but you know, there'll be ad lib. By the way, he already said how he found her based on a video, so it's not someone who just calls you out of the blue and is like, by the way, were you referred to me by someone, or did you see advertising online? Because I always like to know if I don't know from the conversation. So a very clean, just easy, quick skit, just set the appointment. Because remember, we're not going to try to get hired over the phone. We're going to set the appointment and we're going to go out there and we're going to get hired in person. So send an immediate text message to confirm the address and time. Sometimes sellers do schedule multiple visits with multiple agents. And there have been times where I showed up at my time slot and someone else showed up at my time slot, and the other person was nope, I guarantee this is my time slot. And the seller had no idea because they didn't remember who was coming when. They just knew someone was coming at 10 and someone was coming at 2. So I like to send the seller a text message so that they have it, but it's not just for them. It's also for me because now I can go back to it. I'm still going to add it to my calendar and I'm going to immediately write down the address. But what I'm not going to do is find a piece of mail in my car, write it down on the back of it, and then expect myself to remember it and then 2 days later get my car and say, oh, wait, I totally forgot about that, because it's very easy to have happen, especially if you're living in this salesperson age that you're going to be having so many conversations with so many people. You have to organize yourself and you're not going to allow yourself to commit it from memory. Remember what Tom Ferry said when he was standing on from the stage. Look to your neighbor. Say, no more memory. No more memory. He said that in one of the conferences that he was at. And it's so true. We need to immediately put it in our calendars. And if we can take it from our brain to our calendar, that's better than trying to find an intermediary step between our brain and our calendar, because that's a break point. And we don't want to break at that point and just write it down somewhere and forget. So send the text message and have it ready to go so that you don't have to worry about it later. So I like to create a contact on my phone from my text messages, because there is a probably a text message that says unknown or just the phone number. I'm going to click the phone number and I'm going to click save and I'm going to save them as a contact. I'm going to put in their title, listing appointment, and their name. I'm going to put in their property address and I'm going to save it with their name so that I have a contact. And then it's going to synchronize and the CXM says it's going to say, hey, there's a new contact. You want to import it? Yes, I want to import it as a customer. But I always save it to my cell phone first so that I don't have to double data enter it. Most likely they're going to call you. Well, they're going to call you either on your app or your cell phone, either one. You don't know where the incoming call is going to come from. And so if it's your cell phone, I save it in the cell phone, open my app, and then the app says, hey, there's a new contact. What do you want to do? I want to import it. I want to import it to my customers. Boom, and then it imports. So from that point forward, there's never a double data entry again. It's just that one time. Syncing cell phone contacts is super simple. This is something that we developed early last year. It's gone through a lot of renditions, but you have the ability to easily synchronize your contacts in this, and most of you have already done that. If you've not yet synchronized your contacts, raise your hand. Okay, so several of you have not yet done it. If it's something that you want to do, all you do is when you open your app, it's going to pop up a box that says there are contacts not synced. Do you want to sync them? You click yes, and then you're able to sync those contacts. And if you have any questions, Gavin is here on the help desk to help you with that. That's not CEO stuff. That's not Lisa stuff. That is Gavin stuff because he's dedicated to that one thing, and he can help you through it step by step. If that's something you want to come in and have him walk you through it, he can do that as well. But
I'm cleaning mine up before I do.
Makes sense, Damien.
Hey, I've got people from 15 years ago. I don't even know who they are and what the name is from my old IT career. So it's
Call
like,
him.
I'm going to clean them up because I don't know who it is.
Call him. I recommend calling him. Hey, this is Damien. I know it's been forever, but I got my license and I'd love to work with you.
Right.
I recommend
There's some
Hey,
nothing
if I
wrong with
can
that. Yes,
call
I
the
will.
guys I went out with on bad dates, you can call those people.
I think Melissa might have raised the bar here.
Yes.
Lowered the bar or raised the bar. I'm not exactly sure which one.
Melissa, that's a whole nother level though. That took bravery like nobody's business.
I mean, like nobody's.
That is awesome. I mean, that is going to be part of the mega story from now on that I'm going to share, Melissa. Maybe I'll change the names to protect the innocent, but I will definitely share the story. So, in any event, what we don't want to do is not get our contacts in because we know how important it is to be, building a referral-based business and calling all of our people. So, Damien, maybe you're going to sign on Thursday, you're going to put a business plan together, and you're going to realize that you have to call 20 people every single day, 10 in the morning and 10 at night. Now, you're going to run out of people. At some point, you're going to run out of people, and then you realize, I'm going to have to get into the opportunity vault and start calling the vault. And then those other contacts are like, maybe I will just kind of touch into them. And then you reconnect with people from the past. They are actually like, oh, cool. It's good to hear from you, blast from the past. Let them know what you're doing these days, find out what they're doing, and reconnect with them because your database of people that you know is a lot more valuable than you think. So don't discount those because it's been 15 years. Okay, that is just a tip from me. And then you're going to send a text message after you've saved them. So we saved them. We're going to send that text message. And it's, hello, David. I have you down today and tomorrow at 4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend in Georgetown. See you soon. So now if you're running late or you're confused about the time, you have it on your calendar, but you also have it in your text message and it's between them. So it's documented. So instead of writing it down on a letter, you put it down in the text message and you can go back to the text message and copy and paste it into the message that you're going to store as part of your contacts. Now, why did David tell Marlene that all right, why did Marlene tell David that she's going to drive the neighborhood ahead of time? Why not just leave it at the door? I've had this happen. Sometimes you're the big secret and you don't know that you're a secret. But once one spouse has decided to call a real estate agent out to have a presentation because they haven't told the other spouse that they are selling the house, and you can kind of get an idea of what's going on there. Or you go to their home and leave something at their door and their ring doorbell goes off and they're kind of freaked out. Like, I called you and you said you're going to come out tomorrow. And now you're kind of creeping around my house. I don't like that. So I'm not going to stop by their home unless I tell them I'm going to do it beforehand, because I do want to leave a pre-listing packet, and we're going to watch a video from actually a friend of mine who I met on the conference circuit for NAR, who has a bunch of videos, and he's the listing packet pre-listing packet king. So I included one of his videos, but it's a thing, and it's an important thing, and I always like to deliver a pre-listing packet. But one of the reasons I like to go out to the properties, I got to do a CMA, and I want to look at the condition of the outside. I want to see what I'm dealing with. I want to drive the neighborhood. I want to see some of the comps. I want to walk the community center, because it's probably likely that I've either never sold in there before, or it's been a while since I've sold in there, and I want to refresh myself with what's going on in there, so that when I'm pulling comps, I have a reference point. I like doing that better. So I told them that I'm going to drive the neighborhood, because I am going to drive the neighborhood, but I also want to give them an opportunity to say, oh, no, 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 I don't want you to come to the property. It needs to be tomorrow at 10. That's a very big piece of information, because if you actually want this listing and you have a secret listing presentation with one and the other one doesn't know about it, you will never be the one to get that listing, I promise you. The other spouse is going to look at it as you against this person, and they feel like they have been betrayed. That you knew this information before I even knew this information, and you two are there's a new us against the world, and I'm on the outside of that, and they are not going to be okay with it. So when I find out that piece of information, I always tell them, look, I am happy to meet with you guys regarding it, but I really need to meet with both of you. And that's what I'm asking, is that I sit down with both of you and I share the same information with both of you. Because I promise you, I have this has been absolutely proven. No matter what my dialogue is with the other person, and letting them know that, I'm not taking sides here and have to have this whole conversation, it still is just never going to work out. And so I have found that this process works. I'm not going to come out and meet with you. I want to meet with both of you and then have this listing presentation with all of the signers, all of the parties. And that changes things. Likely you probably will be hired. And when you do get hired, I create a group text message and I tell them, I'm not going to have this two single threads going on and me having a conversation with one and not the other. We're going to have a group thread, and everything is said in one thread. That way everyone's on the same page. Everyone's getting the same information. No one feels favored. Nobody thinks that, someone's taking sides, that we like one person more than the other or whatever. It's all going to be a group email thread and a group text message thread. I like doing that anyway, but especially in this situation, it's almost, if you don't do it this way, it's going to blow up in your face. And it is a little bit strained when you're dealing with divorce situations. There's going to be a lot more stress and anxiety going on in the scenarios. So you've got to prove your ability, your commitment, your ethics. Even though they've got you and inviting you out, maybe they're also inviting someone else out. So you've got to stick out in the crowd. So you want to impress them. You want to show them your commitment. So you're not a discount agent. You're a full service brokerage. You have a sense of urgency. You're full time. You can, go out same day or next day to do a listing presentation. And that says a lot about your availability and that this isn't a hobby. And you're proving that this is something that you take seriously as they take it. And you're going to find out if you're a secret from the spouse. And is this a legitimate appointment or not? Many come through the garage door and won't even notice it. So if I just leave something there and they don't have a ring doorbell and they just drive into their garage and into their house and haven't exited their front door in months, they wouldn't even know that I did it in the first place. So you don't freak them out when the doorbell rings and goes off. So drive the community first. Part of driving the community, I'm going to learn what the conforming curb appeal is. I'm going to learn the subject property levels, because sometimes the tax records doesn't say, and I'm trying to zoom in on Google Earth, and sometimes it's even hard to see then. And I want to see what the exterior condition is. Learn how the subject property conforms to the area. Is it in this average condition? Is it below average condition? And what is it going to take for you to whip that into shape, just so that you have an idea? Ascertain the subject property's exterior make-ready list, because even though I'm going to do that when I'm walking up to the property, I will have seen it ahead of time and kind of prepared. And I'm going to see what the condition of the comps are. And maybe for the pending and the active, I can actually walk them. You can walk property for yourself all the time for previewing property. There is no buyer representation agreement needed when you are in earnest walking a property and touring it because they're going to be a comp. That hasn't gone away. You just need to be honest about that. You can't pretend to be showing a property to a buyer when you're actually getting a listing. Don't say that. Literally say, I have a product that's come or a property that's coming on market, and you're likely going to be my best comp, and I just want to have boots on the ground so that I can better understand the market and the condition. And most agents are going to be fine with that. But also be honest with that if there's occupied, because what a horrible thing you would be doing to a seller if you actually had them prepare their home for you just walking the property. So make sure you make that clear in the notes that you'd like to preview the property, that you're getting a listing, and you just want to be able to take a look at their property. And please, they don't need to prepare the home in any which way. You just would like to see it if they would be okay with it. And most of the time, they'll be fine with that. And what's going on with the amenity center? Is it something that's in good condition? Do they have one? And what's going on with the HOA itself? So that is the value of driving the neighborhood ahead of time and learning what the curb appeal is. We have gone through RPR a couple of times. How many of you have still not been in RPR? Only two. Okay. 3:43, an hour and a half. I want you guys to see a little bit inside RPR, so I'm going to give it a quick go. Share my screen. Okay, so when you log in, most MLSs, no matter what MLS it is, has what's called a single sign-on. And the single sign-on has all of the apps right here on the outside of the MLS, where you can see Transaction Desk, Remine, Rent Spree, and then MLS Tools. And then you find RPR out here, and then it brings you right into RPR.
I'm not sure if we're looking at the right screen, Jack.
Okay. I'm not sure either.
It's just the heading of that.
Yeah, it's just the title.
Okay, I only have one. Let me stop sharing and share it again. Google Chrome. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me back up. So when you log into the MLS, you get what they call the single sign-on, which you can enter the MLS here or Remine or any of the other apps. Scroll down to the bottom and you have RPR here. So when you click RPR, it's going to open up RPR, and then you see the RPR system here. Let me grab my slides. 4305 Chestnut Meadows. We're going to pick on that property again. And it's going to bring up that information in that property. It's going to give you the RVM 377-140. It's going to give you the RVM confidence. There's a 5-star confidence level here because it was reported sold once in the MLS, and it's extrapolating that. So if I want to create a report, I can say create report. I can create a buyer template or a seller template. In this situation, I'm creating a seller template. So create the seller report. I'm going to continue with this template, and it's going to show you all of the pages that's coming along, but we can mess with that later. I can put Mr. and Mrs. Smith here as a report title. And it's going to start creating this RPR report. And then you'll see on the left-hand side a whole bunch of pages that you can expand, contract, add, subtract, and we're going to play with the CMA thing here in a second. Iselet.
So I tried to mess with this over the weekend on my phone and I couldn't figure out my login. Is
Okay.
it different? Is it different than your MLS login?
You don't have to have a login if you log into the single sign-on and click RPR. So if you try to go to RPR around the MLS, then you're going to struggle with it. But once you've logged in here, you can open up any of these things. They're all already unlocked because you've gotten here through the single sign-on. That's what the single sign-on's about. Okay, cool. So somewhere here. So here is what the report would look like. Remember when I mentioned that this is a blue favorite, the blue personality favorite report? So here we have a picture of the property, which we can change. We have the RVM number and a map of where the property is, the property tax and property facts information. And then as we go down, here's going to be all of the photos from all the prior MLSs, when and what the market looked like the last time it sold. And here's where the blue information comes in. So here we have December 2025 median estimated property value, December 2025 active listings and the median price points, the December 2025 sold listings and the median price point. And they break it down here over the course of December to December so you can see how it's changed over time. Total sales and activity listings in Georgetown with that particular zip code. You can see the listings versus the sales, and you can see the ratio. Median sold price versus sold listings in Georgetown. You can get that content. Median list price versus active listings in Georgetown as well. So median price versus number of properties and how that's changing over time. Then there's a heat map, and map will display when the report is generated. So then the heat map will be here and you'll be able to see the heat map of the areas that are super hot. And then a pricing strategy pages, and then our preferred vendors at the back of this thing. And you can tailor this and add pages or subtract pages. So you can see here that I don't include all of the pages. So I can drop this down and I can add a refined value and basic facts and add more to it and build the report. So you can play with this and get it to be exactly the way that you like. Property information, listing history, you might want to add that, and public records history and add that and add more to it, and the pages in the report will get longer. And when you save it, it'll save this as a template for next time when you open it, it'll save these settings. Now, one thing I want to show you is this idea of the CMA, which is cool. So when you come here, it's going to say you haven't done a CMA. And you say, well, I know, I want to do one. And you click the blue link and it's going to leave this page for a moment and it's going to take you to the CMA for this particular property at 4305 Chestnut Meadow. And it's going to ask you to do these 5 things. Confirm the home facts, search for comps, make adjustments, review the CMA, and get the report. And then at the end, it'll take that report and put it back into the other report for you. So home facts have already been confirmed. I did that before. If I click edit, it's just going to show here the public records data versus the listing data and what you actually want to add here. So if the data is already here, I'm not going to change it. But if it's wrong, like if it was 3 baths, I'm going to update it here. This is going to change it. So, so far, there's nothing here that I need to worry about. So I'm going to confirm the facts and close. If it's in either one of the columns, it's going to bring that in. But if that's missing in both columns, then it's not going to. Or if one of the columns is wrong, then you need to make sure that you update it. Now let's click Find Comps. And this is the comp selector. And it's got a broad range of comps that it searches for. So off-market date within the last 3 months, or you can tailor that into 6-month range if you want to create a larger range. If you want to limit by number of baths or living square footage, or if you want to filter it by price range. But if I just click generate comps, you're going to see that there are going to be a lot of comps that it's going to bring into this, and you get to decide whether you want to add it to the comp list or not. So I can say I'm going to add this one. I like this one. Let's just say we're going to add the first 10 or so. You get to add the ones that you like. And then when you do, then you can click the update valuation and close. And essentially now you just brought those into the CMA, and now it's going to refine the value based on where you were. If I want to adjust the comps, you can do adjustments based on you think that that property, how does it compare to the subject? I think that that property is better than my subject a little bit. Or this one here, I think that this one is not quite as good. And it's simple as that. Then there are some other things that you can do, which I'm going to show you in a moment, that I think you will like a lot. But you can put comments in here. You can get real detailed with it as you want, and it will put it in the CMA report. But let's just say I want to create the report in my seller template. And I'm going to click continue, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And now you're right back here again. And now the CMA is added to the report. And so there it is. And again, you can take photos out or add photos in if you want. And once you're ready and you're done with it, then you can click the download button and it will actually spool the report. It takes a few minutes and it'll pull all the heat maps together. And now you have a nice full color RPR report with their name on the front of it. And it's a property report and it's got a lot of information. And it just takes seconds to create, really. You can certainly spend a lot more time with it if you want. Probably 15 minutes is all that it's going to really take. And it'll take about 3 minutes to spool the report. So once that's done, I will, well, it's stuck. And when it's done, it sends you a little message. And actually rings like a doorbell, and it actually sounds like your doorbell, and your dog starts barking because it thinks someone's at your house. All the drama. All right, going back to PowerPoint, and I'll let you know when that is done. Okay, so that is the RPR field trip. A lot there, very easy, easier to use than people think, and boy, does it have a lot of really good information. So the RPR report is one of the things that I like to leave at the property as part of a really good pre-listing packet. And here is our friend, and he's going to talk to you about.
Are you using one of these?
Pre-listing
Do you
packet.
even have one of these? Happy listing day once again. I'm Matt Benelli. Thanks for watching. This is a pre-listing packet, and if you're not using one, you should be. So what does your perfect pre-listing packet look like? If you don't know what a pre-listing packet is, it's a packet of valuable information that you share with a potential seller before you meet to conduct a listing consultation. If you're conducting a one-step process, you want to deliver this packet ahead of your scheduled meeting. If you are conducting a two-step process, you can either deliver the packet ahead of time or you can bring it with you when you preview the home. To clarify real quick, a one-step process is when you preview the home, explain your value proposition, and have your discussion about pricing analysis all in one visit. A two-step process splits that into two appointments, the first one being when you preview the home, and the second when you discuss your pricing analysis. Okay, so what's the point of a pre-listing packet? You like to do research before you buy a product or service, right? So why not help out your future clients and provide that research for them? You want to provide them with everything that they need to understand the home selling process and what it will be like to work with you. Here are some things that you should include in your perfect pre-listing packet. Your biography, of course, testimonials from your clients, information about your brokerage, your complete marketing plan. And this is very important because it details exactly how you're going to help them sell their home. Your affiliations and distributions, identifying how you're going to expose their listing to the market. Examples of your digital and your print marketing materials. Market statistics, of course. A list of questions that they should be asking their realtor. An introduction to any additional services like transaction management and title services. A listing agreement completely filled out with the exception of price. Homework for the sellers, including any type of property disclosure forms. And anything else that you want to include that differentiates you from the competition and helps the seller get ready to market their home. A quick side note here, also make sure you're sharing any required state or association disclosures as appropriate. Make sure you customize this packet for each seller. This is a great way to demonstrate the value of working with a proactive real estate advisor. In addition to exceeding expectations with potential sellers before they even sign a listing agreement, the pre-listing packet will allow you to do a little bit of due diligence on the seller's motivation. If you go through the trouble of preparing and delivering this information, you're hoping that the sellers take the time to read it. To encourage them to do so, before delivering the packet, tell them this: I have prepared and I'm going to deliver to you prior to our meeting a packet of information that has everything that you need to know about the home selling process and what it's like to work with me and my company. Now the seller knows that this is important information, so when you meet with them, you can ask, did you have the time to take a look at the information that I prepared for you? Do you have any questions? The seller may or may not have questions at this point, as they may want to have a continued discussion first, but if they didn't take the time to review that packet of information and they don't know anything about you or your company, they either aren't that motivated to list or they just want to hear your number. Any type of reaction from the seller regarding your pre-listing packet should help you adjust how you may or may not need to guide this seller. So if you're not using a pre-listing packet, start using one. If your current pre-listing packet doesn't have some of the items we talked about here, add them in. And if you already have the perfect pre-listing packet, that's awesome. Keep using it. I would love to hear from you all some success stories or non-success stories that you may have had with using a pre-listing packet. I would also be interested in hearing what your favorite items to include or not include in a pre-listing packet are and why. Feel free to drop a comment on the blog or the video or just send me a note. For now, good luck with your listing consultations and we'll see you again soon. Have a great day.
Thank you, Matthew Bonelli. All right. So if you are a person that goes to any of our conferences, you will run across him at some point because he is, like me, goes to almost all the conferences. All right. So pre-listing packet do's and don'ts. Do Realty Texas listing guide, the seller guide that we have, the IABS and Seller Shield, which is a very important thing to have a conversation with the seller about. And if the seller's disclosure was filled out using Seller Shield, the insurance will credit their deductible. General information and notice to buyer, the about me that we have in your you have an about you inside your social folders. That's your one page. References, if you have any, a copy of the code of ethics in the back, an RPR report, your marketing plan, some marketing pieces that you've done in the past, a vendor list, which is kind of like your team, and community involvement that you are part of. Things you don't want to include: anything about other firms, commission information, comparable properties that have sold under sold price. It's okay what's in the RPR report. Pricing recommendations. Too much personal information, asking for donations, political, religious stuff, anything negative, just keep it out of there. It doesn't need to be in there. We already know how to print the prior MLS listings. We did that in the CMA class we took yesterday. We went into the search, we did the wildcard search, and we found the listing for the Caldwell, the property. You would think that I would have that memorized by now. In any event, the one at Caldwell Palm Circle, yeah, that's it. So this is here for you as a video inside Mega if you want to go back, but I suspect that all of you know how to find the prior MLS, no problem now. So now I'm going to call the listing agents. I'm going to find the prior listing. I'm going to search the MLS. We've already done the whole CMA class last Friday, so we don't need to go over that again, but we're going to do all of those things. But we're going to make sure that we're going to call the listing agents for the pendings. We're going to pick up the phone and have a conversation with them. And there's a skit here. Lisa and I usually do this skit, so I see her kind of hanging out. Lisa, you can be you and I'll be me, but you're on mute.
I was on mute. That is correct. Okay. Hi, Jack. This is Lisa with Realty Texas. I see you have a pending listing in Terra Vista.
Hey, Lisa. Yeah, it went pending last week.
Well, I'm about to go on market on a property where your listing is going to be my very best comp.
Nice. How can I help?
I was hoping that you could share with me if you went into multiple offers and if you got over asking.
Yes, I had 15 offers and we went about 20K over.
Wow, that is super helpful. Thank you. And congratulations on your listing.
It's good to hear from you. My pleasure. If you have any other questions, let me know. Okay, thank you, Lisa. That's how most of the conversations go. And then I always get this question like 10 times. But what if? What if they say no? Then they said no. I mean, it's pretty much that simple. But isn't that information confidential? No, it's going to be reported sold in the MLS and we get that information. And so, I mean, it is a professional courtesy. I usually use that word, you know, if they're giving me and like, oh, I don't know if I can say that. So it's just a professional courtesy. At some point, it's going to be put in the MLS that way. And so it's just going to help me because you're going to be my best comp. And sometimes, you know, I preempt of that because they want to answer, but they don't know if they can. So I just kind of clear that out of the way just easily. But most of the time, 99% of the time, they tell me all the pieces of information that I need to know. And that's really helpful to me because now I have information on the pendings and I'm going to take that with me out to my client. And the client and I are going to have a really good conversation about all the pendings. And often I'm the only one to have ever spoken to him about the pendings because nobody bothered to call. I was the only one. Now, list price to sold price ratio, the graph, you already know how to do that. So I'm not going to show you again, but there's a video here. There's also a video in the CMA class. And is there multiple offers going on? So if I look in Terra Vista, I'm going to look to see in the last 6 months based on my list price to my sold price. 525, sold price 525, 365, 365, 524, 524. I'm seeing a habit of everything selling for asking, and then I see 810, 800, 810, went over. 365, 391, 499, 499, 700, 700. Everything is closing in about a month or less. This was as of 2025. So in April, May of last year, this is what the market was coming through. We've seen a very different Terra Vista when we did our CMA last week, didn't we? The days on market was much longer, and there was a lot more inventory on the market, which is going to be cleaned up as we speak because we're seeing a lot of activity in the market right now, which is going to really help us going into or as we are now in 2026. So the list price to sold price ratio is important. I want to see what that ratio is. Things are selling for, 98% of list, 103% list. I'll take that out there with me. And you can get that from the quick CMA. The quick CMA is there for you and easy to print out. And we also print out this quick CMA. So I'm going to be referencing a lot of the CMA elements we did on Friday, which is why the CMA class happens before this particular class. Then through our we already have a buyer portal. So this is something that I like to do. Katie just went through and took us through the buyer portal. And I like to add my seller to the buyer portal as if they were buying in that community. Why do you think I would set up a client portal or a search for my seller in the neighborhood that they're selling in?
So they can see what's happening in the neighborhood to the houses, what they're selling, what's selling and pending and everything.
What do you think one of the number one questions sellers call their agents to ask? Hey, I saw a sign pop up. What is it? What is it going to be selling for? Tell me, is this going to hurt my sell? What is it? And now I don't have to ask them that because I'm delivering it to them before they even see it. Like, oh, hey, I saw that property in my portal this morning before work. That's what they already know the price, so they can see it. This helps me a lot. So I set them up on a preset search for that subdivision, and everything that is active, pending, and sold, they're getting pinged on. You can either send them one a day, or you can just let them have it. But in that portal, I recommend comparable or Terra Vista subdivision or something like that, so that they don't get it confused if you have them in a buyer portal and now they're kind of confused because that can be confusing. The subject of the emails will be Terra Vista, so then they can see, oh, okay, what's going on? Is it going to be bad news or good news? Oh, good news. They're priced much higher than we are. Whatever it is, but it's very helpful in delivering them information before they ask for it. Okay, so your listing packet. What do you put in the listing packet? These are the documents that I bring with me at the appointment. That I'm going to put you in a group and we're going to watch my little video of the conversation I have directly with the seller and exactly how that conversation goes from beginning to end so you can see it. But my file folder, my business card, the seller guide, the MLS listings, the tax records, the RPR, the comps, the quick CMA that we printed, the comps graph, all of the sales, everything that's sold in the last 300 days in the subdivision, because they're going to ask me about that one property and I want to have it on the list. And then my listing agreement and its related documentation. So these are the 11 things that you're going to bring with you for signature on your listing agreement. So here is now this number 11 is listing docs. This used to be a big deal, but it's not anymore because we have the packets already created for you in the system. So you already know what documents you need to bring out there. But IABS, exclusive right to sell, seller disclosure, the seller shield portion of it, general information and notice to buyer and seller, protect your home from mold, information about property insurance for buyer and seller, non-realty items addendum, notice of information from other sources talking about square footage and the tax records and the survey and all these documents that you're getting from a third party. The T47, consumer notice regarding hazards and deficiencies, wire fraud notice, and the code of ethics. This is what you would want to toss into this number 11 up here, which is your listing docs. So that is number 11 broken down. I created a video here of going through the rooms system and applying a packet. I'm not going to show that video because I don't think it's necessary anymore. You're all very good with the room system, but all you have to do is the agent role. You're going to pick listing, choose the property type, and then you're going to go to the packets tab and you're going to pick either a condo or 1 to 4 family or whatever type of listing agreement is, and it's going to then add all of those documents. If you have not yet taken rooms training with Katie and Miguel, I recommend that you jump into rooms training and it will show you exactly how to use this. It's pretty easy to use and you've got the help desk there standing by to assist you if you need any assistance whatsoever. I also walk you through creating the listing documents and filling them out. We're not going to do that in this class, but I show you what I put in every single field of my listing agreement from beginning to end. I also do that during the bulletproof contracts classes when we go through the listing agreement. I take you through the listing agreement paragraph by paragraph so that you can see how I fill mine out. I recommend that if that's in bulletproof contracts class outside of Mega, because bulletproof contracts happens on Wednesday and I'm already with you. So one thing I do want to bring notice to is the exclusive right to sell and how to fill that out. The listing price, I typically will leave that blank. I'll leave it for the seller to write and handwrite that list price in for themselves as we're going through the comp packet, which I'll show you in a minute. And I think it's also interesting to know when your commission is earned and when it's payable. It is earned if the seller has agreed to sell the property and it closes, or if the seller breaches the agreement, they owe you the commission. On breach, it says, right here under paragraph C, earned, broker's compensation is earned when any of the following occur. Seller sells, exchanges, options, agrees to sell, agrees to exchange, or agrees to option the property to anyone at any price. Broker individually or in cooperation with another broker procures a buyer, ready, willing, and able to buy the property at the listing price or at any other price acceptable to seller, or seller breaches this listing. And then payable. Seller breaches this listing. If the seller breaches the agreement, fires you, they owe you a commission, unless you've done something that would backfire in the event that you try to enforce this agreement on them. So if a seller has agreed for you to sell the property between the begin date and the end date at that price. So as long as you have that price and it can be sellable listing, or you have structured price reductions in the actual listing agreement, they have hired you on contingency to do a job and you've already done work. And Mr. Potter and I are very good at having conversations with sellers who are wanting to breach the listing. We've had situations where sellers just decided halfway through, I just don't want to sell anymore. Okay, well, we're going to have to talk about what that looks like. You hired us to sell your property and we have expenses. And by the way, it's the 6% that they owe, not the 3% if they breach the listing agreement or whatever is being charged on both sides. So we'll settle for 3 and negotiate it, or we'll continue marketing their property and sell it. Remember, broker offers brokerage services on contingency. Broker makes a promise that they will make their very best efforts to market and bring the seller offers. Seller promises that they will in good faith work with us and work with the broker to sell the property on terms that's acceptable to them, but the price is hard-coded in the listing agreement. The broker contractually agrees to list based on the list price, and we have to defend that with our license. So a broker is given a window to bring the seller offers between the list date and the expiration date. And our job, we don't sell properties. We market and advertise properties and bring offers to the seller. There is a contractual promise that the listing agent will in good faith do everything possible to sell the home at the price between those two dates. So taking an overpriced listing is a false promise in the first place. So many agents make the false promise, or make the false assumption rather, that the seller will grow weary and reduce the price. But that is not where you should be. If the home doesn't sell, the seller will eventually reduce the price is not the assumption that you should be making when you take the listing. That assumption is wrong. The more accurate assumption that you should make is if the home doesn't sell, the seller fires you and hires someone else, because that's typically what happens, regardless of relationship. And that means that the listing expired, you didn't sell it, they didn't agree to reduce the price, and you've lost all of your marketing because you took the whole thing on a contingency basis, and the contingency that was never met because the property never sold. And typically, when they decide to sell it and hire someone else, the next listing agent will price the property at a price where you could have yourself sold it for. And it's a very frustrating and disappointing place to be. And we have a lot of overpriced listings in our inventory right now. And it's because agents didn't advise the seller properly or work hard enough to get them to understand what market value is. Market price is very important, and we have to really sink that in, which means we have to be very convincing and not be shy about explaining to the seller. When you take a listing, you are investing your time, your reputation, your marketing, and your money. There is no deposit for professional photos or video or staging or promotion. That just doesn't happen. That part of it is not part of the equation. The property does not sell, you absorb the losses. Taking a listing at a price greater than the market will bear is not just a costly mistake for an agent to make, but also can be deemed as an unethical practice under 1-3. Realtors in attempting to secure listings shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. So I would be amiss in a conversation about listing that we really make sure that we list it at the right price out the gate. We know, number one, that the first 10 days on market is the most important time for a listing, and coming on market at the right price during those 10 days is really vitally important for the success of the seller. And because we know that's to be true, we need to share that with the seller. There's 3 reasons a home doesn't sell. When a property sits on the market, sellers often believe the marketing wasn't strong enough and the agent didn't work hard enough. But that's rarely the truth. The truth is, and it's much simpler, and it comes down to one of these 2 things. The price was too high for the condition, or the condition was too low for the price. That's it. Either they need to raise the condition to the price, or they need to lower the price to meet what the competition is currently selling for. Marketing does not overcome mispricing. There's nothing you can do in your marketing and advertising that's going to overcome bad pricing, ever. Donna.
Yeah. What if you, after talking at length with a potential seller, they still want to list it at price ABC or A, and you've talked to them about the scheduled price reductions and they don't want to do that? Is it okay to say, fine, if you don't want to do that, and for some reason, after all my efforts, it does not sell, you owe me for X amount of dollars?
Donna, this is what I'm going to tell you, and I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear. So don't beat me up over this.
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I am sorry, but I can't help you.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
That makes perfect sense. It's either, yellow or red answer.
Yep. And when you tell them that you can't take the listing, they're going to be looking at you thinking, okay, wow, they can't, this is true. They can't sell it. But when we take the listing, we're sending the message that it can sell. But most of the time when I tell them, this has been a few times where I've told a seller, I can't help you. Uh, the home's not going to sell. It's going to stay on market. You're going to be calling me weekly asking for updates. I'm going to have nothing to tell you. You're going to get frustrated with me. You're going to fire me. You're going to hire someone else and you're going to price it at a price that I could have sold it for, and I'm going to look like the bad guy. I don't want to be put in that position. I cannot sell the home for the price that you're asking me to bring the property to market. And I say it just like that. Those are the exact words, same energy, same tone. That's exactly what I tell them. Melinda, good question, Donna. Thank you for asking.
It's probably in the same vein, but I've had how do you deal with someone who says, I'm gonna repaint, I'm gonna recarpet, I'm gonna do all these things. Do you wait until all that's done before you give them a price? Or how do you deal with that?
I get my listing agreement signed and I help them. I help them get with trades, and I give myself a window between the time that we're gonna the listing has to be active. I'm not gonna put it in the MLS yet, but my listing start date is going to happen today. Now I represent them. Now I'm going to getting them with trades, and I'm going to be helping them prepare their home for market. I've got great painters. I've got great flooring people. I got great handymen. I got good landscaping teams. I got the whole bit. So I'm going to help them. I'm going to give them quotes and send people out and work on all of that. But I'm going to give myself some space between the time that we're listing it and the time we're putting it in the MLS. I'm going to show you that in a moment, and we're going to work that out. And I promise before today is done that that will be answered. So I need an agent and a seller. Who would like to be seller and agent? Christina and Denise. Christina, seller, and Denise, agent. Actually, I'm going to flip it. Denise, you're going to be the seller. Christina's going to be the agent. Go. So Denise, with you being the seller, we can't hear you. Mic check, mic check. We got some technical difficulties going on the Denise side. I may need an alternate. It looks like that way. Dominique. Sorry, Denise. We'll hit you up on next time.
Which one am I?
Seller.
Okay. Will you offer me a discount on your commission?
Respectfully, no, not on contingency. My clients hire me because I am an expert at helping my clients properly prepare their home for market, saturate the market with advertising, and negotiate the highest price.
Well, I'm glad you're a good negotiator. I want that. But I also would like for you to offer me a discount. It's really important to me.
You know, if I'm unable to negotiate my own commission, how would you expect me to negotiate the sale of your home?
So that's a no?
I'd like to earn your business, and I would like to sell your home on a contingency basis. No, I would not accept the job at a fee less than my value. That said, my broker does allow us to work on a non-contingency basis for 2.75% to the broker, cash due at listing agreement.
No, thanks.
Is contingency sounding better?
Yes.
It does sound better. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've had this conversation verbatim with them. I didn't say my broker, but I've had this verbatim, almost verbatim, and they get it. I'm taking a risk. I'm doing all the marketing, and there's no guarantee you're going to accept one of these offers, and there's no guarantee that the property is going to sell. But guess what? I have guaranteed expenses, and you want to be working with the best. Um, I am not gonna. I'm not going to skimp on advertising. We're going to get the best marketing collateral money can buy, the best videos and the best images, because I work with the best photographers in town. And when you discount my commission, what you're really doing is you're cutting my advertising budget. So when you ask a real estate agent to discount their commission, what you're really asking for them is to take photos with their iPhone. And I'm not going to do that because I know how it's going to impact your sale. And is that not 100% true? It is 100% true. Agents get a 3% or more on their side listing agreement, they're taking photos and doing, getting professional photography and doing reels and videos, and they take 2% on their side, no videos, no reels, photos with their iPhone. The house looks like it's on a hill because it's crooked in the photo because they don't even know how to hold their phone straight, all the things. So why do agents pull back when the pricing is wrong? When you take an overpriced listing, agents hesitate to pay for staging. They avoid video and premium marketing because it costs a lot. And agents reduce the efforts to limit the financial risk because they kind of don't think it's going to sell and they don't want to have a bunch of money out of pocket. That's a fiduciary failure on the agent's point because they have to treat all clients the same. They should not skimp on marketing because they know they couldn't have priced it. It comes down to what Donna said. Well, what do I do? Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I can't take the listing because I can't justifiably spend all of this money to bring to market a home where I promise that I'm going to sell it for this price between these dates, knowing that I can't do that. I can't sign this agreement. This would be unethical for me to sign this agreement like this. I can't. I can't promise to sell your home under these conditions. It's not going to work, kind of thing. So when a listing is priced correctly, they invest confidently. They want to share it. They want to get it. They know it's going to get sold. And so they go all in on marketing exposure. And that's going to also just resonate into a better sale because it's a double-edged sword. They listed a price they don't think it's going to sell for, and then they reduce their marketing, which is going to impact it on both sides. Testing the market is not a strategy. That is not a strategy. Listing at a seller's preferred price is never ideal, nor will it work. It is only done because the agent thinks the seller will eventually reduce and the agent can sell it. This is an all-around failure. If it's done at all, it's only acceptable if, IF capitalized. Price reductions are written into the listing. Reductions are automatic. Reductions are enforceable as part of the listing agreement. You should never take a listing that leaves you dependent on the seller's future approval for a price reduction because you're stuck to that agreement. And if they change their mind, they're going to run out the clock and you have inventory that you have fiduciary duties to respond to them, all the things. And let's say you did take the listing for a year and you're going on vacation in August and they call you. You have 2 days to call them back and you're going to be gone for 2 weeks. You have a fiduciary duty to call them within those 2 days and you're going to be carrying this piece of inventory that you are held accountable to them and you can't sell it. What does a listing agreement really mean? When you sign a listing agreement, the broker's bound to it, but you're committing to sell the home at a specific price. You're not agreeing to figure it out later. You're not agreeing to cooperate with reductions. So again, we're not going to make the assumption that the seller is going to reduce. So lifestyle versus house pricing. If the property does not conform to the condition of its competition, the seller has two choices. A, sell a lifestyle, which is how you want to sell a home, which is improve the home, match the condition of the comps. You don't need to take the condition of the home and make it superior to the comps. You just need to make it conform to the neighborhood to get the neighborhood price. And if you can make it a little bit nicer than the other ones, great. But we're not talking about a big delta here. So we're trying to get it to conform to the neighborhood. You never want to over improve because if you over improve, that's money that you're never going to get back. And you should never invite the seller to invest $1 that they're not going to get that dollar back as a return at least. So otherwise it's wasted money. So to sell a home, price below the upgraded competition and compensate buyers for repairs, time, and risk. There is no third option. Either you're going to improve the home or you're going to price below the upgraded competition, meaning that you're going to subtract the list price based on the repairs that you know that need to be made because your subject property needs carpet and paint and everyone else painted and carpeted. And theirs is on the market for 300 and you come on market at 300 and you match them in terms of size and amenities, but you need carpet and paint. It's not going to work. By the way, if you reduce it by $5,000 and say we're going to give you a carpet allowance and a painting allowance, it's also not going to work. But they can pick the carpet of their choice. They can pick the color of their choice. They walked into a house that looked dirty to them and they don't want to buy it. they walked to the next home and the next home and the next home, and they went inside those homes, and they did give them a good feeling. And they're like, okay, let's buy this one. It just felt better. I can move in. I liked it better just on walking in. That is 99% of your buyers. They want to just be able to move in. Now, if you're going to have a scenario where the seller doesn't have the funds, then you have to figure out what is the right price to list the price for when there is a delta. And there is a rule, and it's called the 2 times rule. And this is critical that agents get it. And if you can explain this to your seller, the aha moment's gonna come on. I see. If it's $5,000 to paint the home, in order for me to sell the home, I need to reduce it by $10,000. That's right. Or I can invest $5,000 and sell it for the price. So by painting it, I've effectively saved $5,000. Exactly. Exactly. And that goes with all of the improvements because a buyer is taking on risk and time and energy where they can't move in, and they're going to have to now be scheduling trades and third parties and get all this work done. And they have no idea what they're going to discover. And they run the risk after all is done that they don't like the color. They thought they would, and they just don't like it. And so they're taking on risk and time and energy. And that is the formula, tried and true over the last 50 years, that has not changed. If a home needs improvements to compete, the price must reflect more than just the repair costs. Buyers need to be compensated for their out-of-pocket repairs, the buff cost, their time, the disruption, and risk of unknown issues. So the rule is, take the market valuation of an upgraded home and subtract 2 times the cost of the required improvements. That's how you properly price a home that has deferred maintenance. So if the upgraded price is $700,000 and the repair costs are $20,000, then it's going to be listed at $660,000. And that's a hard pill to swallow. Now, sometimes you have certain markets that those markets are trending because there's not a lot of inventory where you can actually do a little bit better. And depending on the market, there's sometimes it's a 1.5. But you have to look. If the average days on market is 30, it's a 2 times rule. If the average days on market is less than 30, it might be a 1.5. It's very possible that it's a 1.5, but it will never, ever be a 1 time. It's not going to happen. So at 680, the buyer pays near top dollar in their mind, takes on the work, assumes the risk with no meaningful upside at all. And this only works if this is the only inventory. Because if there's something that's already upgraded and ready to go, likely they're going to do the math. The agent is going to reduce to the ridiculous, meaning that they're going to show them how much that $20 is going to account into their payment. It's for $18 a month. Got it. Got it. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm going to get a home that's ready to go and we can just move in and I don't have to worry about getting the stuff all ripped out and paying for an extension on my lease, all the things, right? So that is the telltale story that I want you guys to have at the ready. You should not take a listing where an amendment is necessary to sell the property. If the original list price of the listing agreement is greater than your CMA, you should have 3 structured price reductions included in special provisions of the listing agreement to ensure you have a sellable listing and cut no corners in your marketing and advertising of the listing. So what does that look like? Here's the step-by-step reduction formula that I've come up with. Identify the average days on market for the true comparables. Identify the maximum days on market. So you do your CMA and you're going to see the home that has the max days on market. And then find the midpoint between the average and the max and divide that number by 3. And if the average is 200, if the max is 200 and the average is 90, then the delta is between 90 and 200. So example, here the average days on market is 80 and the maximum days on market is 114. So the midpoint calculation is 97 days. So your reduction interval, when you take 97 days and you divide that by 3, is every 32 days. You're going to have a structured price reduction every 32 days. So the $40,000 is going to get divided by 3, or whatever the price is that you're going high, whatever your CMA price and whatever, they're asking for, you're going to divide that by 3 as well. And you're going to have 3 structured price reductions, one every 32 days. And you're setting yourself up for a 90-day listing. And you know that the first 10 days is the most important. And you're going to burn through those days. It is what it is. And now you're going to get to the end. Telling the seller this, it's going to have some burn for them. And the burn is that the seller most likely is going to also pay some closing costs, because the longer it's on market, the more apt the seller is to pay closing costs. So they went higher, they didn't get it. Now we're doing structured price reductions. We get to the end, we get it to the price that it should have been in the beginning, and now we're likely to pay closing costs on top of that. So they will have a lower net than they would have had they come on market strong and sold it in that first 10 days. Number 2, stop rebating and stop discounting your commission. That's my professional opinion. I've only ever had to do it twice, and both of them it was pro bono, and I told you the reasons why I did it. Both of them, there was a death in the family. If your value is to discount, then your value proposition is that you are already overvalued, and that is not fair to do to yourself or your value proposition. If you can't negotiate your own commission, how can the client expect you to negotiate their transaction? And the fact is that a lot of buyers, or rather sellers, are going to ask you if you'll reduce your commission because they want to know how good of a negotiator you are, and they want to see how good with conflict you are. So don't fall into the trap of assuming that every seller is going to want to reduce the commission, because that's not the case. You can ask Isolette, you can ask Lisa, you can ask Christina Roberto. It rarely even comes up. Rarely even does it come up. So it's not something that you need to do. But there's a trick. And once you implement this trick, it's going to blow your mind what's going to happen. It's literally going to blow your mind, because now it's not all of the sellers assume you want to discount your commission. It's quite the opposite. When have you ever asked the seller if they want to give you a bonus? Maybe they do want to give you a bonus. Maybe they really want you to work hard for them, and they don't want to feel like you're doing them a favor, and they want to pay you for your time so that they feel like they can, crack the whip a little bit and not feel like, oh, I gotta placate, and that's how I am. I want to pay my people and then push them. And I want to push them hard because I want to make sure that they're living up to their own potential. And it's really hard to force someone to live up to their potential when they're doing you a favor in the first place. So I'm never going to ask someone to do something at a reduced cost, because I can't push them to realize their potential. And I think that's a pretty important thing that a business owner like myself, I bring that to the table. A lot of your clients will. This is how I fill out my listing agreement every single time. And underneath it, I write circle 1. And guess how often they circle 7? About 15% of the time, they circle 7. They just circle 7. And sometimes they look at it and say, well, wait, why would I do that? Why would I circle 7? Why would I offer more? And I never make it about me. I always say, because when you offer the buyer agent a bonus, you are buying their loyalty in the option period. And you also have more buyers trying to fight to sell this home. And that's the reality, because it's not always about me. I'm going to split it in half, and I'm going to give the buyer agent a bonus. And I know that that's going to help this property sell. So I'm not going to do 4 and 3. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cut it 3.5, 3.5. And that buyer bonus is going to go to them. And that is half of it's going to go to them. And it's going to really, they know that if they exit this and go somewhere else, they're going to have a commissionectomy, and they don't want that. Just like you guys get a 6% commission on a new home build, and you find out your client's doesn't want to go new construction anymore. And you're like, no, I'm going to lose 3%. I don't want, no, don't you love this home? Now you're going to say, okay, ethically, I'm not going to get out. I'm not going to get in their way, and I'm going to follow this because I'm not going to put my commission over the client. But you get how that feels on the agents. Okay. So now we've gone through the listing agreement portion of it. We're going to watch a video here in a moment, but we've kind of gotten through the listing agreement portion of it. Now, mind, body, and spirit. I mean, we've got the data together, and we have our CMA, and we're showing up. Now we're about to get to the property. Mind, body, spirit. Do yoga the night before. Get yourself in that right mindset. Remember at the beginning of this class today, I said we're going to go through the 11 things. So we're going down the 11 things. This is number 9 of 11 on the list. Number 10, learn the community. If possible, arrive early and walk the comps. What does early mean? So being on time means that you're a person of your word. People do not like you to be early. Being early is much more rude these days than being late. People are running around their house trying to get the last minute things done, and then you show up 5 minutes early and they needed every one of those 5 minutes, and they're like, dang it. And they're kind of annoyed and a little bit, why did they show up 5 minutes early? I'm not ready yet. So the world has changed, whereas used to be you need to arrive, 15 minutes early. Not in today's world. You don't do that. I'm driving in circle in the neighborhood so that I can show up at their door and I pull up at the house. If I'm going to be there at 3, my car is parking at 2:59. I got to the neighborhood 15 minutes early and I'm driving the comps and looking at everything and watching my time very carefully, but I'm going to make it to that property exactly on time. I'm not going to be late and I'm not going to also be early. So I'm going to arrive early, walk the comps, if possible, walk the amenity center, arrive on time, not early, to the listing. I'm going to park across the street so it's visible from the windows. I'm going to open my door. I'm going to lock it from the inside so the horn doesn't beep when I do my remote. So I can lock my car without it making the horn go off. Close my door. I'm not going to have any magnets on my car that says the company logo or anything branded, and I'm going to be walking up to the property. One other thing, never, ever, when you're showing a property or driving to a property that's going to be listed by you, do you park in the driveway? You should never park your car in their driveway for a million reasons. Reason number 1, if they're inside the garage, you've blocked them in. Reason number 2, someone comes home and parks behind you, now you're blocked in. Those are 2 reasons that you do not want to park in the driveway. Reason number 3, you don't know it, but you have an oil leak, and now there's 5 drips of oil in their driveway, which we've had at least multiple different times with new agents pulling in their oil leaking car into our client's driveway. And the next thing you know, Realty Texas is paying $400 to have someone power wash their driveway to get that oil stain out because our agent didn't have the money to remove the oil stain from the driveway. Do not park in their driveway. Just don't do it. Now, there might be situations where they live on an expressway or they live downtown somewhere and it's going to be very difficult to find your way to this property and there is nowhere to park. They'll tell you about that. They'll tell you when you're coming over here if there is some issue, and they may give you a variance here. So if they've given you a variance, then just follow their lead. But under normal circumstances, don't park in the driveway. And it may mean that you have to walk 3 or 4 houses away. It's not the end of the world if you have to walk, a half a block. Okay, here's the 10 things in 10 seconds. This is the mental snapshot that you're taking as you're walking up to the property. And any listing agent who's done this for a while, everything about this listing is important to them. And you're going to be looking and you know exactly what you need to do to these properties to whip them into shape. And most of the time, there's some deferred maintenance going on that's easily curable. But as I'm walking to the front door, I'm taking note of these 10 things. I'm looking at the trees to determine whether or not they need to be trimmed. Because if the tree is so overgrown and they've never trimmed it that you can't see the home, we're going to be talking about raising the canopy a little bit so you can see the home through the photos at the front. If you take a picture of the house and all you can see is a tree, that's not good marketing. Number 2, are the shrubs too high? Shrubs should be below the bottom level of the window, not above. And so if the shrubs are 2 feet higher than the bottom of the window, those shrubs need to be pulled out and little tiny shrubs need to be put in. It's going to make it dark from the inside, all the weirdness. It's just not supposed to be like that. It doesn't cost them much to get the shrubs pulled out and get a $30 shrub from Home Depot and have your landscaping people do that. Are the window screens faded and gray? And are the windows dirty? There are window cleaning companies like Windows and others that will wash and take the screens off and wash the windows inside and out. My recommendation is that they wash the windows inside and out and have the screens removed, the screens labeled and put into the garage, and take your photos without the window screens. If unless you've seen it, the way the windows sparkle when you take the window screens off and you have them washed, and you take a picture, the whole house just has a completely different feel to it in that moment. You're going to put them back on at some point because they're going to ask you in an amendment to put them back on. But for the marketing, it's my recommendation that they be removed. And I talk to my sellers about that. And I tell them about the glistening and how it looks in the photos, and it's just a completely different look and feel. Are the outside lighting fixtures rusted, dirty, have bugs, or have the wrong bulbs in them? Something that probably needs to be fixed. Does the house need to be painted? Is the garage door dented or scratched in any way? That can make the home look dated. Are the shingles a newer dimensional tile? Does it have ridge vents on the top? Are there any visible wears? Is there some bowing between the joists up there in the rafters? What's going on? What can you visibly see, or does it all look pretty standard? Does the driveway or walkway have stains? Does it need to be power washed? Does the door need to be stained or painted? Does the doorknob look rusty? We've all seen those doorknobs that we put the key in and it's just too hard to wrangle. It won't turn. It's just a big old mess. That's the first impression, well, the second impression really, that the buyer is going to make when they pull up to the property. They're going to see the home. That's the first impression, and you can't ever get that first impression again. And then you get to the front door, and if it's really hard to open, it makes the home feel dated and just look dated. Are there security signs as you're walking up to the front door? You should probably remove those no trespassing signs and just get them out of there. If it's a security sign, that's okay, but no solicitation signs probably need to come down because it just sends the wrong message and it just seems very unfriendly when you're getting to the front door. Is the doorbell burnt through the little plastic thing? Because we all see that happen all the time. Those are a $1.50 to get a new cover put on it, which I think is worth doing when you get to the front door, because again, it makes the house look dated. And deal with wasp nests. I have had 3 occasions in my life getting bit in the back of the neck with a wasp, wrangling a key out of the lockbox. So now I know when I walk up to a lockbox, because it's happened 3 times, I'm already looking for wasps because they're very common and they're very mean and they seem to like to attack me when I'm wrangling to get the key out of the lockbox. So make sure that you are just being cognizant of that. There's a video here. We're not going to show the whole video.
Hi, friends. I'm Michelle. And I'm Steph. Welcome.
I'm going to put this one for homework. They talk about some really cute ideas that you can do for staging on the home. But essentially, we're going to also have a quick little conversation about easy and quick things that you can do to help a home. Now, here's 2 homes, and this is not a before and after. These are literally 2 homes. That what can you do to clean up this house? The one on the right looks like a teardown. If you're listing the one that looks on the right, there's no need in painting it, right? Because it's a teardown. Probably you're not gonna do anything to this home, but you can remove all the debris on property because most likely there's going to be junk around it and stuff. You want to call the junk, one of the junk companies, and have the seller get rid of everything that's on the property and everything inside so it's completely void of anything, and even sweep it out inside, sweep the porch off so you're selling a completely vacant home. You obviously, the window here is boarded up on the right hand side. That's going to be just get rid of the junk, get rid of everything on the property and sell it like it is, most likely. On the left hand side though, this is not quite a teardown yet, but it's obviously seeing some serious deferred maintenance. Something needs to happen. This home needs a transformation. Probably Miss Sally, who's 75 years old or 85 years old, is still living in the property, and she's lived there since 1965. And Miss Sally doesn't have much of a budget. So what are we going to do to help Miss Sally transform her house into something a little bit more that's going to help Miss Sally sell the home? So we're going to see a before and after, and we're going to see what the house could look like. So here's Miss Sally's home, and we're going to see what you can do to it for not a whole lot of money. But we're going to go through a couple of these slides. So here is a left side and a right side before and after. That's pretty extreme, right? They zero-scaped the underneath the gutters, they painted the house, and they trimmed up the front yard. But really all they really did was paint. You can do a massive transformation by cutting the grass and painting the house. That alone can be a huge transformation. And so that is something that I highly recommend. Here's the example of the tree that is hiding the entire house. This little poor tree is screaming, someone cut my hair. It needs a little trim badly. So what you want to do here is raise the canopy. Now all of a sudden you can see the house. Transformation, I don't know, I can't really see. All of a sudden it's a little bit better here. I would have probably gotten rid of this tree over here and gotten rid of more of the shrubs so that you can see. But again, here's just a transformation of what you should be recommending when you're getting up to the front. If you've got the spiral bulb and it's rusted, they can pay 30 bucks for a new light, or they can replace the light bulb and paint it. Either one of these is going to be dated now because we're really back to probably, nickel plated or something like that. But in any event, it doesn't take a lot to paint a front door, to add some curb appeal, to power wash a driveway, and recommend these things. Typically, if the home is like kind of this one, I'm probably looking for $7,500 to one coat of paint, have my people come out and put in some flowers and just cut it up a little bit nicer and try to add a little bit of flair. So what does that look like? Paint the front door, paint the house. This is overkill on the shrubs, obviously, but just to give you an idea, a new street address, number so that you can see the number from the street, some flowers in the front, cut the grass, trim the tree, and a coat of paint. All of that is, a transformation and a half. Most of the homes you're going to be selling is bricks, so you don't have to worry about paint on the outside. There may be some needed paint in the back. We can talk about that, but really we're just trying to find ways to increase the curb appeal, which is completely different from a flip. Again, a flip, we're just going to do a trash out. And number 10, the marketing plan. Our goal here is to get the seller in a multiple offer situation. That's the goal. That's the goal. Even in this market, that's the goal. And we're going to go back and we're going to look at what happened last month. How many homes sold last month in the neighborhood? 6 homes. How many inventory items do they have on the market right now? 7 homes. Got it. So roughly 6 out of the 7 homes on the market right now are going to sell. So you look at the sold comps, there are going to be some that sold at asking price and maybe even just a little bit more in a couple of days. Because you see, over the course of that month, 6 buyers, probably more, was in that neighborhood looking for a home, and they toured most likely all of them. If let's say there's 6 comps in the neighborhood that matches the same number of stories and within 20% of the same square footage and roughly that same price, they probably have seen everything that compares to it. I tell this to my sellers too. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the buyer most likely has a PhD in your market. They've already seen all your comps. They've been inside those comps. So they have an advantage over you because you haven't seen them, but they've actually been inside. And they're going to pick the home that's going to offer them the most. They're looking for quality life, cleaned up, ready to go, and they're going to only buy one house. So they're going to be picking the one that they're going to like the most. And if all of them within a few $1,000s from each other, they're going to pick the one that they like the most, the one that's going to get them to move in with the easiest move in. Clean, painted, ready to go. And those are the easiest things we can do. And those are the things that guarantee a dollar for dollar return. Paint, carpet, flooring, curb appeal are all things that give you at least a dollar for dollar return. And if they don't do these things, then we know that it's going to come off the price probably 2 times the cost of it. If everybody in the neighborhood needs to have their home painted and you don't, and it's cost $5,000 to paint the home, and they're all at $285, you're probably looking at $275 to sell that home because it needs to be painted. That is the 2 times rule that we're talking about here. Sometimes though, the seller wants to do it themselves. They want to save money. And that's fine too, but just be cautious that, some sellers, they don't know how to paint. Most people don't know how to paint, and they're rolling over, they've got paint everywhere. They roll over the light sockets. They don't even take them off. So I'm really leery of someone saying that they want to do it themselves. because I've had situations where they made a bad situation almost worse by doing it themselves. So it's not that you can't tell them that they can't, but just be leery of that. But you do have some people that are super handy and they handle all of it and they do a great job. So I tell them, I have a conversation with them. So you're going to take all the light switches off and you're going to do it right because that's going to really matter here. Now, if all of the comps, all of them need to be painted and they need carpet too, and you're in that same condition, then you could do those things and your home is going to sell first. Absolutely first, because they're going to come to see yours. It's going to look better than the competition. It's going to sell. So what we're trying to do is conform to the neighborhood. If all of the homes are painted and carpet and yours are not, or two or three of them are, then you know you're going to either have to do the 2 times rule with price or increase the condition up to the price. So get the seller into multiple offers. And the very best way to do that is by making sure that you either conform or just a little better in condition than the neighborhood. Then that means that those 6 people who are in the neighborhood gravitated towards yours, and maybe 2 of them went into a multiple offer situation. And maybe one of them bid $3,000 more for it because they really liked it. They're not willing to go all in like they did in 2021, but they're willing to do a couple $1,000s more. That is meaningful because now that property sold for over asking price in the first 10 days because that property beat out the other one. Otherwise, it would have been sitting there and probably would have paid closing costs. So again, the goal here is trying to get into a multiple offer situation. Prepare it for market and try for that. HDTV quality stager. I like to have a staging company come in, not necessarily to improve and bring in furniture where there are some good examples of using that. But if it's an owner occupied home, there are stagers that will come out and help move things around and get it buyer friendly and give them suggestions on what to put in the garage. And it's okay to stack the garage high. Buyers are going from house to house and they're looking in the garage and they're seeing stuff that was put in the garage from the stager's recommendation. There's a very good stager that Lisa and I know very well. We can give you a couple of recommendations if you need one, or you can take staging courses and get good with that yourself. That's certainly a service that you can offer. I've always had a stager that I like to come out and have that conversation with them and tell them at the listing table, I'm going to pay for a stager. That stager would usually cost me about $300, and she would spend 4 hours with them. In that 4-hour appointment, she would move stuff around, and it would be a transformation. It was amazing. And then she would give them a list, room by room, of what they need to do, and then they would have a bullet point list, and they would complete that bullet point list, and it would usually take them 3 or 4 days to get through the bullet point list. Again, reach out to us, and we can share that contact with you if that's something that you need. I always get photos with a Matterport photography, which means you can see the little donuts on the floor and you can click the donuts and walk through the house. And with the mouse or your keystroke, you can look up, left, right, and walk through the house and see how all the rooms connect, and then zoom out and see what they call the bird's eye view, where you actually can see the entire house. So you can see how the rooms connect together. Very important. But what also is important is that you have a aerial video where you can see the home and you can see all the neighboring homes, and in the aerial video that's with drone footage where all the major employers are in that aerial video. So 2 things that you definitely want. We've got some examples of things I'm going to show you, which is both of these 2 things, the Matterport photography and the drone footage. But these things become important when the home is properly prepared for market. So you're going to properly prepare it for market first, properly price it, get the very best photos money can buy, and get the very best videos money can buy. That is going to position you in a very good position in order to get this home sold. A grand open house on Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. Arrive at noon. Saturday is a soft open. Sunday is the big day. Again, attracting multiple offers is what we're trying to do here. Negotiate the best offer for the seller, which is close date, lease back, no concessions, over asking, high option, waive the lender appraisal, well-qualified buyers closing on time, and select an offer and select a backup. Now, even in today, we're still seeing multiple offer situations, and coming into January, we're going to see that even more and more. I don't think you're going to see buyers really aggressively dealing with this type of multiple offer situation, but it's very likely that you're going to see a couple $1,000s here and there. And that's meaningful because it means that not only did you not pay closing costs, but you got them full price, a little bit more, and it sold quickly. I like to give my sellers a complete packet right when we go under a contract. These are the 10 things. We're going to go through each one of these 10 items. Once we're under contract and we've selected a backup offer, I like to give them a sheet on how to prepare for their inspection at that time, and then talk to them about me meeting the appraiser at the property and having a conversation with the appraiser at the property. Check in with the buyer's lender, the title company, and the buyer's agent weekly, every single Friday, all the way to the closing table, to stay on top of what's going on and asking them, what do you need from me? And again, we're going to go through these 10. We're probably going to take this class, and on Wednesday's class, probably going to spend an hour finishing this class because we didn't get through it. And that's okay. That happens sometimes. Number 10, walk the property the evening before closing. Leave a gift for the buyer, even though they're not my client. I always like to leave something nice for the buyer at the house, a little note and a bottle of wine or something like that. In the morning of closing, pick up the sign, the lockbox, and then meet the seller at closing. If they're doing a RON, remote online notary, or a remote closing, and I will ask the title company, "Are you doing online notary? Can you send me the link? I'd like to be there." A lot of agents don't invite themselves to come if it's an online thing. They think, "Oh, good, I don't need to come because it's not in person." Ask for the link and just show up. "Hey, how are you? I just want to be here and answer any questions that you have as we're going through this. Did you have questions regarding the closing disclosure? Remember to call your lender and let them know your new address so you can get your property tax refund or your impound account, escrow account refund." I still like to be there. I recommend that you at least ask for part of the link so you can be present. And so those are the 10 things that we're going to be going through. When you show up to the home, still, we haven't even done our listing presentation yet. Put your phone on silent, have a business card ready, no sunglasses, no gum in your mouth. Leave your suit jacket on during the meeting at the house. I don't take off my jacket. Have a nice pen or a couple of nice pens. We've got Realty Texas pens that are branded. You can leave those there with them. Ring the doorbell. Ding, ding, right? Knock 3 times. What I always do, take a step back, wait, and then first impression is important. So eye contact, smile, greet them by their name, introduce yourself, and be invited inside. And then I step inside. And I don't set anything down. I've usually got my file and I don't set anything down unless, I ask them, is it okay if I put this here? But I always ask about the shoes situation to determine whether or not they want me to take off the shoes. Ladies, remember, have some booties or something that you can put on, a little pair of socks or something so you're not walking around barefoot. I had an agent that the seller had carpet tack, but the carpet tack wasn't really nailed sideways good, and they stepped on it and it poked a hole in their foot and they bled on the floor. So that's going to happen whether you have little socks on or not. So be cognizant of that, of where carpet tack would be, and step into the rooms so you don't ever find yourself stepping on carpet tack, because that can be painful and causing a big issue there. I know you probably all stepped on carpet tack at some point and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Find your way to the kitchen and ask if you can sit your folder down, and ask them where they would like you to sit. I typically like to sit on one side or the other so that one of the sellers is across from me and the other one is sitting at the end of the table. That way I can turn myself upside down and I can read upside down and show to them both at the same time. If I'm at the end of the table, I have them to my right and left, and now I'm trying to get them to sign documents. It's awkward going back and forth to my left and right. So I'd rather them on the other side so I can share everything with them. So if there is, I can kind of let them know it's easier to do it this way. So it's upside down and they can read it. I knew that that was something that I liked and I knew that it was important. But when I took my mediation class at NAR, we had an entire 4 hours on where you sit in a mediation. And I realized just how important that really was. I thought I was just, kind of going, being Jack, being very detail oriented, but I had no idea that that was a whole thing until I went to mediation training. And again, 4 hours of exactly where people need to sit and how. And so I thought about that in my listing agreement. It says, yeah, it's true. It's much better. I will not have a listing agreement on the couch in their living room. I need a hard surface and if they don't have a hard surface anywhere because the house is vacant, then I'm standing in the kitchen with the kitchen counters because I need to go through the paperwork. Again, be very cognizant about the shoe thing. Now, who would like to give me the tour? So usually I find my way to the kitchen. Can I set this down? Where would you like me to sit? Okay, now, who would like to give me the tour? And usually one of them will walk you through the house. And every time I walk into a room, it's always something like this. Nice, good sized room, nice closet. I'm overlooking anything that's not nice because that's not, I'm really looking at what is the features of this home. I'm going to be very positive about the whole thing. And they walk me through the house. So now I have a really good idea. Usually I'll check out the backyard, have a good conversation, and then I sit down with them at the kitchen table. So after the tour, find a seat at the table, ask where they'd like you to sit, have that whole thing, and now you're going to sit down and you're going to tell them the story about the marketing. And this is where the mock listing video comes in, which is very powerful, which we're going to pick up that on Wednesday. There's a difference between the 70% and the 30%. What does that mean? 70% of the buyers in the marketplace at any given time don't have an agent yet. 70% of the buyers in the marketplace have not yet hired an agent. They're looking on Zillow, Realtor.com. They're early in the purchase process, but they are 100% viable buyers. They just haven't hired anyone. So 2/3 of the buyers that would be buyers for your property, for your listing, 2/3 of them don't have an agent. So how do you communicate with those 2/3 knowing that they don't have an agent? Now, the 1/3 that do have an agent, that agent most likely, I would say probably 75% of those agents have that buyer in a client gateway, a portal in the MLS, feeding them listings. So they've got a pre-qualification letter with that buyer, they're in the MLS, listings are being served to that buyer, and the buyer is receiving new listings the moment they're being listed. 15% of those buyers don't have that. And so they're kind of looking on their own, or the agent is sharing with them featured listings via email. But on the other 70% of them, no one is sharing anything with them at all. And every so often, they're finding their way to Realtor.com and Zillow, and they're doing their own search, but they're not set up on a preset search. And homes that are priced right sometimes come up on the market and sell, and they never even were aware of it. But if they were to find a property that really matched what they were looking for, they probably would be a buyer for that property. So the question becomes, if you know that the buyer pool is 2 times the amount of buyers are sitting unrepresented and they're searching, then how do you communicate to them? How can we advertise to them? Because we know the MLS is going to do a really good job of the 30%. Because put in the MLS, they're going to get it, they're going to make an appointment, they're going to come see it. That 30% is taken care of, 100% taken care of. But the bigger market isn't. And when a seller hires us to list a property, they want us to expose the property to the market, not just put it in the MLS. And yes, the MLS is going to feed to those websites, but we're going to talk about the timing and how important it is, because even though it's feeding it to Zillow, they are going to Zillow and they're doing a search, and there's thousands of homes on the market. How do they find your listing? How do you make it stand out? I'm going to show you how to give it to the online community at least 5 days before. So you're going to give it to the 70%, 5 days before you're going to give it to the agents. So this 70%, we're going to figure out when is the #1 search time on Zillow and Realtor.com. How are we going to make sure that this gets premium placement? How are we going to make sure that it's got video and excellent Matterport photography, which buyers really like, and it has more stickability. They stay on that page longer. How do we make them gravitate towards that? We're going to talk about that on Wednesday. So Wednesday's class, which is our listing, marketing, and grand open, is a little bit of what we're going to finish in today's class. We had about 9 more slides. That's okay. We're going to finish this class on Wednesday. Does anybody have any questions before we finish up this class on Wednesday? Because I need at least 45 more minutes before we'll be done with this.
Will we have any exam questions from these slides, Jack?
I have filmed the exam answers, so even if you do or don't, remember I go through the exam question and answer, and I explain all of my questions and my answers. So they're all there for you. So go ahead and take the exam. And again, we'll finish this up on Wednesday. Mr. Mike.
Hey, Jack, how do I, or what time do you plan on opening this class back up? I jumped on Friday and today because I had the time available to be able to get into part of the mega. I'd like to be able to finish this one up.
Yeah, 9 o'clock on Wednesday.
9 o'clock on Wednesday.
Yep.
Okay. Mm.
And remember, it's recorded, so you can always go to YouTube and watch it from there.
Hey, I did. Yes, sir. One of the questions would be, I'll talk with you offline afterwards.
Okay. All right. Lots of good dialogue, lots of good questions today. And tomorrow you have Mega Minis. So please remember your Mega Mini tomorrow. And I will see you guys on Wednesday at 9 o'clock.